Good evening, West Orange. My name is Tammy Williams, Town Council President for the wonderful municipality of West Orange. Madam Clerk, if you will please read our opening statement.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
She on?
Yes, you're on. You're on.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present. Councilwoman Geber Michael is on speakerphone.
She's on.
Okay, he's transferring you in?
Thank you, and I'm in.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I am present. Sorry I can't be there in person. Unfortunately, I got into a car accident last Monday with the United States Postal Service truck driver who didn't stop at a stop sign. So I am home for 3 weeks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, for the record, please note that Councilwoman Geber Michael has joined the meeting and we are still waiting on the arrival of Councilman Rutherford. To the public, I apologize for the delay. We were having some technical difficulties. If you have been fortunate enough to join us via the Zoom, it is probably because you had an opportunity to put in the meeting ID and the passcode. We have been advised that the link is broken on the Township Municipal website. So if you're trying to click and paste to get into the meeting, again, we do apologize. You always have technical difficulties when you are least prepared to have them. So for those, again, who were able to troubleshoot and join the meeting, we thank you. And for those who have not been able to join, we apologize. And as a reminder, our meetings are televised on TV 35 and 46, as well as on the municipal social media channels, as well as our YouTube channel. So we hope that this isn't completely disruptive and that we can get some issues resolved. But if not, again, those will be the means to watch this evening's meeting. We had on our agenda this evening for the conference, I wanted to just talk about a few July monthly holidays and observances for our recognition. We start, of course, with July 4th and Independence Day. Today, July 11th, is Amazon Prime Day. How online shopping has changed the world, that one of our carriers can now have their own shopping day. Not Black Friday, not the day after Christmas, but Amazon Prime Day. July 18th is the Islamic New Year. July 24th is International Self-Care Day. And I'm going to encourage all of our residents to just make a personal note on July 24th and do something to take care of yourself, whether it be a quiet cup of tea, cup of coffee. We can go more extravagant, a massage. Just take some moment and reflect on your well-being, your mental health, and your goals for the remainder of the year. That's going to be on Monday, July 24th. We also would like to show the video before we go into the video, we would like to have a brief discussion on food insecurity around the nation, and then food insecurity as it relates to West Orange. Mr. Fagan, we have a video presentation.
Yes, Council President, I'm going to need just a few seconds to get that ready. Councilman Rutherford, can you hear us?
There, he said.
I can.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to confirm you were in the meeting.
Thank you.
Tonight, we continue looking at hunger in New Jersey as it gets harder and harder to put food on the table. A new report finds more than 285,000 households in the state were food insecure during the height of the pandemic, meaning they didn't have reliable access to affordable, nutritious food. The data was compiled by the Food Research and Action Center with support from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and points out stark disparities within the state. For instance, In 2021, 14% of Black households and 18% of Latino households in New Jersey indicated they sometimes or often didn't have enough to eat. The research recommends investing in community outreach programs while building infrastructure to help government and local agencies work together, distributing food and addressing the root causes of hunger, like systemic racism.
Funding for Hungry New.
Thank you. So we wanted to just start this food insecurity conversation, just talking about how the pandemic has and still is impacting households. One of the unfortunate occurrences this year is that some of the funding, COVID funding that we were able to receive so that we could continue with some of the programs that we had in our schools last year, as we know, was discontinued. So I wanted to bring to our attention some of the resources that we have available here directly in West Orange for families that are in need, and to make sure that if you live next door to someone, we are community. If you see that they have a need, please don't hesitate to be a resource to help out. And if that's not possible, to at least let the Mayor's Sunshine Fund know if we can provide support to anyone that may be in need. But what we do have locally here in West Orange is the Holy Trinity Food Pantry. They are open every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Once a month, the senior jitneys take residents from the Rena and Degna House to the food pantry. And during the pandemic, contactless deliveries were being made to residents in need. And that was thanks to our CERT department. Many of the people who worked in the community, I know Councilwoman Castellino, our mayor, also worked with deliveries. So we want to thank our fire department and police officers for that effort during the pandemic. We also have Tony's Kitchen. They have weekly home deliveries, and their referrals are made through the Department of Senior Services. Their deliveries for the home include frozen, perishable, and non-perishable items. There's also the Interfaith Food Pantry of the Oranges. Their website is listed. NJ SNAP referrals. This as availability for summer food benefits for students on reduced and free fee lunches. So their website is listed. There's also the Jewish Relief Agency home delivered food boxes. There's a referral sheet that we can distribute if you're in need of that resource. The JCC has a senior lunch option. Their website is listed. The Essex County Department of Senior Services, Farmers Markets, voucher distribution is available. We have the Mayor's Sunshine Fund for Thanksgiving turkey giveaways. That's something we do seasonally during the holidays. And of course, the Mayor's Sunshine Fund has limited amounts of ShopRite food cards for use in emergency cases, and that can be contacted via our municipal website or contacting the mayor's office directly by phone. Again, this is something that is real and an ever-present need. We have also partnered with the county, and they've continued to do food distribution in many of their senior homes around Essex County. That program just ended last week. But again, the thing is that no family should go hungry, and that there are resources available. And please, if you don't ask, we don't know how to support and help you. And that is the goal of this community, is to help when we can. Thank you. That completes that presentation on food insecurity. Do my colleagues have any questions or anything to add about food insecurity? Any resources? Okay, thank you. All right, and then we wanted to just show a brief highlight from our Juneteenth celebration. This video has also been uploaded on our municipal website, but it just showcases how this community continues to come together and represent every race, nationality, creed, culture that creates the fabric of West Orange. It's always a pleasure when we come out together and support. And this was a program that was supported by our Congress. We had our congressional members there. We had our lieutenant governor who provided remarks. It was just a collaborative effort for our police, fire, community, and all those involved, Luna Stage, the NAACP, the Arts Council, and of course, our Public Works Department, always available whenever we're doing an event And again, thanks to the administration for your continued and unwavering support. This was our third Juneteenth celebration. We have celebrated in West Orange Juneteenth ever since the holiday became a national holiday. Mr. Fagan.
My name is Tammy Williams. I serve as your first Black female town council president. It is both my pleasure and privilege to join you today as we celebrate this Juneteenth holiday. What is Juneteenth? Deriving its name from combining June and the 19th, Juneteenth is celebrated on the anniversary of the order issued by Major General Gordon Granger on June 19, 1865, proclaiming freedom for those enslaved in Texas. It is important for everyone to acknowledge this is an American holiday, even if you do not celebrate it. For the past 3 years in West Orange, with the full support of our West Orange leadership, we are here today to celebrate. Juneteenth is a celebration and an annual reckoning on race that prompts government agencies as well as private industry to evaluate the ways in which their policies facilitate or frustrate Black experiences of equity and inclusion.
Good morning and welcome. Welcome to West Orange. As your new mayor, I have to say how much I appreciate the collaborative efforts of our township departments for the logistics involved in prepping and planning for this Juneteenth event.
This is a great day for the township of West Orange, for our state, our nation, and a great day for the NAACP. In many respects, this is our authentic Independence Day. We stand here today at this moment of great reflection and inflection to celebrate this historic milestone.
Again, if we haven't met, my name is Liz Mohan, and I have the unique opportunity to serve as your chair of the West Orange Human Relations Commission. As a commission, we strive to create and foster values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We as a town are always working on the power of change.
Ladies and gentlemen, we still see in that moment of death, that moment of triumph, but that moment of still speaking freedom. And that freedom oftentimes escapes us, particularly when we recognize the fact that New Jersey was the last state in the North to abolish slavery. Ladies and gentlemen, there is so much more to accomplish. There is so much more work to be done. I first like to thank Council President putting this together. I've been here for 3 years, and we've celebrated here in West Orange. So beautiful diversity, this community, we acknowledge all that live in the community.
We have with today the presence of Lieutenant Governor Sheila Osborne. When we held our first Juneteenth celebration, she was here. When we held our second Juneteenth celebration, she was here. And in spirit and unity, we have remarks that will be read by Ms. Michaela Rivera in her absence. Please give Michaela, the president of the Student Union at West Orange High School, a resounding round of applause. Isn't she beautiful? Hi.
Dear residents and public officials of West Orange, welcome to this momentous occasion in this beautiful, vibrant, multicultural town. We gathered here across the country for the celebration of the freedom of African American slaves 158 years ago. Juneteenth marks the day that many soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, in the news that the Civil War ended and enslaved people were taken free. In fact, President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. It was not until 1865 that the slaves were actually informed that the first enter and freedom was there. It was a long time coming. And the illustrious words of Sam Cooke in his song lyrics, the change is gonna come. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know change is gonna come. Oh, yes.
Like this. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Thank you. So that was a very fun day, and a good time in West Orange. And, we will continue to move into, liaison announcements, and we have about 3 to 4 minutes, but I'm gonna ask if we, can have your indulgence since we weren't able to start on time, so that my colleagues will have an opportunity, to provide you some updates on the, commissions where they serve as liaisons. So the Municipal Alliance Committee is planning, and the event is live. Our first West Orange Health and Wellness Fair or Summit. It will be held on September 10th at the high school in the Tarnoff Cafeteria. We are looking for vendors, supporters, workshop facilitators to participate, anything health related. We plan on having cooking demonstrations, exercise demonstrations, all things health related, so that we can make sure everyone has access information to health and wellness. We'll probably also have a workshop on cannabis at this event as well. But we want to make sure we get the right facilitators to come in and speak about cannabis. So just stay tuned for more information. If you happen to live in the West Orange community or know someone who would be a vendor or interested in supporting this event, please, by all means, have them contact either myself or Laura Van Dyke in our senior department. The Historic Preservation Commission has continued to meet. They are just making sure we continue to protect and preserve West Orange properties. They are looking for some additional properties to perhaps see if we can designate as historic, and always working to make sure St. Mark's Church is one of the priorities for the commission, to make sure the continued restoration of that church is done as it should be, held to the appropriate accountability that is designated on the state site as well. Also, something that I saw regarding the Historic Preservation Commission that I will be bringing to the attention at the next meeting was the carriage house, not carriage house, but the horse stables. Mr. Fagan, if you'll help me with the horse stables on Ridge Road, that the Heckler Farm, the Heckler carriage, I'm sorry.
The Heckler Carriage House, Heckler was from Newark. I believe he was a industry giant in the production of flour.
So the Heckler Carriage House has been identified as one of the very last carriage houses made with in that style. And it's on the state watch list. So I will be bringing that to the attention of the Preservation Commission. Planning Board has another special meeting planned for Wednesday, July 19th. Those meetings are virtual, so please, if you're interested in what's going on as far as development is concerned in West Orange, that is the location to tune in. Councilwoman Scarpa. That completes my information for liaisons. Please share yours.
Okay, real quick. The Older Adults Advisory Board is meeting in a week or so, and we have been working on transportation issues to help our seniors and all of our residents get around town. The Environmental Commission is seriously working on our tree ordinance right now. I know that's been something that many have contacted me about and are concerned about, and we are working to make sure we can maintain as many of our healthy trees as possible as we complete our street work. OSPAC has a number of interesting activities going on and some beautiful, nice activities up there. So check on our website. You'll find the poster with all of the different things that are going on at OSPAC.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. The West Orange Public Relations Commission usually meets this Thursday. However, in the summer months, we ask all of our commissioners to attend our Downtown Thursday events. They're always great in assisting our Downtown Alliance group in participating, and that will kick off this Thursday in St. Mark's Square, featuring the Howard Hall Jazz Trio. They have played for us the past couple summers at Eagle Rock section. They're moving down to the St. Mark's Square, which is right down the street here. We're creating a dining parklet, activities for kids, and actually beer and wine as well. So it should be a great event. We're changing it up a little bit this year. I'd like to thank our director and her administrative admin for all the hard work that they did in setting all this up. The next event will also be July 27th. That Downtown Thursday night will be at Tory Corner, featuring Orange Pop, a West Orange-based rock cover band, with a little pop of punk, activities for the kids. And also we're going to have some beer and wine. And August 10th, we're back in Eagle Rock, featuring live salsa music, salsa dance lessons, and a double Dutch jump rope demonstration and beer and wine. So we're changing it up a little bit this year, making it more festive. The events start at from 5, they run to 8 o'clock. And we hope you could come down and visit us in downtown and catch our energy. We're looking to, get this going this summer again. Residents had a great time last summer. We also have increased participation from our business owners, which is exciting. They will be on hand to promote their businesses and have various specials. So please visit the downtown website for more information, and we hope to see you downtown. Also in my report, I want to share with my council colleagues, our director secured a $33,000 grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs that will be used for placemaking projects. So we'll be able to expand our projects in regards to, the Downtown Thursdays and support, street fair, holiday open house. We're looking to do something for in the fall, a little fall festival this year. So again, funding is always needed. So I appreciate their efforts in securing these funds. And I also want to thank the Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver because she serves as our DCA commissioner, and she helped secure that for us. So we appreciate all that effort. And as the summer rolls on, please go to the downtown site. You could keep busy this summer. You could test your West Orange knowledge. We have a scavenger hunt. So we hope you partake and look at our website and sign up for the newsletter. There's just so much to do. We're also excited on July 15th at 1 p.m. La Pupusa Loco on Main Street will be having the ribbon cutting. They've been open for a little bit, and they'll be formally opening up their restaurant that day. So we're looking forward to that. And also we have C&P Treasures coming back to Main Street, which we're really, really excited about. They're in the old Future Auto Body location across the street from the community house. C&P Treasure has so many great little knickknacks and furniture. And if you're looking something special for your home, please go and visit them. Exclusive Barbershop has moved over to Harrison Avenue. And we welcome a new deli on Main Street, right next to CMP in the same building, Angelo's Deli Grocery. And they make great sandwiches. We also have Fat Daddy's that also makes great sandwiches that opened up not too long ago. They're also serving double duty as our snack bar at the Township Pool. So a lot of great businesses, a lot of buzz on Main Street. Again, come catch our energy. I didn't get to report last month because we didn't have the time. So I just wanted to, I didn't get to officially publicly thank the downtown committee and everyone that worked so hard to get Street Fair. Street Fair, we had over 6,000 people. It was a seamless event. Everyone did such a great job. Everybody worked really hard. And we're really proud of that event. And, you know, the PDW, the police department, our firefighters, our first responders, all did a great job. And I'd be remiss if I didn't end my comments with thanking all of them for all their efforts for 4th of July. 4th of July during the day was a great event. We had a lot of people, a lot of parents, a lot of residents enjoy and visit the high school complex. And it was really sad that later in the evening, we had some non-invited visitors to come and wreak havoc in circuit areas. So I just want to thank our police department and our firefighters. And I get really upset talking about this because we should not have to endure others people's misbehaviors. We should be able to have our great events. You know, Juneteenth was beautiful. I commend my council colleague, did a lovely job. And all the other things we celebrate in town. And, you know, these are discussions that would be for another day. But I'd be remiss if I didn't thank OEM, Nick Allegrino, Superintendent Moore and his staff. And I know Joe Fagan was on site to assist us this year and all that was there to help. For the most part, people did have a beautiful and great enjoyable day, but for those who didn't, it was very disappointing. And I know I'm sorry about that. So with that, I'm closing my remarks, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Hi, good evening. The West Orange Arts Council is meeting this Thursday via Zoom at 7 p.m. To learn more about the council, you can visit WOArts with an S at the end.org. The Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board is meeting tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. via Zoom. Open Space Board isn't meeting this month, and the Rena House, our next meeting in September. Thank you. That concludes my liaison announcements.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Just want to inform the public that the Economic Development Committee has been encouraging and has done this now for 2 months, the administration to put out an RFP for both Rock Spring and Main Street. We've had robust discussion about the value of that and continue to encourage the mayor and administration to do so. The number one reason that's important for us is due to our financial condition and the stress that will remove from the township. That's it for me. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And I appreciate again your indulgence. We were able to complete those announcements at 7:10. So just a few minutes past our scheduled time. Mr. Fagan.
Yes, Council President. I just wanted to announce that I've been informed that the issue with our website has been fixed despite an early morning glitch, an early meeting glitch. People are now getting in. We have 67 attendees in the audience. The problem was on our website, but fortunately, Quick Action fixed it. And we do have Chief Abbott on the line for when you're ready to speak with him.
Okay, great. Thank you. Chief Abbott. Well, you want to open?
Hello?
Yeah, let me open up the public meeting first. So Madam Clerk, if I can have the opening statement, the Conference agenda and time is now closed.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Good evening, West Orange. Thank you for joining us this evening for our 16th Town Council meeting, today being July 11th, Tuesday. We would like to begin our meeting this afternoon with an opening statement from our Chief of Police, Chief Abbott.
Good evening, Council President, council members. Thank you for having me on. We had a number of OPRA requests, Open Public Record Act requests for body cam footage, dash cam footage, reports, all related to July 4th. We conferred with the Essex County prosecutor, who's the chief law enforcement officer in the county, who suggested that nothing be released as this is considered a pending investigation. It's easy and obvious to extrapolate and extend that to comment. So I would just respectfully ask the council to refrain from commenting with any specifics about anything. I heard Councilwoman Castellino talk about her disappointment or frustrations. Anything benign like that's fine. I just would not get into any specifics as it relates to any incidents that transpired on July 4th. And I thank you in advance for your cooperation in that regard.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. As I begin my brief public comments, I'd just like to point out to Town Council and members in council chambers that above your heads are two new light covers that have been there since the beginning of, since mid-June. So I pointed them out several meetings ago that they were missing. They are back in council chambers. I'd like to start this evening with Governor Murphy had visited West Orange yesterday at a press conference. And the purpose was to sign into legislation, sign into law, 3 bills lowering the cost of prescription drugs. And this signing took place right here in the Degnan House. Of course, Council President was there with the mayor, Assemblyman John McKean, and Councilwoman Susan Scarpa. Kind of a good news, bad news scenario here. The MVC Motor Vehicle Commission is coming to West Orange on September 11th. Within 36 hours of this being posted on our website by Saturday morning, the registration was closed. Now, we don't have any control over that, and we don't receive any notification from the MVC when it is closed. So we did the best we can. We are in negotiations with the MVC to get them back to West Orange at a West Orange location for a future date, and that will be announced. However, on our website, there are links to some very important information for New Jersey standard license and non-driver ID requirements. This will stay on our website for a while. Of course, this information is available, from the Motor Vehicle Commission. It also is there up there in Spanish. So it will be helpful to our residents to some degree. They won't be able to register, but they can find out some information. As was mentioned, this Thursday, St. Mark's Square kicks off the Downtown Thursdays. Also, on July 14th is opening night at OzPack, Kinky Boots. And as was mentioned, you can see July 30th, or I'm sorry, this July 30th BIPOC will be spoken about in a little bit. We have some more information about that, but that's also on the schedule. This schedule is on our website for anyone who is interested. Laura Van Dyke asked me to put this up today. There's a 3-part series about gardens. Of course, May has been taken care of, but coming up July 22nd is weeding, watering, managing garden pests. And there's another session in August. This information is on our website. Also, the Department of Senior Services, we have a bingo coming up and a visit to the Van Vleck House and Gardens. Now that says please register by July 10th. That obviously was yesterday, but there are spots still open, and this is a great outing. This information, as always, is on our website. If anybody has any questions and wants to email the town council, you can email them at council@westorange.org. Of course, if this is my contact information, if anybody has any questions about what was seen here tonight, I'd be glad to help them. That concludes my report, Council President. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. And we normally start our public comment practice with giving an opportunity for anyone in council chambers to come forward and give your remarks or inquiries or questions. You have 5 minutes. You start by stating your name and your address. And at that point, you have 5 minutes to speak. If it is on a topic that is a resolution or ordinance later on in the agenda portion, then you will, if it's on second reading, have an opportunity for public comment during that time. So if you want to just temper comments, if it's specific to something on the agenda, you can certainly do that. But this evening, I'd like to just ask again your continued indulgence. We have Lynette Sheard on the line who was able to call in. We wanted to give her an opportunity to give a assessment and information about the BIPOC festival held at OSPAC. This will be its second year, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll just get her on the line and let her do it justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good.
Yes.
My name is Lynette Sheard and my pronouns are she, her. I identify as a Black person of color. I am a director at the Mental Health Association in New Jersey, the state office, as well as a community education coordinator, where the whole purpose of what it is that we do is to increase awareness and education around mental illness and emotional well-being, while breaking the stigma and breaking the silence often associated with illness and seeking mental health support. This is the third annual BIPOC Messages of Hope and Celebration. And what we do is it's scheduled for July 30th from 12 to 3 in collaboration with the Mental Health Association in New Jersey and Pleasant Valley Productions, which is an awesome host up at OSPAC. The intention of this event is to acknowledge and to align with July, as July is BIPOC Mental Health Month. We acknowledge that BIPOC mental health and messages of hope and celebration do not have to be contained within a month. Therefore, we are confident that this event will remain relevant to the community at large. BIPOC stands for Black, Indigenous, People of Color, pronounced BIPOC. This is a term specific to the United States intended to center the experiences of Black and Indigenous groups and demonstrate solidarity between communities of color. This year, we are so excited to be featuring the Project dance group called Project Broken. These are international dancers who use their art as a form of advocacy and will be demonstrating healing, hope, and recovery through dance. What we're asking for within this community, and I would love to take part in the Health Summit. I saw you mentioned it, so we'll be in touch about that at the high school. But what I'm asking for is possible co-branding with the township on promotional material and advertising, an opportunity to showcase West Orange, and also West Orange BIPOC businesses and cultural groups. This is a free tabling event, so there's no obstacles. All you have to do is bring your own table, tent, and canopy. This is also an opportunity, hopefully, to share local mental health resources available through the health department, to have representatives from the council present at the event, say a few words, just show up, get to know some of the vendors who will be present, and hopefully a potential resolution as July as BIPOC Mental Health Month. My contact information is, my name is Lynette Sheard, pronounced Beard, S-H-E-A-R-D. I can be reached at lsheard@mhanj.org. My cell number is 973-202-3279. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to give public remarks? Yes, please.
Doug Adams, 9 Westover Terrace. I really just wanted to take a moment. I know that there are a lot of really important conversations to be had, and it's really exciting to see some of the things that are going to be going on this summer. And I wish that Ms. Sheard had sang her presentation, because as nice as it was to hear her talk, she can sing. But I wanted to take this moment. I wear a few hats in town, and over the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity of trying to support the young people who work and serve the community of people with unique gifts in a summer camp context. And because of COVID, a lot of the programs, the places that they go to, a lot of the things that they do, those businesses are not there. People haven't fully gotten back to things, like the movie camps and the different things that they've done. And, some of the routines in which we've been used to doing, the town has been used to doing for years, didn't exist anymore. And on top of that, the 18-year coordinator who had been running the program was no longer running the program. And so over the last couple of years, I've been kind of trying to hammer things out and figure things out and figure them out late and, all of these things. And I guess the reason that I'm here, and this is the most important thing, I'll have a time to come back sometime and really talk about the program, because a lot of new residents have contacted me. And it's clear that some of them are not quite aware of what the program is. Because we call it the Uniquely Gifted Program, they're looking for like the school gifted program for the gifted students. And I should tell them, come on, yeah, you're right, we are. But the departments in West Orange have just been phenomenal. In order for us to kind of pull this off, because our forces predominantly volunteer throughout the year. We do parties. And then in the summer, we really have summer staff. And it's some young individuals from the high school, some who have graduated and they're home for college. And so they're really focused on kind of doing the kids. But we've had to have issues around how do we get the bus in place and the things. And I know there's always conversations about repairing the vehicles and the buses, and so that they're available, and the jitney and everything else like that. And a lot of people don't realize that years ago, one of those buses was actually purchased for the mayor's program, and then it would be used by the jitney service during the year. But because of just issues, buses go out of repair and the jitney service needs to run. And the transportation department over there has been phenomenal in the last year and this year in helping us to be able to get a vehicle that's suitable during this heat wave. There were vehicles that ran, but the air conditioning wasn't good. And they made sure that we didn't get put into those types of vehicles. Many of the campers take medication that makes them more sensitive to heat and things of that nature. But they have just been a pleasure to work with, and apologetic when they couldn't do more than the Herculean things that they were already doing to make sure that we could get the bus, that we were able to pick them up, helping us to get bus drivers and things of that nature. The school board and the district under the leadership of Mr. Moore has just been phenomenal in that process. We hired a bus driver. The bus driver also applied for a job at the school district and was kind of caught between the two. And they were working with us to try and work with them so that we didn't lose a driver until we were able to find a replacement. And this year we had a bus, and it was hard to pick the bus up and get the kids on time. And they made one of the school buses available for us. And the people at the transportation department and at the school transportation department bent over backwards to help us to do this. the public works group that has to come and make sure that everything's okay up at Cats and outside, and the trash and the setup for our barbecues and to do all these things. And sometimes it's at the last minute, and the people at the pool, the lifeguards and the maintenance people that have to help us set up chairs and tables without any question, without any struggle, without any argument, processing all of the bills and the vouchers. And I know there's important business going on around all of those funds, but our residents who are uniquely gifted, they don't know any about those things. Their parents are very often too busy to come to the meetings because some of them have multiple children who fit into that category, or young adults who fit into that category. And just making sure that we can get our vouchers, just making sure that we can make our arrangements with the bowling alleys and with the theaters and stuff like that. Some of the young people that are working the camp, spending their own money to make sure that we have crafts and things like that. And I know I'm done with my time, so I'm going to leave, but I just know that there are very difficult and important conversations that really deep thinking and analytical people are having. But the thing that's occurring under the surface in the conversation is the fact that there are families who live with some of the most vulnerable people in our community that are being cared for, that are being served, and they're being blessed by people who work in the town that you may never see. They may never show up at a council meeting or be anywhere, but they're doing their job. And they're doing it in a way that cares for and expresses concern, love, and joy. And that's the West Orange that I'm always so proud to live in and serve. And so I just wanted to share that with the council and all of you for the sake of all the departments that partner and support us. Thank you for giving me the extra moments to do that.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk said not a word. So I couldn't see it. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Yes, please come forward. Give us your name and address as you begin your remarks.
My name is Gail Osby and my address is 27 Park Drive North, West Orange, New Jersey. And I'm here today regarding the sewer bill. And the reason why I'm here is because my normal bill each year, I know it's raised a few dollars and that's acceptable. But today when I opened my bill, I had a $500 bill. And when I came down to speak with the clerk, she explained to me that the way the fees were being charged at this point had to do with the amount of bedrooms that you had in your home. So I was listed as having a 4-bedroom house instead of a 3-bedroom house. Therefore, I was charged $500. I asked her, because the payment date is August 15th, I asked her when would they correct this. She stated she has no idea. Therefore, she recommended that I come here today and speak to someone to find out how and when we will hear from you as far as the changes that will need to be made before August 15th. And she told me that we had actually until August 31st to pay the bill before interest was charged. So therefore, I came today to put this before you so that you're aware of that something is going on other than what normally happens. And I don't mind paying my bill. I just want to make sure it's correct.
Thank you so
Okay.
very much. We appreciate it. And we'll respond with more information at the end of all of the public comments. And thank you for coming out and sharing your concerns.
Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tori Schnupp and I live in on Galloway Court. So it's time to seriously reevaluate the way fireworks are done in our town. This is way too large of an event to properly police and keep secure. And since we cannot trust the teenagers to police themselves, we need to change the way things happen in our town. We need an event that is more family oriented in a smaller venue that we can charge a small fee that will offset the cost to the taxpayers. Perhaps a 4th of July laser show set to patriotic music could be an option. Out of an abundance of caution, the council chose the safety of the residents, yet were blamed by the mayor when there was a chance of the fireworks being canceled. Why is West Orange the only town around that has this bad reputation for the fireworks display? We are the talk on many of the town Facebook pages, the surrounding town Facebook pages, and not in the way we want or deserve to be. You don't hear about injuries or stampedes in other towns. Why is this happening here? I fully support the West Orange Police Department. They are hardworking and very responsive, but have limited resources to secure and police an event of this size. Since the planning starts now, let's think outside the box and make appropriate changes so that going forward, other towns look at us as innovative leaders for this event. We can and must do better. And speaking of fireworks, I would like to read a quote from the Township of West Orange Code of Public regarding the fireworks at the end of last meeting. Any person who shall disturb the peace of the Township Council, make offensive or abusive remarks, or conduct himself or herself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him or her to continue may be granted by a majority vote of the council. Council President Williams, this is not selective. You don't get to pick and choose who these rules apply to. The toxic and moronic behavior by your husband in council chambers last meeting has no place here. These meetings are not an episode of Jerry Springer. The lack of response to the threats and name calling he was making to your council colleague was deeply concerning. He should have been removed at once and banned from future meetings, but you stopped that from happening. This is a direct reflection on you and calls into question your ability to be unbiased and control the meetings as council president. The right thing to do would be to step down. We expect more and need the embarrassment in this town on all levels to end once and for all.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in council chambers with any public comment? Yes, come forward.
Hila Lefkowitz, 703 Pleasant Valley Way. The political temperature in the recent public meetings has been well over the boiling point. Council leadership has favored personal preference without permitting full discussion of all opinions. This creates a situation where no one is able to have a full, in-depth understanding and discussion of important matters. On June 27th, Councilman Bill Rutherford requested clarification that ordinances on first reading are being voted to be accepted on first reading to be introduced, but not to be passed. It's an important distinction that needs to be clearly noted for the record. As a concerned resident, I needed this clarification. Instead of acknowledging this, there was a comment for the meeting to move ahead chop quickly. It would have been more helpful for the council president to clearly word the procedure as requested by Councilman Rutherford. That wording makes it clear on the record and for those in chamber to fully understand exactly what's being done. Instead, Councilman Rutherford was dismissed and the meeting proceeded with a rude interruption from a man in the gallery. I was seated in a row between this man and Councilman Rutherford when this man shouted at Councilman Rutherford, "I will take you out." To which a shocked Councilman Rutherford replied, "Oh, really?" Being physically in the middle of this verbal terror, my heart pounded. I couldn't believe that any person in chambers could make a threat to any councilman over a request for clarification, and yet no one questioned, reprimanded, or asked this man to leave. I find this reprehensible. When an attorney citizen who worked on our cannabis ordinance interrupted at a previous meeting with no ill intent, just to clarify something, albeit out of order, she was harshly reprimanded and chose to leave the meeting. Yet a man who I've never seen in chambers before interrupts a meeting and threatens a councilman and gets a free pass, and I have to ask, why? Also, I thought our cannabis ordinance was supposed to be on today's agenda. and I don't see it. Perhaps you can address that. So we roll along West Orange with meetings that tolerate threatening behaviors, lack of respect during debate, items that are not on the agenda but seems as if they should be, having two attorneys yet effectively having none for so many important issues. As such, I've been feeling uncomfortable bringing up my observations and opinions at these recent meetings as I see that things are not being fully addressed. I'm asking you, as our governing body, tell us, what will you do to ensure matters are fully heard and discussed? I suggest the following remedies. 1, find ways to communicate appropriately when disagreeing without cutting off discussion. 2, facilitate robust discussions about important matters so that eventually an acceptable consensus can be reached. 3, invite a parliamentarian from an organization such as the League of Women Voters to either attend our meetings in real time or view them retrospectively to give us guidance. Any person making a threat to a council member needs to be dealt with swiftly and removed if necessary. The enduring issues of disrespect during verbal exchanges need to stop if the real issues are to be fully and fairly debated without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone in council chambers else for public comment?
Good afternoon. My
Good
name is
afternoon.
Althea Tweeten, 15 Edgar Road, West Orange, New Jersey. I have a cold. I hope you can hear me. I was shocked to receive a $450 tax bill, sewer bill from $350 last year. The leap was a lot for me. Is it possible to charge residents the amount of money that the amount of waste is in a household? Like, I'm the only one in my household. So I'm paying for somebody who has the same amount if someone has 4 or 5 people in their household. Can it be like you pay public service? What I use, I pay. I mean, I don't know how you work it out, but I don't think one person, we don't always all wear the same size shoe. We shouldn't all have to pay the same amount of water or sewer bill. Can't we work it a different way? And why is it so much? Why was the jump from 350 last year to 450 this year? I'd like to know. And secondly, I don't know I wasn't here the last time to hear about the threat, but if anyone is threatened, any person who's in public office is threatened by anyone, that person should have been arrested and charged. They should go to jail for that. That will set the example for the next person to not come in and do it, because anyone can be threatened in here, and it's not fair, and it's ghetto, and it shouldn't be allowed. I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? Mr. Fagan, we'll go to our Zoom audience.
Yes, Council President, thank you. As customary, first one is Mr. Puglisi. Welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record, although you need no introduction.
Thank you, Joe. This is Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiFincenzo. We do have some ongoing events this summer. Of course, we have our summer concert series that will be coming to West Orange on Friday, August 11th at Eagle Rock Reservation. The K Brown Express will perform a concert there. Also at the South Mountain Recreation Complex on Cherry Lane. Through the month of July, we have our series of events on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. There's smaller concerts, there's yoga, there's exercise, and there's movies. During July and August at Turtleback Zoo on Wednesdays and Thursdays, we have extended hours where the zoo will be open until 8 p.m. All this can be found on the county website, which is essexcountynj.org. And I just want to thank Council President Williams for mentioning the ongoing food distribution efforts by the county executive. Throughout the pandemic, we had a series of food distribution events where people would drive up. This time around, we figured we would bring the food to senior citizens, and we did stop at the JCC, Rent a House, Woodland Avenue, and also Degnan House. Yes, thank you. And we appreciate everyone who came out to support us. Those endeavors, it takes a lot of people to put those together, and we did get some assistance from West Orange with the Health Department and Senior Services who helped us make contacts at those buildings. So we appreciate your help. And if you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michaela Bennett, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. So I was going to start with a comment about fireworks, but I'm grateful to the in-person neighbors who raised the issue, the incident that occurred in Chambers at the last meeting. And I having been one row away from the gentleman who shouted out multiple times in Chambers, I'm going to, for the record, restate everything that he said. At the point in which Council President was improperly moving resolutions or ordinances into the meeting, she was asked to correct herself by Councilman Rutherford, to which he first heard from the gentleman in the audience, "Are you serious?" He shouted out. He was not cautioned to be quiet. When the councilman said yes, he shouted out, "Dumbass." He was speaking to Councilman Rutherford. He was over my left shoulder. I turned to see who he was. His last name is McNair. He is Council President Williams' husband. At the point in which Council President Williams cautioned me from speaking out to state that an attorney with a conflict should not be counseling the council on the issue that he has a conflict, she told me to be quiet. I raised the fact, I was sitting right where Miss Brill is sitting right now. I raised the fact that she said nothing to her husband who was being inappropriate. And I repeated what he had said. When the councilman heard what he had said, he said, "Really?" At which point your husband then said, "We can take this outside and I'll take you out." These are threats, inappropriate, unacceptable, and you still failed to maintain order. Fireworks in the chambers have no business, and you should be able to lead without your own personal conflict of interest. The first topic that I want to discuss is fireworks, and I find it quite interesting that the police chief took to public comment to let everybody know that the Essex County Prosecutor's Office is cautioned that they cannot release to Oprah request body-worn camera footage, but I'll address that in a minute. I hate to say to this council that I told you so, but that fiasco on the 4th of July deserves a huge "I told you so." I ask you, how is it that every other community can host safe, fun, enjoyable fireworks, and we learn nothing from our mistakes from last year? Do nothing differently, and what ensues was dangerous, terrifying, and embarrassing. Pointing out some obvious observations. Number one, the mayor. Inaccurately, she accused the council of canceling fireworks. Her statement written just hours after the council meeting. But after the fiasco of the 4th of July, it took her more than a full day to respond. Unacceptable. Number two, I'm glad that there will be an investigation by the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. It should begin with the police chief. Very typically, he had no planning for this event. He promised the council that he would have more officers, but my understanding from officers is that there were not more. There were not volunteers last year had more officers, and this year they were inadequately staffed and inadequately prepared. I have one obvious suggestion. Bag checks, mitigation. It's simple. You cannot bring in pyrotechnics the size that some of the kids brought in without a bag. Moving to the sewer fees. East Orange increased their sewer fees to $300 a year. South Orange increased their sewer fees to $320 a year. Newark increased their sewer fees to $398 a year. But West Orange has increased our sewer fees to $550 a year. Each town is charged about $150 to $155 per dwelling by the joint meeting. That's who does our water treatment services. So East Orange is charging residents $145 to maintain sewer lines. South Orange is charging residents $165 to maintain sewer lines. Newark is charging residents $245 to maintain sewer lines. And us, West Orange is charging residents $395 to maintain sewer lines. We have more miles of sewer than streets, according to Mr. Gross. He has repeatedly said that there's 200 miles of
Your
sewer.
time is up.
I understand that, but just like Mr. Adams, you showed, I literally have 3 sentences left.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We have more streets, 114 miles in East Orange's, 107 miles, and South Orange's 87 miles, but fewer streets than Newark's 318 miles. Bottom line, somebody's snookering us. If we're all paying about $150 to $155 per dwelling to the joint meeting, then the remainder is what it costs to maintain the lines. Again, there's absolutely something wrong here. The township cannot bill us for the sewer and use the money collected for something else.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. That's going to complete your last 3 sentences. Thank you. Anyone else, Mr. Fagan?
Yes, Council President, we have several. Todd DeBovi, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, Todd DeBovi, 10 Burnett Terrace. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I wasn't feeling great, so I would have come in person, but you got me on Zoom. So I'm here to talk about a topic that I seem to have been talking about for years now, transparency, and I'm getting sick and tired of having to discuss it. But the recent events this week have shed light on the fact that there is no transparency in this township. What I'm referring to is I had opened a request for income and expense statements for Rock Spring Country Club, golf course, whatever you want to call it. I've been asking for these for years now, but I never opened them or opened the request. We've never gotten any. I know I haven't seen one. I would doubt that our mayor even has one, because I was told that they can't be produced because the system that the township uses and municipalities in New Jersey are not required to provide program planning and only line item planning. That's fine. I get that. I understand that. That's perfectly, that's the system that you've been stuck with. So I feel for you, John. But what I don't accept is the fact that there is no income and expense statement for the property. The second that this council approved the acquisition of the golf course, you and your team should have been thinking about how you're going to report on that asset. Obviously, that's never been done, and now with me asking for it, you've actually refused. I worked for Chase Manhattan Bank, Bessemer Trust Company, and JP Morgan for 30 plus years. I can't tell you how many clients have requested income and expense statements on their assets from me, real estate, by the way. And my systems also weren't the greatest and couldn't produce a decent income and expense statement. So what did I do? I sat down at Excel and I presented and created my own spreadsheets based on the income and the cash flow and everything that is in our records. They didn't take me very long because, and neither would Rock Spring, because Rock Spring is in essence a net leased property with one exception. It's not net leased, but all you have are capital improvements and other minor expenses, legal fees and whatnot. It would take you half an hour to prepare an income and expense statement, John. For you to sit there and call yourself a CFO and even call yourself a good one, which I've heard you say at budget meetings, well, the lack of an income and expense statement proves otherwise. And frankly, while we're on that subject, the assemblage of downtown properties should also have its own income and expense statement that should be able to be used by the 5 people that are sitting here to track those assets and understand them and manage them appropriately. Failure to produce these statements as requested by everybody is just a complete failure on the part of the CFO's office of this town. I therefore, along with Bill Rutherford, Councilman Rutherford, have no confidence in this CFO. I have no confidence in Richard Trank for all the reasons that have been raised. I have no confidence in the sitting mayor, Mayor McCartney. I'd like to call on the record, I'd like to have all of them recalled, because that's exactly what should happen here. What's taken place in this town, the fireworks, I mean, it's a freaking joke, excuse my French. I'm going to stop there. I appreciate the time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Natalie Kapfer, forgive me for mispronouncing your name. Welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Natalie Kapfer and I live at 65 Fitzrandolph Road. While there have been some efforts by the town and individuals to plant trees in my neighborhood, we have a lot of work to do to balance out the damage that's been done by the recent removal of so many trees throughout the neighborhood. One of the things I like most about my neighborhood is the tree-lined streets, so it makes me feel sad to see gaps where beautiful trees used to be. While I'm very thankful for preserved places like Eagle Rock and South Mountain reservations, dense foliage in the residential areas is just as valuable, and the colorful canopy that they provide is a hallmark of our town. Saplings don't provide nearly the same benefits as fully grown trees, so restoration by planting new trees is not nearly as effective as simply protecting the mature trees that we already have throughout the town. While it's too late to bring back trees that have already been cut down, I'm asking the town council to ensure that we have protocols in place to prevent unnecessary and widespread removal of trees, including a stringent ordinance which is vigorously enforced. Otherwise, our short-term decisions may be causing long-term damage that we cannot easily or quickly resolve. Thank you for making the environmental sustainability of our town a priority in all of your decisions.
Thank you.
Jennifer Sherwood, I know I mispronounced your name. Welcome to the meeting, and please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Jennifer Charette, Howell Drive, West Orange. Everyone can hear me? Towards the end of the agenda tonight for second reading is 2805-25 to adopt a new chapter 24 floodplain management regulations. I was informed that this will definitely be considered and hopefully adopted tonight, as there's a deadline by the state to do so. I've lived in West Orange for 13 years, and in that time have experienced Hurricane Irene, which resulted in flooding in my basement, Superstorm Sandy, where we lost power for 6 days, Hurricane Ida, resulting in additional flooding. In addition, there have been additional significant, quote unquote, heavy rainstorms that aren't giving names that have equal, if not even more significant impact, including one tremendous rainfall in August 2018 that not only resulted in flooding in the basement, but lifted up multiple parts of the asphalt on Howell Drive. We have invested in multiple sump pumps and a generator, but each rainfall seems to be more aggressive than the last. I know this is not isolated to my area. After any of these hurricanes or hard rainfalls, people all over Facebook and town are showing videos of the water pouring in, asking for sump pump and waterproofing recommendations. Given the hills, I think this is just a problem all over West Orange. This ordinance is critical to stem the impact to residents all across the town from these hurricanes, superstorms, and rainstorms that occur almost every 1 to 2 years instead of every 100 years. I hope that there's no need for me to make further comment at the end and that this resolution is passed, but we'll stay on to the end in the event there's a need to further speak on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seth, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, Seth Weisletter, 17 Howard.
Continue.
Seth, are you there?
Seth, can you hear us?
Mr. Fagan, can you?
I don't know what happened to Seth. We will move on. Seth, please re-raise your hand. Tracy? Tracy, can you hear us? My mouse is going all over the computer at the moment. I'm sorry, Council President. Seth, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Okay, so Seth Weisletter, 17 Howell Drive. In regards to the resolution for the second reading of 2805-23 for the floodplain ordinance that needs to be passed, my question is in trying to get some clarity on this and how it will affect current or future development in West Orange that might already be discussed with the zoning and planning boards, and also any agreements that have been made by West Orange Township and developers. So maybe someone can comment on that and share some clarity on that, perhaps an attorney or our town engineer or our council. That's my comment, and I hope we can get some work done. I also hope that we can all start to be on the same page and respect one another and have clear, concise answers to the questions that are being asked either by the public or by other council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tracy available?
Yes, can you hear
Yes,
me?
Tracy, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Tracy H. Seaman Road, West Orange. I've been a homeowner here since '96 and raised my 2 children here. But seeing this sewer bill, it really, I mean, along with I got the sewer bill along with my tax bill, which I'm used to getting, but this sewer bill really, really annoys me. And it seems so unnecessary to be paying by bedrooms. And I agree with the woman who spoke, one of the residents who spoke, who said, just like our PSE&G bill, our water bill, we pay by what we use. There has to be a better way to kind of figure this sewer bill. I realize things have gone up and, you know, you have to adjust, but something just doesn't feel right with this sewer bill. And someone should be able to waive the charges, waive the fees that go along with this and give residents some kind of break since you threw this at us at the same time our tax bill is due. Maybe we can make multiple payments, waive the interest fees on it, do something to help struggling families who are trying to make ends meet, trying to stay in their homes and not lose our homes, to balance all of this out while you guys figure out why this all had to happen in the first place. So that's one thing. And I do vote, and I'm going to remember those who looked out for my interests and looked out for me when I do vote again, because this is getting ridiculous. I listen to these town meetings. Unfortunately, I can't be there, but I do listen to them. And it's just the amount of anger. And if I performed the way you performed at work, I wouldn't have a job. And it's really an embarrassment. I didn't even go to the fireworks. I usually go, friends from other towns come in, but it's just not the same West Orange. And it really saddens me. And it starts with leadership and it works its way down. And if we can't get this right, you know, how do we expect the kids in the town to act correctly when the adults in the room aren't acting like adults? So we have to role model what we expect, this town to look like, and we're not doing that. And just at the last meeting, like I said, like most people have said, and I don't want to reiterate what happened there. I wasn't in the chambers, but what happened there with the outbursts and people calling each other names. Again, if I did this at work, I wouldn't have a job. I would really, there would really be some consequences for those kind of actions. So that shouldn't happen. We shouldn't have to be in a room with all of these adults sitting at the room, educated, and have to see this, come to play. So my biggest thing I leave with is help us be able to pay our taxes, stay in our home. That's what we voted you in for. And right now, I don't feel like anyone sitting there is helping those who are trying to stay in this town and try to be here. So there's something you can do on your end, waiving fees, whatever that looks like, to help us stay in this town. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for the delay. Kevin Malanga, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Good evening, Kevin Malanga, Ridge Road. Good evening, Council President, members of the council. Mr. Fagan, thank you for having arranged to have those light fixtures repaired in the council. They were previously an eyesore. Now it looks nice. We're grateful for your effort on that. And although the matter of the sewer charges has been discussed many times at council, I'm still having trouble understanding the increased sewer charge. I looked at the budget of the joint meeting of Essex and Union counties, the agency that processes the sewage for numerous municipalities, including West Orange, and I see the joint meeting will charge West Orange about $3.3 million for treating the sewage that originates from our township. This amount aligns exactly with the amount that is in the West Orange budget for sewage treatment. So far, so good. Based on the latest sewer fee of $550 or so, or more or less per household, West Orange will collect millions of dollars in excess of what it will be charged by the joint meeting of Essex and Union counties for sewage treatment. I looked at the budget for where this excess revenue might be spent. I looked for a line item for sewer line maintenance or sewer line repair. I did not see such a line item. I looked for a line item for capital reserves and saw an expenditure for only $500,000, but there's no explanation as to how that's allocated. In May of this year, the administration's budget presentation stated that the annual cost of the sewage treatment and sewer line maintenance is $10 million. So let's use the year 2022 as a starting point. I request that the administration provide the public with a clear explanation of the following. How much money was received by the township in sewer charges in 2022, with a breakdown of the number of residential units and the number of commercial units that made payments and the amount of revenue received broken down by residential and commercial units? How much was paid to the joint meeting in 2022? How much money was actually spent on sewer line maintenance in 2022? Where in the 2022 budget is that expenditure for sewer line maintenance identified? How much money will be received in sewer charges in 2023, with a breakdown of the number of residential units and the number of commercial units and the amount of revenue broken down by residential units under the new methodology and by commercial units under the new methodology? How much will be paid to the joint meeting in 2023? How much money is proposed to be spent on sewer line maintenance in 2023? Where in the 2023 budget is that proposed expenditure for sewer line maintenance identified? For any excess between the amount of revenue from sewer charge payments received by the township and the amount of money that is paid to the joint meeting or proposed to be spent by the township on actual sewer line maintenance, please identify where that money is. Is it in a capital expenditure Or is it in a reserves account, or is it elsewhere? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Zasha Kademi, welcome to the meeting, and please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Zasa Academy and I live at 4 Dawes Avenue. I came here tonight because I wanted to visit the topic of asking West Orange to implement a low blow or no blow summer with reference to gas-powered leaf blowers. There's nothing to blow in the summer, and what little there is could be done with handheld electric blowers, which are widely available and affordably priced. I came here tonight because I wanted to talk about the illnesses caused by them because of the degree of pollution and the noise level that's linked to dementia and the environmental justice issues associated with them. I wanted to talk about a fairly planned transition for our DPW to simply replace broken or failed dirty gas machines with new clean electric machines, as they are doing in the entire state of California and other neighboring towns in New Jersey. I came here tonight because I wanted to address their massive and obvious contribution to our climate crisis. But I have too much other stuff on my mind. There are too many obstacles in this town to be able to address these real important issues. When members of the town council are being openly attacked by the mayor and accused of running a shadow government and obstructionist tactics for simply, finally doing the right thing and asking questions that represent the concerns of the residents of West Orange while doing their jobs, how can any real work get done when they are attacked like that? When council members are being openly threatened by spouses of other council members while doing ordinary business with no repercussions by the council president, how can any real work get done? Town council members should not be seemingly actively intimidated into submission, because from my standpoint, that's what it looks like is the motive of this. When council president is bickering picayune that feels personal while they're trying to conduct ordinary town council business, it's taking up time and asking inappropriate questions. How can anything get done? The lack of ethics and open obstruction is coming from the establishment against a new group who actually want to govern transparently and representatively. Amongst others, I'm sorry, excuse me. There's a lack of morals and inappropriate conduct by council president, who had handed me her real estate card. And instead of her reassurances, when I expressed fears of being driven out of my 30-year home due to the threat of exorbitant tax increases. And now I hear her husband is joining in this trend of inappropriate conduct by shouting out and threatening to fight another council member. The time for the old family way is over. People are asking questions. You have to accept this. Mayor, you pressured your council and all your heads of department to have an event that was known to be risky and unmanageable. You needed your first year's 4th of July celebration, but without any new plans implemented. And look what happened. People got hurt. A kid got burned. Families and children were traumatized. This lands squarely on your head, Mayor. Stop ego-driven politics and silencing tactics and start doing your job. Your job is to look out for the people. Focus on the residents' well-being more than your own. That is what you have been tasked with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sally Malanga, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. Our Green West Orange members fully support the sentiments expressed by the young resident Natalie, who is subjected to the poor decision-making by the adults she relies on to protect her. She lives in the neighborhood behind the high school where 22 major trees were cut for sidewalk and curb repair at great expense to the town and at great loss of shade and flood control in her neighborhood. In the rush to get things done, we don't think enough about the unnecessary fear and sadness we invoke in young people when we take such ruthless actions in our environment. I expect this town council to reassure her that you will enact a strong tree ordinance that will stop this forever. The smoky air is expected to come to us again from Canada. We agree with ZOS Academy to ban the gas-powered blowers that are self-inflicting noxious pollution on us that's causing severe health problems throughout our community. How much pollution can we endure? On another matter, despite the fact that our town attorney's contract has not been renewed due to incompetence, the township has been consigned poorly thought out projects that were negotiated by our former town attorney and need to be reevaluated. The Redwood on Pleasant Valley Way pushed through the planning board in one hearing inappropriately on a toxic waste site. The West Orange Plaza application for 2 fast food drive-throughs going before the planning board seems to be in the wrong venue, needs to go to the zoning board. The West Essex Highlands is another one he negotiated that we're now stuck with trying to undo. Will the council take action to stop the proposals for these fast food restaurants, 4 of which are proposed? It's just an onslaught of bad projects that do not benefit our town or our residents. If you pass the flood ordinance and leave it in the hands of the land use boards, they will write variances to undermine it. You will have accomplished no protections for the residents. It must be put in a different part of our municipal code. Lastly, Councilman Rutherford and all council members must be free of attempted acts of intimidation. No one should have to endure toxic behavior. The council must censure the council president for a deliberate, staged act of political intimidation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public wishing to address town council, please raise your hand at this time. Council President, seeing none.
Thank you. Public comment is now closed. All right, give us a moment. I will gather my notes and respond. So we have several comments and we've been advised by our chief of police to not respond to the fireworks as it is a pending investigation. That is proper procedure and protocol for any pending investigation. So we will govern ourselves accordingly. Mr. DeVolve, criticism of our chief financial officer, your lack of retention or availability for Rock Spring statements, income and expense statements. Certainly, we have heard your accusations. That is a function of the administration, and we will look to see exactly what it is that you're looking for and how you can receive those documents to your satisfaction if they are available. I'm not certain what it is exactly that you are looking for. I am aware that we receive documents, income expense statements from Rock Spring, typically on a monthly basis. We will confirm whether or not those are available to the public. If I'm not mistaken, I have heard in this chamber that those are available to the public, but we will confirm that later on in the responses from the administration. Certainly, I would like to remind our residents that we have completed our agenda at every council meeting in 2023. We may have chosen not to move items. We have tabled items, but we have been here. I just looked through our videos and we have been here for every meeting and completed every item on our agenda. And we will continue to do so, even with the new issue from the mayor asking that town hall close at 11 p.m. We were able to complete our agenda at our last meeting and end the meeting at a much more timely hour, and it was 11:30. As far as the sewer bill, certainly we advocated during budget hearings to try and figure out the best way to increase fees in our municipality so that we could balance our budget. We as a body, the council 5-0 did vote to pass the revised ordinance. We also wanted to have information, and this is for the public if you were not in some of those budget hearings or just not aware of the process and the deliberations that this council, this body has taken. But as far as the sewer fees are concerned, I will give and request that the administration go through the formula that is used and provide any additional information, as well as understanding. We have received a tremendous amount of calls just asking for the definition and how the formula was created. And we also are aware that there may be some challenges in the information that the administration may have documented. And I have asked that the administration create some type of system or implementation for residents to speak or who challenge their bill, some type of outreach so that we can resolve those issues before the bill deadline approaches us. We will wait to hear from them on the remedies that they are looking to implement. Several people spoke about the sewer bill, so that will be the response to all of those comments. Mr. Malenga, I do want to thank you. The same information that you have been able to research, our clerk of court is also doing the same research. But as for the amount spent on the maintenance for 2022, the income and expenses broken down by category, certainly that is an administrative function, and I will defer to them to respond to that. We have continued since March to talk about the political temperature at this body. And certainly we all acknowledge that we do have a different council. Typically in this township, we have had a council that has been supported by the administration. And certainly what we realize now is that that's not the case. What we have is elected officials who challenge, question, and ask information from our administrators. And there has been opportunities, occasions when the information may not have been received timely. But I don't agree that the fact that we're not always in concert doesn't mean that we're not a healthy government. We're 5 individuals with 5 different perspectives, 5 different upbringings, and 5 different philosophies on how we move toward the directions of achievement in life. Our beliefs are different, and we hope to always have at the forefront of any of our actions what's best for the residents of West Orange. Certainly, we don't do this because of the $12,000 that we receive on an annual basis. Certainly, if we wanted to break down what that time commitment was on an annual level, that would probably be less than $1 per hour for what we serve. We do this because we love the community that we live in. We're not perfect individuals. We are sometimes passionate about our beliefs, and we're not always in agreement. Yes, it can become somewhat toxic, but we're going to continue to ask for your patience as we learn to work together and as we learn to do what's best for this community. We will continue to ask our residents to just believe that we'll get there. Life is not perfect, and you're absolutely correct. Had you been in your place of employment and some of the discourse may have exchanged, yes, there may be repercussions, but this isn't your employment, this is ours. And we're trying to work through what is best. We're learning 5 different personalities, how to work together. And quite frankly, when we look at what we have been able to achieve, despite our disagreements, we are doing our best to govern for the residents of West Orange. We're not happy with the increase in fees. We're not happy with the increase in taxes. And when I say fees, I'm referring specifically to the sewer fees. I advocated the entire time and was oppositional towards the increase. But I also understand that we have to figure out how to balance our budget. We realized that from the previous administration, the mindset, the way they handled increases in the taxes is a little different from where we are now. We've experienced 2 to 3 years of COVID. We still are in a recession. It's difficult. It's absolutely difficult. And yes, we can do better, and we can be more civil, respectful, and kind towards each other. And I can commit to doing that moving forward. As far as the no blow for the trees and that statement, we have received a tremendous amount of just inquiries again from some of our advocacy groups, just asking if we can revisit that. And certainly I will ask under new business if my colleagues have any interest in perhaps reviewing that, or even sending that for discussion in either our environmental or one of the other committees that is more responsive to the environment, if we can't get any unity amongst my colleagues. As far as the trees are concerned, we're certainly continuing to work on improving our tree ordinance. You heard my colleague speak to that in her council liaison reports and acknowledgements. And of course, again, you know, while we understand that there is an opinion and statements that are made by residents, one of the things that I have certainly learned is that once you understand the inner workings of government, it's not always nefarious, it's not always deceptive. It's doing things in process and in order. You know, there's been continued statements, even by my colleagues, insinuating, implying that there has been stonewalling, trying to put forth certain ordinances. And again, you know, I want to encourage the public to be patient, to help them understand that there are things that we don't understand. None of us walked into this role having a tremendous amount of government experience. We learn on the job. And so for some of my colleagues who have challenged why things haven't happened at the expediency, and specifically referring to the cannabis ordinance, we just met 2 weeks ago to go over in a workshop the cannabis ordinance. We have sitting council members who on the one hand are frustrated with our legal department, but then expect for them to do work, not be paid for work. It's just conflictual. It's not easy to figure out where we are, how we should function, what we should be doing. And then on top of that, we're also learning that just because this body sat behind the dais and tried to come up with some type of ordinance that we were all happy with, there are still other steps that have to be done. You know, those ordinances have to go to zoning for review. Those ordinances have to go to the planning department for review. As easy as it is for the public to say, we need to move something that's land use law to another section or just to rewrite it differently, there are land use laws that we have to abide by because they're written by the state. We don't necessarily have the pleasure to create, you know, just because it's something that a resident thinks might be the best way for us to function. So I'm gonna yield and not continue. We have some things that we just need to get to this evening, and we all need to be mindful that our comments do need to be shortened so that we can get to the business of our agenda. So I want to thank you again for your indulgence. And if there's something that I have overlooked, I apologize, but I do want to give my colleagues ample time. And when I say ample, I mean, we give them 5 minutes. Let's not take more than 10 for us to respond. And again, if there's anything that I may have stated that you're in agreement with, please let that statement, you know, be for the record, and then just continue to offer any different perspectives that you may have or additional comments. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Puglisi, for all of your comments and information. And Doug Adams, thank you for reminding us of, in this climate, of all the wonderful people and all the wonderful things that people are doing for one another in our township. And it's important that we remember that. To Gail, with the sewer bill, and everyone who's talked about the sewer bill. The sewer bill was a very, very difficult vote for me to take. I firmly believe that it should be based on usage. I am extremely uncomfortable that it is based on this bedroom model and have had residents calling me, telling me how inaccurate it is. People with 3 bedrooms are being billed as for 4 and 5. And it's a problem that I hope Mr. Gross will be able to address with us. To Mr. Malanga, thank you so much for your research on the sewer bill situation, because I have gotten all kinds of comments from residents who are asking me where this is in the budget. It's not there, it is not broken down in the budget, and it absolutely needs to be. Many who I've been going over the budget with are saying, is this being moved back and forth between capital expenditures and this sewer? And I need real clarification on this. I would like Mr. Gross to outline this in the budget in our next meeting on the 20th. And I will not be able to vote for a budget until we have a lot of this all ironed out. So for everyone who has concerns about the sewer bill, I hear your concerns. I voted for it only because Mr. Gross told us that if we did not vote for it, he was going to have to go out and bond well over $1 million. And I felt that that would be irresponsible. So if that is the case, you know, perhaps we don't have a lot of options, but I hope that Mr. Gross will speak to that. For everyone who is concerned about the tree ordinance, I want you to know that this has been another area that I've been working on for quite a time. I've told you I've been out at 7 o'clock in the morning with crying residents whose trees have been cut down. I serve on the Environmental Commission, and we are currently looking at the tree ordinance, and I don't think it goes far enough. And I want to assure Sally and the Our Green West Orange that I will be working very closely with them to ensure that we get a tree ordinance that protects our tree canopy and the value of all of our properties. So that's kind of where I stand on the tree ordinance. Althea Tweeton, again, the usage model is where I think we need to be. I wanted to speak specifically to Sheila Lefkowitz. I agree with all of your assessment and that of everyone else who spoke out about what happened with Councilman Rutherford. I was as appalled as you were and shocked. And I could not believe that that went on and nothing was done about it. So I really hope that we can take a better look at that and think about your recommendations of what we can do to ensure that doesn't happen again. And I particularly like your recommendation of having maybe the League of Women Voters or someone come in and look at parliamentary procedures, perhaps educate us a little better and look at where we can do better. In terms of the cannabis, I want you to know that what does have to go to the planning board. And I had a wonderful conversation today with Janice Jerry Adams, who is the director of the planning board. I had that same concern because the last planning board meeting had only a couple of items on it and it ended at 8:30. And I was shocked that it didn't go on. And she explained to me in quite detail and got back to me very quickly with, you know, who sent her the information, where it needed to go, the whole process, which is very complex, needs to go to a lot of people. There's a lot of people on vacation. It takes 10 days for legal, especially, to review it. And she assured me that it will be on August 2nd. So feel confident that all of your work and that of Rachel Hersey has not been in vain and that it will happen. And she is committed.
Councilwoman, just for clarity, it'll be on what, on August 2nd?
August 2nd, on the planning board meeting. She'll have it for the August 2nd.
Thank you. Just
Yeah.
clarifying for the public so
Yes.
that they understand.
Right. Unfortunately, our town council meeting is August 1st.
August 1st,
So
correct.
again, we're going to have a little bit of a delay, but like you said, the wheels of government sometimes move more slowly than we're accustomed to in the business world, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So
I
I just wanted to
apologize for the
clarify.
interruption.
Yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to clarify that. So that's the most, Todd DeBovie. Thank you so much for calling in, because I've asked for these Rock Spring, I wanted annual income and expense reports, not just the very cursory monthly reports that we get. And I agree as a business person that this kind of documentation is not something that is so hard to put together, even if it doesn't get spit out of a computer. I mean, these kinds of information are things that finance people basically have in their head and generally can put out there with, very little effort. So I hope that Mr. Gross will make sure that we get that kind of information so that we all understand what's going on at Rock Spring, because like we said, that's one of the major reasons why our taxes are so high, are because of the acquisition of Rock Spring and all of the downtown properties. So I completely agree with you that we need more transparency on both of those issues. Jennifer Charette, very, very important. 2805, of course, I will be voting for it. It has to go through. But Sally Malanga is right. If this goes through under the land use, it can be varied or overturned by zoning and planning. So I would also like legal to give us an idea of whether it could be put in a different place so that we have that extra level of protection, perhaps in police powers or wherever it's appropriate. But I do thank you for bringing that to our attention, because it's very important that this type of legislation be as firm as possible and that it can't be easily overturned. And one more, Tracy. She had talked about the sewer bill, and I think I clarified that I believe the usage is really the way to go, and I'd like Mr. Gross to tell us how quickly we can get there. But I also want her to know that her comments on leadership are something that I've been talking about for a long time. Leadership begins at the top. Whether you're a mother, a teacher, a political leader, I think we see a lot of that when we talk about the cannabis ordinance and the behavior of our teenagers. And it really stems from the top, no matter where we are. And we need to understand that every day and do better about communicating with one another in a more respectful manner and being a better role model for our children. So with that,
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person. And I mentioned it earlier, I'll mention it again. I unfortunately got into a car accident last Monday. United States Postal Service trucks didn't stop at a stop sign and hit me. So I'm okay, just resting, trying to get better, heal my leg and my arm. But again, sorry, I can't be there in person. Thank you all to those of you that did come in person and are online. Thank you for your feedback. I always say, hold us accountable. I want to thank Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi for your public information knowledge and for sharing events. With the sewer bill, it really was difficult voting for that. My understanding, and I brought it up in meetings and I've asked questions whether or not it was legal, and Mr. Gross said that there weren't legal repercussions. My understanding is that we, the township, are paying more to maintain the sewer lines
And that's why we had to increase to get this revenue to cover it. I'm going to defer to Mr. Gross and Mr. Kaiser. I too prefer to go to usage-based model. I, in fact, asked if we could have it in the resolution and was told that we cannot put it in there. I've gotten many calls from residents, emails regarding the bill. And hopefully the administration will work out a way to make this right for the residents. And I really hope that next year we can go to a usage-based model. Regarding Rock Spring, Mr. DeBovi, I'm really sorry you've had such a hard time getting information. I want to know why we're still at a standstill with the administration, why the mayor hasn't carved out the clubhouse so an RFP can go out for vendors. I feel like we're at a standstill and nothing's happening with Rock Spring. And that's an issue for me. I feel like every meeting, there's always another issue or another problem, and Rock Spring further gets pushed back. And I feel like nothing's happening. And it's really important that we have a plan in place where we can apply for Green Acres and pay down, half that debt, hopefully. Fireworks, we were advised by the chief not to respond due to pending investigations. Regarding tree planting and the tree ordinance, I have been working with Miss Joyce Rudin with Our Green West Orange. I have sent an email to the administration with revisions, but I received a response back from Mr. Trank's firm and from an associate within Mr. Trank's firm. And I thought that the majority of this council made it very clear over a month ago that his firm shouldn't be doing any work. They shouldn't be getting paid. We're not asking for free work to get done. They just don't have a contract. The contract was not awarded to them in March. Therefore, they should not be billing. The majority of the council vote on a resolution of no support and not to pay Mr. Trank's firm, in which I saw the bills, the most recent bill list, and I noticed that there were no payments for Mr. Trank's firm. And so I have a question for you, Mr. Gross, regarding that. You did respond to my email. Thank you. But if we stated they cannot be paid, I'm really hoping that going forward, we won't see their names on the bill list. So back to the tree ordinance, I really hope that we can work together with Mr. Kaiser, whoever the next assistant attorney will be, to work with Our Green West Orange and bring people into the community to help us, advocates who are passionate about the trees, who have more experience than I even do myself, involve them in this process to save our trees. And I think that's really important. I also tried to advocate for a summer leaf ban for blowers, and there really wasn't support for that. I really hope that we can reconsider. It might be too late for this summer, but hopefully for next summer, we can have a ban in effect. I think environmental concerns are real and it's an issue. Regarding leadership, I too was very disappointed to witness what I witnessed in the last meeting. And it's unfortunate. No council member should feel attacked or uncomfortable or have anyone, no matter who it is, name call. So Mr. Rutherford, I'm sorry that happened to you. And I really hope that going forward, we can be more civil towards one another and do the right things. So at the end of the day, what's happening now isn't productive for the residents. It's not fair to them. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of infighting. And I think that as a council, we have a right to ask questions without being met with resistance or being ignored or being belittled. And it's really unfortunate. We have to be able to work together and do the right thing for the people. I'm at a standstill with the situation with the attorney, because again, I don't understand how we can go to an attorney who the majority of the council clearly stated we've lost confidence in, who's still sending emails, who's still doing work. Like, we don't trust. There's a lack of trust. There's no confidence. And I really hope that, and I'll bring this up in new business, I really hope that with the majority of the council, we can get an RFQ out for special counsel to help guide us with certain conflicting matters where we can't go to our township attorney because that person is a conflict of interest. So I will leave my remarks at that. I really hope that together we really can put West Orange first and work together and do the right thing for the people. Putting personal vendetta, I'm not done yet, putting personal vendettas to the side and political games to an end. We have to put the people first. It's about the people. Our loyalty is to the people. That's it. Practice good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Rutherford. Councilman Rutherford,
Oh, sorry, I was talking. Can you guys hear me now?
we can.
Okay. Wanted to thank all of those that showed up in person and virtually to raise their voices and to make their positions known. We certainly do appreciate it. To Mr. Puglisi and to Mr. Fagan, thank you as always for your timely updates. I have to say at the outset, since we've been in this council meeting, I took a COVID test, and unfortunately, I actually have COVID. So I've been feeling horrible all day. So I'm hopeful that I can complete this meeting. If not, I am going to send some instructions via email to our town clerk and council president with regard to the important votes that I think we need to take tonight. I wanted to say that now at the outset. I also want to apologize if there's any incoherence in my statements. I have severe brain fog, so I'm not thinking clearly. So I pray for your patience. Thank you, Ms. Lynette Sheard, for your continued advocacy and involvement in West Orange, helping to make it a better place. Your contributions are certainly appreciated and valued. Mr. Adams, Pastor Adams, you were spot on with your comments regarding the uniquely gifted. We certainly do look forward to continuing to support that vibrant part of our community. Ms. Orsby, Gail Orsby, I hope I didn't get your name wrong. And to all of those that are inquiring about the sewer bill, because it is a vote that we have taken and because so many people have reached out, I am going to respond to those comments tonight. We have been put in a very difficult position with regard to the sewer bill and the property taxes. And so we've had to make some decisions that have not necessarily sat well with each of us. But we felt the need to take those actions given where we are. Some of this has already been discussed, and I do anticipate Mr. Gross's responses to Mr. Malanga's questions regarding the sewer bill. As the liaison to the joint meeting, I will tell you he was exactly right. We are spending, I think it's the last bill we paid was just a little over 800,000 for the prior quarter. But that is only the treatment portion. And what Mr. Gross had of that bill, what Mr. Gross has stated to us is that the maintenance portion, maintaining the sewer lines, I could be wrong. I'm going off of memory. It's somewhere around $10 million. That's quite a bit of money and had to be made up somehow. While a usage model would be better, and I think the council is united in that posture, I think given the time constraints that we had, and this is again coming from Mr. Gross, we didn't have the opportunity to go to a usage model in time for this year. And so hopefully next year, we can, and I look forward to having a more fair way of managing our sewer fees. Tori Schnupp commented on the 4th of July first. Our chief has encouraged us not to speak about it in detail. What I will say is I sincerely and deeply sympathize and empathize with all of the families that were affected. My family and I were present while we didn't witness any of the panic-inducing moments. We did see people leaving before the show was over, did not know why. So to the young lady who was hurt physically, to everyone that was hurt either physically or emotionally, I sincerely apologize. I wish that were not the case for you. And I'm committed to doing a better job or not having it at all in the future if we can't do a better job. Regarding the outburst at the last meeting, I have been saying now for months, the toxic nature of our politics is making it very difficult to do the things that the people elected us to do. I think it's showing up in everyone's work product. I think the town suffers as a result. You know, I don't know what to say about Mr. McNair's behavior last week, other than it was appalling, shocking, and inappropriate. And it has no place in that chamber. And if I am still here during new business, I'm going to speak further about it with regard to what we as a council can do to maintain decorum, because that has no place in politics. We're on a slippery slope. And if we're not careful, we will find ourselves going too far and too fast down that slope and not able to recover in a way that makes sense for either us or the town. So hopefully, some things that we can do now as a body will be supported by the council, and then we can move on in a better way. Thank you, Sheila Lefkowitz, as always, for coming out and raising your voice. And I do agree, dysfunction in our local government is making us pay a price that none of us really want to pay. Mr. Gross, I have a question or clarification for you, which was sparked by one of the comments Michaela Bennett made. She was talking about the fees based on the dwelling. I would like you to just clarify for us the difference between a dwelling and an equivalent dwelling unit. I think there may be some misunderstanding with regard to what those are. Again, it doesn't change the fact that we can move to a fairer model, and I expect that we will in 2024. Mr. DeBovie expressed no confidence in the administration, and I'm not sure if he meant to lump me in with them or not. I hope not. I don't know what I've done with regard to Rock Spring in particular, which was the topic when he began that part of his comments. But I'm happy to understand, I would like to understand that better. Your comments, though, with regard to transparency, they resonate with us and they resonate throughout the community. It is very difficult to do some of the work with limited information. I'm asking Mr. Gross to provide to me meeting. Provide to me the last the statements from Rock Spring going back for a year. I have searched throughout my email and cannot find the income expense statements. That does not mean they're there. I'm not trying to be accusatory. I just I want you to forward them to me. I know that I looked at one, I think in December or maybe January of this year, but I couldn't find that one either. So maybe I'm just not looking the right way, but I would like those statements sent to me again for the last year. Natalie Kapferer did a marvelous job advocating for the preservation of mature trees. And for all of those that are concerned about that, you can count me as an ally in strengthening our tree ordinance, making it harder for folks to cut down mature trees, requiring the town to do a better job of preserving them, and levying onerous fines whenever it is violated. Mrs. Charette, thank you so much again for bringing up the floodplain. I believe Seth Weisletter did as well. And I would like to know, again, from Mr. Kaiser or Mr. Gross, how does this floodplain ordinance, how does it affect the current and future developments? I mean, that's the question that Mr. Weisletter asked. In particular, I'd like an answer to that as well. And can we use this as a basis to negotiate the settlement agreement with regard to West Essex Highlands in particular, but also with any other development that may be too close to the steep slope, including the new one that's now being dug out in the hillside on Pleasant Valley Way for CubeSmart. Tracy, I am embarrassed. I apologize to you as your representative. I am embarrassed at how we treat each other. And I've had multiple conversations with people about the tone and tenor of our council meetings. And it is very disappointing. There are some basic decencies that we just fail to follow. And hopefully this is a wake-up call, and what we do tonight may provide some boundaries for better treatment of each other going forward. And your question about why this had to happen in the first place is the right question to ask. We didn't get here overnight. We're not facing these financial issues because of something that was done in the first 6 months of this year or in the last 2 years. This is year after year of making decisions a certain way that has led us here. And I know, some people don't want to play the blame game, and I understand that. But if you don't know how we got here, we don't have a full understanding of how we got to this place, we can't fix it properly or avoid being in this place again down the road. So I echo the sentiments of my council colleague, Asmeret Gebermichael, and as stated in my liaison announcement, we are encouraging the mayor to put out an RFP for Main Street, for Rock Spring, separate the clubhouse area and maybe some adjacent area to that does not require a change in the 18-hole golf course, and that will allow for the construction of a road, even if it's not constructed. It's better to just get in the cycle and get in the queue for the Green Acres funding for Rock Spring, and then also have the ability to deal with the developer in a way that may make sense for that particular property. And we can't do any of that if we don't have an RFP and if we don't apply for Green Acres funding. I've already addressed Mr. Malanga's comments, ZAS Academy. For those of you that have been looking for my support to ban the gas-powered leaf blowers, as I've said before, I am in support of that. I just think we need a runway. We need a way to make sure that we don't harm unintentionally some of the small businesses in town, particularly those that are run over the summertime by high school students in West Orange. So, there has to be something done. If we don't do something, we're going to keep getting the same results. We already know how bad climate change is. So anything we can do in that effort will be welcome. I am supportive of it. And even if, and I'm happy to discuss this further in new business, even if we do something on a limited basis, perhaps for the month of August this year, I would be in support of that too, as long as we have a way to protect some local businesses that could possibly be harmed unintentionally. Ms. Malanga, again, thank you for your continued advocacy and raising your voice. With regard to our town attorney, you hit the nail on the head. We continue to face issue after issue after issue as a result of poor advice. And while we may not agree, that's my position, and that's how many people see it as well. Even with regard to the reversion agreement that is on the agenda tonight, that there's some things that just should have been foreseen or expected based on the way these agreements are written. And they're just not. And then we're put into a position where we have to make these decisions with all kinds of speed and limited information, which gets back to what Mr. DeBovi was saying about transparency. And it's just not good business. It's not the way we should do the people's work. So I echo your sentiments with regard to the town attorney. And while I'm glad that he has not been paid in the last bill set or in the one prior to that, I am not confident that there isn't an accounting being held for him. And I want to be very clear, at no point down the road will Mr. Trink be paid, or will his firm be paid for the legal work that he does outside of whatever he's charged with doing as the department head and paid for with that $42,500 that he receives as an employee. And I understand the council president's sentiment with regard to having him do work and then don't want to pay him, but that's not my position. I don't want him to do work. I've been very clear in multiple emails that Mr. Trink should not be assigned work, nor should he assign work to other firms. So if he's assigning work to himself, and apparently he is, because he's in ongoing litigation right now, I don't know how he's doing the ongoing litigation or ongoing negotiations without being paid. So Mr. Gross, please speak to that, because that would be in direct contradiction to the resolution we voted on not long ago. All right, I think that does it for me. If I've missed something or if I misspoke, again, I apologize. I am not in good shape. And so I ask your patience tonight. Thank you, Council President. That ends it for me.
Thank you, Councilman. We wish you a speedy recovery. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to start off with thanking Lynette Sherd for coming on the call this evening and for all her advocacy and all her volunteerism with OSPAC. And if you ever get an opportunity this summer, please, please, please go visit OSPAC. It's just a beautiful, area. It's a beautiful evening. There's beer and wine sold up there for those who want to enjoy themselves on a Saturday night, Friday night. Bring your blanket, bring a chair. It's just a great experience. And it's one of the better things that we have here going on in West Orange. And if you're maybe one night at one of the shows, you'll be lucky enough to hear Lynette sing. She's a beautiful singer. Also, Pastor Adams, thank you for coming in this evening and for not only your work, but your wife, Lisa, as well. You're both very special people that do great things for our special residents. And it's so hard because when there's so many offerings for our younger youth within the special needs program. But, once our kids become adults and they start aging out of that program, it's unfortunate that there are less and less programs around. And for the work that Doug and his wife and all the volunteers do, is just so meaningful. And if you ever get a chance and have time to volunteer, I know they could use your support. So thank you for coming in. Okay, sewer fees. One thing this council all agreed on, we all voted for it, and it wasn't an easy vote. I think we all were nauseous after we casted that vote. We all did agree that usage fee should be the better model. However, as time did not allow for that to happen, so I'm looking forward to Mr. Gross's comments on what corrections are being made with the bedrooms. I know for our seniors that are empty nesters that have multiple bedrooms that no one's sleeping in, this is tough for them. I know on the website you put for those who do who are eligible, you could apply for senior freeze for your tax bill. So please, please, please go on the website for our seniors. I had asked, I'm not sure if it went out, but if Ms. Van Dyke could get that in their newsletter. Okay. Okay. So important information. So yes, to one of the comments that was made, maybe it was Tracy, and Tracy, thank you for all your other beautiful comments that you made. But yeah, we try to think of what we can. Being a senior member of this council, and we talk about prior years and what happened in prior administrations. You know, we went through 3 years of COVID, and we didn't have on the municipal side. Now, the school board side, we had some raises, increases, but on our side, it was very minimal. Should we have increased it more to the 2% cap? Maybe so, but it was during COVID, and the prior administration didn't want to go in that direction, and totally understandable. You know, keeping everyone's money in their pocket. And then this year it's ouch. And yeah, it's been difficult, but I have to commend, as much as a lot is being negative said about relationships with my colleagues, everyone really got together and really was on the same page with lowering this budget and trying to figure out other ways. I just hope that page continues this evening, because we have on our agenda tonight about $1 million worth of fees that need to be increased, and more for commercial businesses that we, you know, been after administration myself for many years to get those fees increased. And I'm glad the new administration wanted to start right out of the gate with that, and that will bring about $1 million of revenue this evening to our budget. So I hope all my colleagues, that's a unanimous vote of support this evening. Otherwise, you know, the budget hearing on the 20th will be another more difficult conversations that will probably be tense. Hopefully we won't have to go there. And speaking of the 20th, Mr. Gross, if you could please do a rundown and point out, or maybe even this evening, but pictures are best to have a slide in there about the sewer tax. I think I'm going to request, as my colleague did, but I'd like to see a slide in there, because these are complex matters, how the money is spent in various columns. And I know it's difficult, folks, to follow these budget hearings. And hopefully we can make that user-friendly for them when we have the meeting on the 20th. Expense sheets, Rock Spring, Mr. DeBovi, you know, I hope you get on the same page with the information. It is important that the public does see. I know we get expense sheets. You know, my colleague, I know sometimes my emails, they're in spam for whatever reason. It could be from the township, and sometimes things go into spam. So I always just double check there in case we don't see something. But yeah, tracking Rock Spring, how we could do that better. And again, advocating to get that Green Acres. We have to sit and agree on what we all could support. I know I could stomach the clubhouse and possibly something small on Northfield, but not the rest of the adjacent properties. I know there's maybe some talk of, not, I shouldn't say talk, but I'm not sure where the support lies. So we do need to talk about that because we do need to get that Green Acres grant going. But again, that is not the root of all of our issues this year with the budget. It's a small piece. And again, I asked Mr. Gross too, I need that numeration of those bonds for Rock Spring and for, the biggest one that we have, and that was a 5-0 vote by everyone, was for the properties on Main Street. And again, I know the legislation passed for the movie studios. I'm still not sure if that's the best route to go. But I have to agree, I know the administration needs to present us with something, and we don't have a redeveloper agreement out there. And I think we need to do an RFP for one. I don't want to just it to go to one particular redeveloper. We should have that bid out. So I hope that is forthcoming sooner than later this summer. Natalie, thank you for all your advocacy with the trees. I know the mayor went out there and met with our directors and our forester. And they put a stop, Mr. Gross, on was 168 trees, I recall. Again, the process I don't want to use the word alarming because it is, but hopefully that is straightened out. As far as the tree ordinance, I've always supported whatever changes we made thus far. And again, it's enforcement and how we go about that, but also we have to be reasonable with property owners' rights. So it's always, this job is about balance and how we handle that. And speaking of balance with the gas power leaf blowers, folks know I'm not supportive of it. And mainly because I think the technology will eventually change. Landscapers, small business owners, not even the high school kids, but a lot of small business owners to change over their equipment. They wouldn't be able to afford to do that so easily. And again, I don't get too excited with these because they do make about the same amount of noise. And the batteries, the batteries are a problem, and they're mined in, not from here. So, again, I think the technology will come on its own. And I think we have a lot of other issues before we force that issue. Let's see. I think I covered, Jennifer Shred. I wanted to thank her and her colleagues that she's been working with for her advocacy for West Essex Highlands. Another tough subject here in the township of Islade. I attended the meeting at Essex Fells, and I appreciate her and her committee collaborating with Essex Fells and the Verona residents as well. Another tough case, very frustrating, and hopefully we'll see how that shakes out. And I really appreciate their advocacy for a very important matter in that area and her neighbors too, as well. And I look forward to Mr. Kaiser's remarks on that ordinance. And I think with that being said, thank you all for speaking this evening, for coming out and for being patient with us. Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Thank you to all of my colleagues for your commentary and trying our best to keep it as brief as possible. Mr. Gross, there's been quite a few questions regarding the sewer bill. However, we do have and some other inquiries as well. We have Mr. Alper here, who we wanted to give an opportunity to provide remarks on the resolution regarding the redevelopment. So if I can just get the pulse of my colleagues, we certainly want to hear from Mr. Gross with the remarks, but we also want to hear from Mr. Alper, and he's been here patiently waiting. Is it possible for us to,
Yeah, I think Mr. Allen should speak now.
are you fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a consensus here in council chambers with my three colleagues, Councilwoman Geber Michael, Councilman Rutherford, if you're still on the line. Do you have any objection to allowing Mr. Alper to provide some remarks regarding the change in the resolution?
Not at all.
Me either.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Alper, if you'll approach the podium at this time. And just for the public, if I can set this up properly, Mr. Alper is talking about resolution 260. I'm sorry, 258-23, a resolution authorizing an amendment to a deed reversion per New Jersey statute 40-60-51.2 for 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue, Block 68, Lot 1.01, as housing for low and moderate income senior citizens. Mr. Alper.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I want to thank the whole council for giving me this opportunity. I heard once that this is being rushed and new information. So I do want to address that, because nobody wants to be rushed on any important matter. And the content should be fully vetted. But I have an opinion that this really hasn't been very rushed. We've been working on this for close to 4 years, this project. All aspects of it have gone in front of this body, your planning board, on multiple occasions. Just want to assure everyone, nothing on the physical plant that we're designing that I gave out a little rendering of, or the financial plan has changed one iota. Tonight's resolution is one therefore paragraph. So when we say, can we digest it? It's one very straightforward paragraph, although the words are a little legalese, and that's why, it came up. But there's only 2 points to it. The township has a reverter clause in the deed because we acquired this property from this council that again went through council approval of the sale and was voted on. That reverter is secured that it is a reverter in perpetuity forever. And it's very clear in the resolution, and I want to propose even more wording that makes it even clearer that this property has to be affordable housing forever. Everyone's agreed to it. In the township, it was a stipulation of moving forward, so everyone knows. Why did this come up? Well, that's the second half of it. We are getting about $20 million in financing from the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. They're a bank. And they wanted, we were very close to closing. You've seen, we demoed the property. We did that without a construction loan. We did that with our private money. We acquired the property. But now we need to start building the new building. And when we went to review the documents, the NJHMFA, as the bank said, we need to be secure that our mortgage is a valid first lien. It was always contemplated. It's always been represented to the council on multiple occasions. I'm getting financing from the NJHMFA. The reverter and their first lien position have not changed. This is a bank wanting clarification. I'm ready to go to closing, to do the construction and continue what I think is great progress out there. But I have to be clear. If we can't get this, they will not close. I'll have to stop construction on the site. And there's potential I won't be able to replace the construction loans and the low-income housing tax credits that we got. And this job could fail. And that's a terrible thing because all this was a clarification resolution. This is not new or rushed. And those are the only two aspects. The wording, in the packet is a resolution. In talking, with the council people, to make it even more clear, we've proposed to add the words, whereas the intent and agreement of the township and WOSH, my organization, is that the project shall remain forever in perpetuity, low and moderate income housing. That is what my company does. That is what my company's done for over the last 50 years. In this township, we have a long history also. Before we owned a single property here, we were asked to be on your brownfield development area. In 2006, my company and I personally have been attending the meetings, 17 years. In 2008, we bought a property down in the Valley Road Residential at 22 Central. Probably a lot of people have seen a new building. We put 55 affordable families in there and are well in the process of invigorating the Valley with market rate housing there and affordable housing because it was appropriate for the area. The library site, the old library site, will only be affordable senior housing. That's in the documentation. That's in the deeds, in everything. That's all that property could ever be forever. No matter who the owner is, no matter who the bank is, that runs with the property forever. Just to go on, we are also working on something called Tompkins, which is affordable family also, and obviously the library. Those projects add up to 137 units of new affordable housing. You know, I heard a lot about, sitting in the meeting, politicizing things. Affordable housing, especially senior housing, should not become a political issue. Everyone is a step away from, at some point in your life, needing affordable housing. And really, hopefully, everyone eventually becomes a senior citizen. That's for everyone. That's for anyone that is here listening. And this is housing that usually can't be put together. Your other municipalities in Essex County are struggling to meet their affordable housing obligation. I think we're going to hear from your fair share housing. This municipality had, with nothing to do with Joe Alpert, reached a settlement agreement with Fair Share Housing. And I think Josh Bowers might be able to speak to this. You signed a stipulation, including these 64 affordable senior units in your obligation. And every municipality in the state has an obligation to affordable housing. So you signed an agreement. Voting no tonight or putting tonight's vote off would put us in default to that because I wouldn't be able to build the housing. So and that has nothing to do with the Alpert Group. It's just an agreement that you signed with affordable fair share housing. Like I said, if we don't get, I have to stop. You saw we'd have to leave the site the way it is and not get these 64 affordable units. I feel that between the 137 units spanning 3 different sites, spanning 17 years, I'm really your partner in the development of affordable housing, at least on those 3 sites. And as your partner, I implore you, let's not lose this ability to put in $23 million. That's what this project costs. This is the budget is with the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. When they asked for this last resolution, they had originally asked to waive the reverter. I said, no, the municipality can't do anything that we promised them at all those council meetings. Called the lieutenant governor and the NJHMFA relented. So you don't have to waive anything. You have your full rights of reversion. Nothing's changed. And I think that's the biggest thing here. We need to move forward. The other big benefits here are you're getting back, if you see the site, we're leaving the newer portion of the building. The municipality is going to get 7,500 square feet. We're going to have seniors in the building. That's at the full disposal of the municipality to use any way you wish in perpetuity, forever. It's your space. That could be a senior center. That could be an annex library because the library moved. That could be an asset for the town. Like I said, these are hard to put together. We've been working for 3.5 years. And unfortunately, if we miss this opportunity tonight to please the lender and close on the construction loan, it might be years till that site lays fallow, sits in the condition it is now, as opposed to 10 months from now, 11 months from now, taking applications from people who might be losing their housing and put them in housing. If it doesn't happen tonight, we're certainly not going to have a building built anytime soon, and it could be years. And I would hate that because like I said, I'm very involved in your town. I want to continue to produce luxury affordable housing in your town. So that's everything I got. I do hope Mr. Bowers is locked in through your system to just, because there was one section here I talked about with the fair share housing, I'd rather it come from the source.
He's not, but if we get him on the telephone, I'll put him on the microphone. If you can call him on his cell phone, I can
Can you
put him
reach
on.
him, Joe? Because that might be helpful.
Yeah, yeah, he's,
Oh, I'm sorry. His hand just popped up.
oh, yay.
Mr. Bowers, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Just one
good
second.
to be
I'm
here.
sorry, Mr. Bowers, just give us 1 second. We're going to turn the air down in chambers. It's very hard to hear over the speakers when the air is running, and we want to be able to hear you clearly.
No problem.
Just a second.
Council President, he advised also that Councilwoman Gerber Michael had her hand up and I think wants to ask a question at some point.
Okay, after the presentation, we'll take
Okay.
questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. Mr. Bowers, please continue, and I apologize for the delayed interruption.
No problem. And just for the record, this is Josh Bowers, and I'm a attorney with Fair Share Housing Center. I've been personally working with West Orange for many years. We now have and have for the last 3 years, we have a settlement agreement in place with the township, really concerning the township's plan to address its affordable housing obligations. That agreement, just sort of echoing what Mr. Alpert just said, that agreement, it has been through a number of different hearings with the court. It's been approved by the court, and the township at this point and for the last several years has had a judgment of repose and protection from builder's remedy lawsuits because of this settlement agreement and because of the repose that you've gotten from it. And so I think it's important to really, when we're thinking about what we're talking about on this site, it's important to frame that context, is that this is a site that's in the plan, it's been approved by the court, it's been approved by the township, and I think it's really critical for the township to continue to move forward with it. This is a site that the township is utilizing to address 64 units of its affordable housing obligations, and I think it shouldn't be lost on anybody just how monumental this particular development is. Mr. Alpert's company has actually gone out and actually gotten tax credits and basically brought tax credit funding to the township. That's funding that the township would otherwise have to pony up, and I think that's very important to keep in mind. If we're talking at this point about, tens of millions of dollars that this particular organization has brought to West Orange to try to build this development, and it really is critical that it does move forward. I'm happy to, if anybody has any questions about where we are on the agreement. Obviously we're supporting the agreement. We're happy thus far with how the township has been implementing the agreement. Certainly been moving forward with a lot of the other sites, and we're happy about that. But we are eager to see this move forward, and it is, like as I said, it is critical that this site does move forward so it can actually be constructed. And it seems like we're on the goal line. We just got to finish it and see it through.
Thank you very much. So my colleagues may have some questions, and I understand Councilwoman Geber Michael had raised her hand. So Councilwoman Geber Michael, if you'll just please go ahead and kick it off.
All right, thank you, Council President. Mr. Alper and Mr. Bowers, thank you both for the presentation. Mr. Alper, you and I spoke a couple times this evening regarding this, and I thank you for adding the 2 clauses that I requested. This is my issue. My issue, and I understand what you're saying regarding the reverter, is that the first lien is to the bank. So what happens if you were to default in 10 years or 5 years? Wouldn't the bank then essentially be able to foreclose on the property? How would that then come back to the township? How is the town protected?
Sure.
You know, and if I don't know if either you or Mr. Bauer can answer that. You know, I understand there's an
I
agreement.
can answer that.
Yeah, I understand there's an agreement with, you know, fair share housing. And, you know, obviously I'm excited when I see more affordable housing in our community because it's needed. But at the same time, we have to protect the township. And I am concerned with this resolution.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll give him an opportunity to respond.
Yes, and they're two very separate issues and both very important. But let's be 100% clear. I've been doing this for over 50 years and we've built 4,000 units of affordable housing. And there's tens of thousands of units built of affordable housing. Every single one has some debt on it. Every single one has a bank. So the fact of the matter is that every affordable housing job in the state of New Jersey of new construction has a bank that has a right to foreclose if it's not paid. That is universal. And like I said, you've rezoned the property for this, approved resolutions. It's always been said, we're not getting philanthropic grants that don't give a mortgage. It's always been a mortgage. You're right. You have to find the right developer who builds something that never gets foreclosed on. And real estate's hard. There's been up and downs. The Alpert Group has been doing affordable housing since 1968 and never had a single default. No bank has ever taken over a property that we've developed. But that chance is there. Not going to lie. They have a lien. It could be foreclosed on. Happens to be, let's go one step further, that if I went to ABC Bank, I don't want to name any banks. If I went to ABC Bank and asked for a loan and I didn't pay it, boy, they would try to look to foreclose pretty quickly. We're lucky enough to go to the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. Their primary goal is to finance affordable housing. Their reputation over the last at least 50 years is they've almost never foreclosed on properties, even when there's defaults. They work with the borrowers. So they're the best lender in the world to have, or at least in the state of New Jersey to have, let's put it that way. So the first issue is, I can't guarantee that either NJHMFA or any other bank can't foreclose. I'm not going to lie and say they can foreclose it, but it doesn't happen. And it's the only way that you could ever meet your fair share housing, your affordable housing, and build any type of housing. So that shouldn't concern anyone because it's done every time. And if you say, I don't want any chance of a foreclosure, then you really don't want housing because there's no other way to build it. The second issue is the reverter. It doesn't have to do with foreclosure or the lien. It has to do with one issue that's very easy. The deed from the township to my entity has a reverter clause. And that means only one thing, that if you don't continue to run this property solely as affordable senior housing, the township has the right to take it back. That was before tonight, and that's after tonight. Nothing's changed in your rights. So they're two different issues. One, I can't give you a great answer, but I will tell you that if you don't want it to ever be foreclosed and have someone stand up here and tell you it can never be foreclosed, then you'll never have new housing in town. Because, and that you can verify in every source. There are loans on these properties. What we're talking about tonight is protecting your right that if it's not affordable senior housing, the township take it back. And that's still 100% in full force and effect. The other point that I didn't bring up before is talked about fair share supporting it, talked about the council in the past supporting it, your planning board. The county of Essex is also contributing $1.3 million. The county exec has in the past endorsed this by providing the commitment of those funds. This has had a lot of review and approval from every party that we've been in front of. So I hope I answered, Councilwoman, your question.
Mr. Alberts, to be clear, if the town were to take, if the reverter clause would take effect and the town gets the property, doesn't the property then remain as affordable housing?
No matter who owns it. It needs to not only affordable senior housing forever, no matter who the owner is, no matter it's a bank, me, or anyone else, it's always going to be that, or else the town will just take it.
So in the case of a foreclosure, whatever new entity ended up with that would have to build what you were attempting to build.
Well,
Yeah,
it
and
would
at that
already
point,
be
it's probably
built.
built.
It
so
would
the-
already be built.
Yeah, it's probably built at that point.
Well,
But yes, not, and that's half of it. But the bigger one is, once it's built, they can never admit a single tenant who doesn't qualify as affordable senior qualification.
so the goals of our reverter clause, no matter what, will be accomplished.
They have to be.
Yeah.
Or the township takes the property. And that's not today, tomorrow. Usually these things last for 30, 45 years, where a developer at that point can turn it to market. The deal that the town laid out to me was, this one has to be affordable senior forever. And we
Yeah.
said, yes, we're going to do it.
Councilwoman, do you have any more questions?
I do. When we spoke, you said that there would be a whereas clause to include the word in perpetuity for the 64 housing units that are going to be low and moderate income.
Yes.
And I don't see that in the revised version that was emailed to us. So that's
Right.
something that's really important to me.
I heard you loud and clear. And I didn't ignore it the first time, but I didn't use the word in perpetuity. We used the word if the property was ever not used, ever meaning forever. However, because I heard that, I proposed wording, an additional whereas clause that's not in your packet, that I think can be added tonight. I hope if the council would add it, saying whereas the intent and agreement of the township and WOSH, my organization, is that the project shall remain forever in perpetuity, low and moderate income housing. And I apologize for not getting that word in as we discussed. I was citing the deed where we were using the word ever not used as to mean in perpetuity. Now it's in there. Your request is now in what we're proposing as, well, what I think the township is proposing as a resolution. And I apologize for not putting it in the first time.
Right, and Mr. Alpert,
I'm
and I
just-
dis-
Mr. Kaiser, Mr. Kaiser.
Mr. Alpert and I discussed this prior to the meeting. He drafted the clause, which appears to be word for word what he just read. And it can be inserted into the deed, into the resolution, and adopted as amended.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
And I will also defer to my council colleague, Mr. Rutherford, who also has some questions regarding this. Thank you. I lower my hand.
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Thank you, council colleagues. Thank you also, Mr. Bowers, Mr. Alpert, for your presentation and for spending so much time yesterday and today discussing this with me. I have several questions, some of which you just addressed, but raises additional questions for me. The first one I have is, in the sale agreement, it discusses building specifically for at least, the language is at least 40 units of senior affordable housing. In everything else we have regarding this project, it speaks to 64 units plus one additional unit for the superintendent. Why the discrepancy?
I don't think there is. At least 40, 65 is at least 40. I don't see the discrepancy. I think maybe that language was when we were in the concept phase. I don't know where the document you're reading from. But yes, 65 is considerably at least 40. I don't see the discrepancy.
Well, here's why I ask, and I'm well aware that 65 is at least 40. Because this speaks to the affordable units, the individual units not being changed from low and moderate income affordable units to anything else. If one space says at least 40, is it possible at some point down the road, whether it's under your ownership or some future company, for them to take some portion of these 64 units and then make them market rate?
It's a great question. Absolutely not. That would trigger your reversion. It's very, very clear. the exact use of the property. 64 affordable, 1 superintendent, affordable senior, or else the township can take it back. No, there's no possibility that they could build 40 affordable and somehow convert the other, let's say 24 units. Zero chance. It's in deed restrictions and the deed, and a resolution and agreements. No, I don't see that possibility.
All right, so on this reverter clause, if we were to take it back, what does that mean for the bank if they're still owed a balance?
The balance would stay on the property. They have a valid first mortgage. You take it back, either run it, because again, our project financially, we had to show the bank, or else they wouldn't make it, that it will be able to pay the mortgage. So if someone attempted, and remember, the only way the township can ever be in the chain of title is if an owner, me and then any subsequent owner, tries to rent a unit as a market rate unit as opposed to affordable. So it reverts to the town, the mortgage is on the property, and somebody runs it, either the town, a receiver, or the township goes at RFQ and finds a new operator of affordable housing. They have to run it as affordable housing, and they will pay their mortgage because there has to be on a mortgage on the property and able to build new construction. So no matter who's running it, and even if the township has to step in, this will be run in perpetuity as affordable senior housing. It's the only thing it could ever be utilized as.
All right, and then in this 25823, there's on the first page where it says amendment to reverter in deed by the Township of West Orange to West Orange Senior Housing Urban Renewal. It says, now therefore, it's midway down the page. Now therefore, the township hereby agrees that 1, the following clause shall modify the reverter. The reverter is subject and subordinate to the lien of any then existing mortgage, deed restriction, encumbrance, regulatory agreement, or other encumbrance, and it goes on and says some other stuff. So does that mean that our reverter clause is subordinate to any deed restriction that could be placed by either this or some future mortgage holder?
Only the subordinated.
I might have to defer to Mr. Kaiser. There is only one deed restriction that restricts it. It was in the conveyance. It's in the deed. There can't be a new deed from the township to West Orange. So in that deed, there's one deed restriction. It's for affordable senior housing in perpetuity. So and the word subordinate is just that they do still have a lien, but your reverter will always be in effect. And that's what the township, wants and always needed and is now going to keep. So I don't know if I answer your question. You can't just place a new deed restriction on. There is a deed restriction. It's already filed. We own the property. We filed the exact deed restriction, so it can't be usurped by anything else. Anything more than that, I'd have to defer to Mr. Kaiser. This is how affordable housing, this is the only way. And let me be clear, this is the part I can do. We've done 4,000 units. I'm on a lot of committees. This is the only way with these deed restrictions, affordable housing is built. If the township really is committed to that settlement agreement and abiding by the settlement agreement, the mortgages and the deed restrictions have to be placed as we're placing it on this property. It's not done any other way throughout the state. This is the only way you could produce affordable housing. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaiser.
Again, this is part of a settlement. Judge Gardner issued an order regarding it, as I understand it. It involves fair share housing. As I see it, if we don't approve this tonight, aren't we in contempt of court?
Yes, and Mr. Bowers touched on it, but I don't know if it really resonated. You have a resolution or a settlement of repose for a builder's remedy lawsuit.
Yes.
That means any person, if you're not in this settlement agreement, could take any vacant parcel of land on the town and look for increased zoning, and you wouldn't have a protection. That's what we struggle to do here. We need to get them all these units, and I provide 137 throughout the town, but these 64 protect the town against unbelievable overbuilt development. If this is not approved tonight, I don't know what Mr. Bowers will report back to Fair Share Housing, but if it's not supported for affordable housing, I think we're in default. And like I said, I don't know how I would finance it. I don't know how we'd ever build on that site. We did the demo. I don't know how we'd reuse a building that obviously is not being used as your library anymore, and you wouldn't get the 7,500 square feet of free municipal space forever. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I don't know how else we'd be able to do it without the mortgages and without those exact deed restrictions. We've done everything, and this is fully transparent. All these documents are online. I mean, well, online and recorded at the county courthouse. I'm sorry if I didn't answer.
Yeah, so my question is it's not about, how we got here. My question is, in this clause, it says the reverter is subject and subordinate to the lien of any then existing mortgage or deed restriction, encumbrance, regulatory agreement, other encumbrance, including without limitation, construction mortgage liens and permanent mortgage liens. And it goes on and lists some additional stuff. My question is, because it says any then existing mortgage, it may not be this mortgage. There may be a refinance. There may be a transaction that takes place down the road. And if that does happen, how does our permanent deed restriction, as we've been calling it, how does that not get subordinated by some new restriction that a new mortgage lender would want on the deed? I'm not, this is not my space. I don't know.
No, I know, but
my layman's terms, as I read it, that's what it means to me.
Yeah, but it doesn't. And the point is, there's a mortgage and there's a reverter. And I think what's happening is the same thing. We're confusing the two issues. Your reverter will always be in effect, or else the township can take it. No matter who's the mortgage lender, no matter who's the landowner, your reverter is 100% valid. And that is what you were seeking. And by this document, you will still have forever. The mortgages and who's the owner and who's the bank do not supersede your right that if this property is not used for 100% affordable senior housing, you can take it back. Nothing we've said tonight. We can make scenarios of different mortgages. Actually, there's already going to be this NJHMFA. I mentioned it. The county is going to secure their $1.3 million on a second mortgage. The mortgage holders and the owner of the property are secondary to the fact that you will always have your reverter. I'm sorry. No.
Councilman Rutherford, do you mind if I jump in, being your official title officer sitting at the queue up here? So I work for a title insurance company, and at the closing table, you have your title commitment that you mark off that all the requirements are completed before you do a closing. So this is no different than if you were to have apply for a second lien. So say you have a first mortgage and a second mortgage on your property, this would be in second position. So if you go to refinance for any reason, that first mortgage and you were still holding your second mortgage, usually they make you pay them both off, but it would get pushed down. It would subordinate to second position. Now, there's not going to be a payout here, but that requirement of that restriction is always going to be there for the closing. So that's never going to go away. It's always going to appear if they sell the property or they sell or they apply for a new mortgage. That reverter is not going to disappear. It's always going to be there, and it's going to have to be implemented.
It's in concrete, it's in granite.
Right.
It's in perpetuity.
Well, that sounds great, but clearly the bank isn't comfortable with it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking us to make this change.
That is not what happened with the bank. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that is not what happened with the bank. The NJHMFA is unbelievably comfortable with this.
Yeah.
They are not having any problem with the reverter. They are securing their mortgage And they are unbelievably comfortable, to the point that the lieutenant governor advocated for us to pass this resolution and continue with the project. The bank, it's a misnomer and it's not an accurate statement. The bank is unbelievably comfortable with this. These projects in the times of COVID, interest rates climbing and doubling, and supply chains problem that increased costs of construction, it's almost impossible to build affordable housing without, Mr. Bauer said it, if this is knocked down where the township got out $1 million and you had to bond this because you wanted to stay not in default of your settlement agreement, you'd be bonding tens of millions of dollars because you wouldn't be getting this financial scheme. That's a fact. If you tried to build this and restrict it to affordable housing to stay in compliance with your settlement agreement without my financing that will go away tomorrow, this municipality, if they don't want to be, listen, if you don't mind not being in compliance with your settlement agreement and have builders remedy lawsuits all over this town, that's fine. But if you wanted to avoid that, you'd have to bond for tens, and Mr. Bowers could comment, municipalities are currently out there looking to bond tens of millions of dollars to create 64 new affordable housings to meet the co-obligation. That's what's happening out there. And other towns in Essex County are paying millions of dollars to meet their co-obligations. And actually in this town, we were lucky enough, really lucky enough. I think we're good at going after this funding, but we got lucky to have this one-time thing where the township actually is taking money out of the job. Milburn, Madison are municipalities that have similar obligations. They're contributing downtown properties also for zero. And we were lucky enough to do something where we were able to pay the municipality $1 million. And I'm very proud of that.
Councilman Rutherford, do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I do. So, yeah, I'm not, I think your response to me, Mr. Alpert, is assuming that I'm trying to find something wrong with the project. What I'm trying to do is understand it. And this clause in layman's terms tells me that that our reverter is going to be subordinated to some future deed restriction. Now, maybe that's not what it means. And that's why I asked the question, but that's how it sounds to me. I do have another question, and I have two more actually. You said earlier that nothing has changed in this plan, but earlier this year, we voted on an additional $500,000 from our COA funds for this project. And it's listed in that same page in number 2. It's number 2C, Township of West Orange Construction and Permanent Financing in the amount of approximately $500,000. Isn't that so? So should we, and this may not be for you, Mr. Alpert, it may be for Mr. Kaiser or Mr. Gross, shouldn't we list that that's coming from our COA, or is that not necessary?
There are documents. It is coming from what's called your Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Those funds are not taxpayer dollars. Those are funded through developers who do non-affordable housing in town. They contribute to a fund. And just to be clear, those funds can only be used for projects in your spending plan that meet your co-obligation. So it could really only be used in projects like this one. And you're absolutely right. I think it is listed in your spending plan officially, which I do believe went past the council, and I haven't kept track of all those resolutions. But you're absolutely right. That's one of the funding aspects of this project. And I do apologize. I get very passionate about affordable housing and the idea that this project, after this much time and this much benefit, could go down. So I do apologize for maybe my tone, but I don't mean it like that. I'm just passionate about the housing. So
I'm not offended at all. It's totally fine. I just think it's important to for you to understand where I'm coming from. I really want to understand what my vote means.
Yes.
My next question is for Mr. Bowers. What happens if this project isn't built, or if down the road ownership changes hands and it's no longer affordable, or some portion of it's no longer affordable, even if the reverter stands and the township takes title and has to run it? What happens from a legal standpoint with our settlement if either of those two things were to happen? Oh, I thought I saw Mr. Bowers in the audience.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Can everybody still hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, at this point, we have an agreement. That agreement, you know, as I said before, has been approved by the court. You know, that agreement obviously anticipates that there's going to be 64 affordable housing units on this property. And, you know, like I said, that agreement has led to the township getting a judgment of repose. We have enforced, you know, we have the ability to enforce not only the agreement, but also the judgment of repose itself. So in my mind, one way or the other, the township really needs to find a way to make these 64 affordable housing units happen. At this juncture, obviously, we have a clear path for making that happen, which is we have funding for the site. We have a property where it's going to be located, and we have a developer who's going to build it. So it's actually really easy at this point. If the affordable housing doesn't get built, the township is, you know, depending on why it's not getting built, and if there's a lack of funding, for instance, if the tax credits are lost because of a delay, the township, you know, we would probably go to court and ask the court to require the township to fund the development, to fund the construction cost. You know, if there's some other reason why the site's not affordable housing, then we would have to deal with that however it would come up. But, you know, ultimately, you know, the thing that we're looking at right now is the funding, and the funding's in place, and we'd like to keep it in place.
All right.
Thank you.
Last thing is really a comment. I know every affordable housing job has debt, which means in the event of a default, the bank would then take title. That to me is, I'm a layman when it comes to real estate, but I know that's just a standard part of the transaction. They have to have something to secure their loan. And because of that, I'm just curious, and this isn't for you, Mr. Alpert, it's really for Mr. Kaiser or actually, Mr. Kaiser, you don't even have to answer if you don't want to. It just seems to me that the impact of this reverter clause should have been anticipated when it was created, because now we're dealing with it, you know, literally at the 9th hour, and you know, it's better if we do things up front, I think, than if we wait down the road. That's it for me, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you have a question or comment?
So on that comment, again, in my line of work, it's not unusual for the bank when you get closer to the closing table to put stipulations on a loan. I mean, as going for a mortgage for our own homes, it's amazing last minute what pops up. So that's not unusual, and it's never unusual for the first, you know, for the loan to go in first position. So I appreciate those questions because they are important. And recordables, I'll just add, are first come, first serve. As they get recorded, they go by date. That's why we have to subordinate. And that deed, unless there's some kind of subordination with another deed restriction, Mr. Kaiser could correct me on that. That's always going to stand number one because it was recorded first. So I just wanted to share that with my colleagues in my everyday work experience.
Again, just working in the real estate profession for over 20 years, while it has been mostly residential as opposed to commercial real estate, still I do have a healthy combination of both. And a deed restriction stays with the property. It's in perpetuity. It isn't removed. That's why it's deed restrictions. Commonly, I think what would be easier for us to understand as it relates to maybe more common everyday experiences is deed restrictions in condominium complexes.
Yeah.
They last forever. They're never removed. And that's just the way deed restrictions work. So hopefully this information has been advantageous and clarified some of the concerns that many of my colleagues may have had. And I want to thank you, Mr. Alper, as well as Mr. Bowers, for taking the time out of your evening to give us the information, nuts and bolts, so that we can make an intelligent decision to see this project continue.
And I love the fact that I was able to interact with the council to fully vet everything. Like I said, affordable housing should be transparent. Every aspect of this deal should be open to the public because there's federal, there's state and municipal resources involved. We're only the fiduciary to try to build it. Thank you for the dialogue.
You're welcome. And again, I do want to just let you know and just your closing remarks as well. When you asked me, what we should do, it was your suggestion. Do you think it would be helpful if I reached out to all of your council colleagues? And without hesitation, I said, absolutely, please do.
And reaching out to me, I
And
appreciate it.
thank you, because listen, I now will probably only do affordable housing in towns that have a title agent on the council. It's very helpful. But all kidding aside, people come at this housing. This is not natural in your day-to-day life. You don't see, you might buy a home once, but you don't do affordable housing.
Correct.
You don't see a reverter clause in a personal home.
Correct.
They don't revert to the prior owner. These are very unique, and Councilman, I do appreciate that. We should learn every step of the way, because I still have a lot to learn in this business. Also, like you said, make sure that you don't have to go back to a council at the last minute. But when you do, explain it fully. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Council President, I've known Mr. Alpert since the 1990s when he was appearing before the Orange City Council on similar projects. He's always operated this way. So.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. We appreciate that vote of confidence as well. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, if we can go back to the agenda, and I would like to resume with comments from the administration before we head into the consent agenda, if I may. So there were a few questions, Mr. Gross, that I would like for you to definitely respond to. And most certainly, important to most of our residents is the sewer formula that we used, and for some of the concerns from residents and how they have been billed, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, et cetera. If you could please give us a detailed explanation. Thank you.
Sure. I'll deal, Mr. I'm sorry, I lost the pronunciation. DeBovie.
DeBovie.
I'm not sure. I apologize to him for butchering his name. Mr. DeBovie put in an Oprah request for financial information about Rock Spring, which he was provided all that we have, which is the information sort in terms of our profit and loss statement. It was provided then the same information that we're provided from Kemper. He then followed up with a phone call from me afterwards saying, no, that wasn't what he was looking for. He was looking for more like a formal profit and loss statement from the township. And I explained to him that in New Jersey, the municipalities do not they have to do their accounting based on line items, not based on programs. So it's not program centric. So all of our expenses aren't attributed to a specific program. They're attributed to line items within the budget or within the capital lines. He was, I think he was looking for us to create a document. And when you do Oprah is about producing documents that exist or information that exists, not to create documents. So I think there may have been miscommunication on that to some extent. I mean, obviously, we're quite capable of providing whatever information is required from the council. But in general, the public, we do not create documents at the request of the public. We provide any documents that we have. We try to provide information anecdotally as well. So that I think explains that particular circumstance to the extent that Councilman has asked for to be sent the data from Rock Spring. That'll be going out tonight. So we'll send that to everybody so everybody will have that as well.
And to be clear, so that we understand what we should expect to receive. The councilman requested annual statements for the past 4 years.
Well, the statements that we have are aggregate statements. So they're monthly statements, and the December statement has the year to date. So on there, you'll see both the December activity and then you'll see the activity for the year. So,
Yeah, I was just looking for the monthly statements going back to June or July of last year.
Yes, but Councilwoman Scarpa asked for statements for the past 4 years. So I'm just trying to make sure we get what you're asking for, what she's requesting, all those requests to Mr. Gross so that he can do it at one time and
well,
won't.
we only have three annual statements.
Okay,
So and those you'll have tonight.
okay.
And then again, there's the monthly statements that are sent out. If there's a particular group or month, if you just send me an email, let me know what you want. I'll be happy to, hunt it down and provide it for you.
Okay, so just want to remind one of the processes and procedures that we had tried to put in place to help Mr. Gross respond in a timely manner to all of our requests is that we do generate an email to him. So Councilwoman Scarpa is shaking her head yes, that she will indeed put this in writing so that Mr. Gross can respond. And Councilman Rutherford, I'll just ask that you briefly do the same thing. Even though we've had the discussion and we're clear, we just want to make sure we use the appropriate formalities so that we can all be held accountable. And Mr. Gross, we also had questions about the sewer bill and how it
Sure.
is tabulated. Yes.
Sure. So let's talk a little bit about what we're even talking about. We have the township, like all other townships, we have a sewer system. That sewer system is used by residents, tax-paying residents, as well as non-tax-paying residents. So that's a group called the users. The system was developed and financed and built by the taxpayers, not by the users. Over time, we've been shifting the cost of maintaining our system, including the treatment on an annual basis, and that's the joint meeting, as well as maintenance, repairs, improvements, and the amortized cost of construction from the taxpayer to the users. Now, again, big portion of the users are taxpayers, but there's a portion of the users that are not.
Can you give us an example of what a user is versus a taxpayer?
Okay. Taxpayer people that get a tax bill, that they get a tax bill, and most of them use the sewer system. However, all of our tax exempts, they don't pay taxes. And so if you look at all of our tax exempt properties, they almost all use the sewer system. So when we just rely on the taxpayer to support the sewer system, you're leaving out a group of people that are using it, that are getting that service without paying for it. So this is a concept, and we've done calculations over the years, and our best estimate is that the cost of all these expenses, including the amortization of construction, is north of $10 million. So we've up until this year, we have from time to time raised the sewer rates, again, conceptually trying to minimize that difference. So it's really unfair to strap the taxpayers along. It really the cost to operate the system. And so what we've done is raise the sewer fee for all the users. And to the extent that includes users that weren't taxpayers, that takes some of the tax burden off of taxpayers. So it's conceptually it's a little bit hard because you got to think about the two different groups. Now the new fee is higher than it was last year. We've always had a constant fee. It was $350 to before that it was whatever the number was previous to that, but it was everybody, no matter whether they whatever their usage of the system was, they paid based on the same unit rate. And so what we did to try to provide equity amongst the users, we've adjusted the rate for class 2 residential property owners based on the number of bedrooms registered in the property and the records card in the office of the tax assessor. The premise of the concept is that homes with more bedrooms will likely use the sewer system more than homes with fewer bedrooms. It's not a perfect system. And we're going to, as we've talked about, we're looking at the possibility of using a water usage system as in the future. We need to test that model to make sure that really is what we expect, we expect that it's going to be more equitable. We need to prove that it's going to be more equitable. But that's not something that's going to happen this year. But this year, homes with bedrooms from 1 to 5 bedrooms will be paying between $350 and $550. And then if you have more than 5 bedrooms, every bedroom you have more, it's an additional $50 per bedroom.
And you start that formula with 5 bedrooms at 5.
Well, five bedrooms is $550. That's the standard unit price that we're using with non-class 2 residentials. So, but as far as residential properties themselves, it's if you have a 1 bedroom, it's $350. If you have a 2 bedroom, it's $400, and it goes up $50 every bedroom from there. So
I have a question.
So conceptually, what we have now that we haven't had in the past is a graduation that is attempting to recognize that some users use the system more than others. Again, it's not perfect, and it is not something that we're just going to sit back and say, okay, we're done now. We're going to continue this process moving forward.
Thank you. One other question. Can you please define class 2 property? What is that class 2?
It's assessed. It's an assessing classification. Our residential properties are class 2. That's not to say that there aren't people that live in other properties that are not class 2 that may be in commercial properties and such. Or large rental properties. So that's just a differentiation within our system of classification of properties.
So how would someone know if they live in a class 2 property versus, and so I guess what I'm asking is because, again, we're using language that's not layman's language. We're using technical terms. So if I'm a resident and I live in a class 2 property, which I really don't know what that means, then if I received a tax bill and I have a 3-bedroom home, then based on your calculations, my tax bill should have been $450.
If you had 3-bedroom,
right?
A 3-bedroom would be $450. That's correct.
Right.
Not the tax bill.
I'm sorry, the sewer bill. Yes. So I apologize to the public if my
But let me get to talking about what a bedroom is.
Okay, thank you.
Because that's really gets to the crux to the question is what is considered a bedroom. Now, right now, we're using the bedroom count that the assessor has recorded, whether it be from the last reval or since then with any type of construction that may have gone on. And when we do the next reval, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to do an exact count with this in mind, because it certainly wasn't done that way before because we didn't use it, but we will move forward. But a bedroom is defined in the township's code and the state code as a separate room other than a living room, dining room, kitchen, or bathroom. Now, additionally, a bedroom must be at least 70 square feet and have a window or a door leading directly to an outside area accessible to the street. So that is the definition of a bedroom. And a lot of people may have rooms in their house they don't use as bedroom. They don't consider them bedrooms, but they are bedrooms in terms of the definitions. So we do know that we're sensitive to this issue. We know that we've gotten a number of inquiries about it, and we're gonna work with the property owners to resolve the issue. If there's a discrepancy between what we have, it's either right or wrong.
How are we going to do that? Like, for example, the woman who came here today, she did not understand who she could go to. She feels there's a miscommunication. She's being
Well,
billed.
it's day one. It's day one.
I know.
It's day one, and
what's the
and we're
process
and we're
for
and
the-
we're collecting the complaints and the calls and the questions, and we're going to address them one by one.
So
Julie?
I've asked Mr. Gross yesterday when we had this discussion, because the majority of my day yesterday was receiving sewer bill calls,
Me too.
right? So I called him probably at about 3 o'clock or maybe even later. And I said, what are we gonna do? And his first response was, well, we'll reconcile it when we do the reeval later on in the year. And I said, that's not acceptable. Just tell you what I to his defense, what I said, we've got to do better. These are residents that we can't just expect for them to pay and then us to say, oh, but we'll fix it and figure it out. So he came up with some wonderful recommendations. Certainly, we cannot put anything out there until they have finalized what their process is going to be. But I think each of us, including my colleagues who may not be physically present here today, will all agree that we are in concert when we say our expectation is that this administration will have a remedy. We do know that the bills are due on August 15th with a 15-day grace period of August 31st. So we also know that we don't have another council meeting until August 1st. So it is my expectation that they will have some type of remedy soon so that they can make some adjustments. But again, they have to have the time
Right, I understand.
to
It's a
put that
big
out
long
there.
process.
It's a big process. And yes, again, it's one of those things where because it is affecting our residents and we're their first line of contact, we've communicated that to the administration in hopes that in a very timely manner that they will come up with a remedy.
Mr. Gross,
So,
do you
so
think
in,
that's
but
possible?
Council President, if I can,
Yeah.
in fairness, the response that I gave you in terms of when we go out to do inspections for the reval is still an important part of this, because we're dealing with the people that reach out and complain, but that doesn't mean that we have all of the inaccuracies. And so it's an important part of that. So that is the stopgap of that. Now, between now and when the bills come due, it's the question is whether we have, 50 complaints or 5,000 complaints, how we handle that. And I can't give you an answer. And that's why I couldn't give you the answer today as to what, but at the worst case scenario, the worst case scenario is that we would get to the point, and if when we did the reval, we would, whatever the discrepancies were, we would then true up and provide a credit back to the property owners if we owed them money. So, but clearly, if we have right now, from what I can see, we have a manageable number, and we're going to deal with them on a one-to-one basis and try to come up with the solutions that work for everybody, or at least we know that it's consistent.
And I'm gonna ask the administration to take the comments that you prepared and put something online for our residents
That's
to
what I was gonna
understand.
On the webpage.
On the
Well, let's sort
webpage
of
so
tell
that
them-
they understand.
Well,
exactly-
actually sent something to the TAP today
Okay.
already, but we'll certainly put it online.
Yeah, and just tell them, a 1 bedroom, this 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, so they know what to expect and they can kind of assess if it's right or not, and then with a number to call if there's an inaccuracy.
Or an email or something, very simple. I agree. Thank you.
Great minds think alike.
Absolutely. we do.
I just want to get to one other point. There was a question about.
Well, I think one of my colleagues
Oh,
had
I'm sorry.
another question
About-
regarding the sewer fees, so I'd just like to go to my colleagues who are not in council chambers.
Councilwoman Grover Michael, did you have your hand raised?
Nope, I was gonna bring up those same concerns that both Councilwoman Scarpa and our Council President echoed, and I'm happy that the administration is coming up with a plan.
Thank you.
If I could I'll finish, and then if there's any other questions, we'll do. But one of the questions or issues that was raised was that, some towns charge much less. Frankly, some towns don't charge at all. And because they, for whatever reason, have decided that they're not concerned about the issue. Maybe they don't have that same issue for some reason. Maybe their non-taxable properties are not significant enough for them to do it. But there's other towns that charge more. I mean, our range is for most of our taxpayers or our users is $350 to $550. Essex Fells just charges a straight $450, which is $100 more than what we were charging. Verona charges $600, a flat $600. And North Caldwell is a sliding scale depending on your classification, as high as $715. So it's a concept that is kind of all over the place. Municipality, everybody's kind of handled it their own way. What we're trying to do is to try to make this to provide equity for the taxpayers and consistency for the users. So.
Thank you. And just wanted to also thank you for getting some of those, Madam Clerk, for reaching out to our close municipalities to just see what type of programs. And I will say that we sat around the table and tried to figure out what we do to create a formula for this year. During the budget meetings, we sat around this table, we contemplated that for hours on hours. It took a couple of sessions. If you want to go back to our budget hearings, we were all concerned about a double taxation, increasing sewer fees, as well as municipal taxes at the same time. And again, I'll just reiterate to the public that we're all homeowners that sit behind this table. So the same fees that are impacting you, we had to make this decision understanding the financial and the fiscal responsibility that we have to you and to our municipalities. So again, I just implore you to understand that this was not a willful, without thought process. Mr. Gross has put a tremendous amount of time and energy and effort in trying to figure out how we can get through this budget session for this year. Certainly when we have our budget hearing, we'll look at seeing if there are any additional adjustments that we can make. But, we want to remind you when we talk about the taxation and how we need to function as a township, that we have to meet our budget. And if we don't, again, the options were very, very clear. We either lay off personnel or we slow down services, eliminate services, those are the options that we have. And we all agreed that we do not want to impact personnel. We are already at a very scaled down personnel status for a township of 50,000 residents. We have so many of our staff members, and yes, a lot of members have been here for several years and are extremely committed and love this town and love their jobs. But at the same time, we have to understand that anytime your employer, your personal employer is talking about financial difficulties, it creates stress, it can create uneasiness. And what we want to be able to do is assure not only our residents who live here and invest here and go to school here and raise their children and their families here, but also for the people who are employed by this municipality, that we're going to do the best that we can for everyone involved. And we have another comment online.
Yeah, I have a question. Mr. Gross, you referenced communities. Are they in the joint meeting, Essex Fells and West Caldwell?
To be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that, but someone is doing, I don't believe any of them have their own sewage treatment system. So they're in one of a couple that are out there. So but again, keep in mind, the cost of running your sewer system, the treatment is it's a significant cost, but it's probably about a third of the cost of what it really costs you. If you think about it, we have to build and maintain 100 miles of properly sized conveyance tubes, to get and we have to make sure that they don't break and that they don't They don't cause environmental problems. So there's a big expense involved in that, not to mention, the day-to-day work that in terms of dealing with clogs and things of that nature. So-
And then I also wanted to just, if I could, one more comment you made a comment that some of the municipalities don't actually have a sewer fee. There were two townships that I reached out to personally that don't have a sewer fee, but when I spoke to their administration, they said because they include it in their municipal taxes.
Right, yes.
So I just want to be very
Yes.
clear that it doesn't mean that the municipalities are not charging their residents sewer fees. It's just different in how they identify where that fee is going to come from. So I just wanted to clarify for the public if there was any, misconception that there are towns that don't charge a sewer fee. That is not absolutely accurate. They charge it somewhere, somehow. It just may not be a separate individual bill.
They're kind of synonymous.
Well,
We
for the
unfortunately,
record. No, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off if you're not done speaking.
unfortunately, we don't do any more public comment. We had someone in the audience who was just raising their hand and they were new. And so I just wanted to let them know about our process. Councilwoman, go ahead. You had another comment.
Yeah, so, because I have it in front of me, I was able to pull it up.
Pull what up?
The joint meeting of Essex and Union counties. So it's East Orange, Hillside, Irvington, Maplewood, Milburn, Newark, Roselle Park, South Orange, Summit, Union, West Orange, and Elizabeth.
But that's
So
just one of the many. That's just the one we belong to, but
There's no town in Essex County that is running on anything other than some system.
right.
It might be, because certainly
There are several options.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
There are several options other than the joint meeting. That's just who is in that particular group.
Yeah, but do any of these communities pay more? I think what we're trying to get at is that we're paying so much more than these other communities.
Well, Mr. Gross just gave an example of several other, at least 3 other towns, some that have higher fees than we do.
I just hope we
Some
can
of
do right by the
cities get
residents. That's
more
all.
state aid than we do. So
Concerning.
depends how they.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gross, for that. And then as it related to the sewer bill and the sewer fees, there's still a couple other questions. Mr. Malanga asked about 2022 sewer fees or sewer charges for residential units. The money that was received, what the money amount was spent on maintenance and where that is in the budget. He also asked for the 2023 income and revenue broken down by category and paid to the joint meeting. Again, we talked about Rock Spring and how you are required to maintain those records. Can you please speak to how in the budget these items are identified categorically, and if we can anticipate, if it is not clear, any changes or updates in how we do that?
Yeah, and
calculation?
that's typical of when you're transferring from one system of account, of how you're accounting for it to another. So we're taking it from the taxpayer to the user. So there's your everyday costs, there's the cost of treatment, but then there's the capitalized costs that you spent over the year that we're going to be spending moving forward. A joint meeting, are the expenses that we have for joint meeting aren't limited to the cost of the treatment, but we have capital expenditures that we make almost every year that gets amortized over a period of time, and there's improvements and that we've made in the system in past years that are amortized through where we are now. So when you take and you do those calculations and you look at what the reasonable amortized cost is, it drives up significantly. So it's not, you can't necessarily point to again, this goes to the type of accounting that's required in the state of New Jersey. You can't point to a particular line item and say, well, that portion of that line is for the sewer system. It's just not accounted for that way.
Thank you for clarifying. All right, I think some of the other questions that we had for the public can come up in new business as opposed to actually responding. Any additional comments from the administration? Yes.
Yeah, there was a question that I wanted maybe answered, so I don't have to pull it. 2805 for the flood damage. Mrs. Malanga asked us about taking it out of land use. I was actually going to pull it and ask if it can be taken out of land use and put somewhere else so that we don't have to worry that it could be varied by the land use courts or by our planning or zoning.
What was the ordinance number on that?
The 2805.
So let's wait till we get to
Wanna wait?
ordinances,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Should I pull it then or?
Well, when we get to ordinances, we'll just go through the ordinances.
Okay,
Okay?
because I do want that answer.
It's on second reading. We can discuss it.
Okay.
All right, excellent. Okay,
I have a
And so-
question.
yes. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I would like to pull 257 and I have a.
Oh, we're not
question.
ready yet. If you'll just give us a moment, please, we'll get to that part. We still need to do our consent agenda and approval of the minutes from the previous meeting, as well as our report of township officers. So we'll get there. Just give us a moment. Thank you. Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
Okay. Approval of minutes of previous meetings, special public meeting 6/30/23.
Consent.
Report of township officers, update of the West Orange Public Library project, Mr. Smeraldo.
Yes, Mr. Smeraldo will be coming to the podium for his update, and Mr. Fagan might have some library photos in his queue that he can pull up as Mr. Smeraldo is taking fresh and hot off the press for today. Maybe not?
Told them to wait till tonight.
Oh,
That's all right. I'll talk slow, Joe. Good evening, everyone. Council President, Madam, members of the council and the public. So to bring you up to date with our library, we had another meeting today, just to make sure I contacted our contractor also to make sure that I have the latest updates for you. So we're moving along as I discussed last time. I'll talk about the rooftop units, which is our biggest holdup. The rooftop units, as of today, are still scheduled for next Monday, the 17th, to be delivered. According to our contractor, that we'll know definitely by Friday if they're telling us the truth or they're not, just like they have in the past. So we're hoping to know by Friday, but right now we're scheduled for next Monday, the 17th, to be delivered on site. Okay. The glass doors, which were an issue we had because we had a problem with one of the suppliers. Mr. Reynolds, who works for us, who's doing besides the rest of our team, Mr. Reynolds is going out there above and beyond to do whatever we can to help secure a lot of our bids and our invoices and things of that nature. He went out and got some prices on replacing glass ourselves, and we would deduct it from the cost. It turned out the price we received were much higher than what
But
was
of
included in the
course.
project. Well, but we had to do our due diligence. And so he went out and secured those bids for us, or those quotes, I should say. So with that, our contractor said that they found another supplier who's willing to work with them to deliver quicker than we probably would get if we also went out with one of the bids we had. So I don't have a specific date for that yet, but it's going to be much sooner than what we would be doing. So that will only be for the TCO. If the hold up on the TCO, we can get TCO with that.
and TCO, again, I just want to, for the public, because they may not know what these abbreviations, yes,
Certificate of
temporary,
Occupancy is a CO and a TCO is a
temporary certificate of
That would
occupancy.
go to Mr. Biondi sitting right here in the front row.
Yes, yes.
So he's the guy. The sprinkler system is going to be tied in by the end of this week. Everything was taken care of as far as the pressure of the system. It's installed. It is not connected. We're still waiting for American Water, both for that and the domestic supply. But the sprinkler system will be tied in fully by the end of the week. It's just a specific pipe with the OSMY. There's the technical stuff that goes in, but they're going to put the two ends together. The So that will be done by the end of the week. Can't even read my own. Oh, they're installing right now the alarm systems. That is being taken care of as we speak. They will be installing the patio starting on Monday. That's a 5 to 7 day process. So hopefully by the end of next week, if not the early following week, which will be followed by the landscape. When that's done, the landscape will go in. And that's scheduled for the last week of July. The scheduling of the furniture. We thought at first it would be July 17th, which is next Monday. Mr. Kuby talked to his dealer. They're coming in on the week of the 24th. So that includes the furniture, that includes the shelving and things of that nature. That is going to take, according to him, up to 30 days of installation. Yes, I asked the same question. I had the same look on my face, but they apparently have to assemble everything. And it takes them 30 days. Hopefully, we will motivate them to get that quicker.
Well, we can,
We can,
You can't, he needs his staff to do it.
we can offer some support. We might have to discuss a 30-day installation. Who moves?
I'm just reporting to you what I learned today.
I understand. I
So
understand.
I also met with the moving company that has all his materials. They are going to move in once he's all set up. That's why we need to get the 30 days
Yeah.
closer, quicker. And once that occurs, he promises to have no more than 10 days, but more likely 7 days to deliver all and in place every book on every shelf categorized. So we're talking probably right now with this way the schedule is Labor Day.
And so this would be an opportunity for us to really do a community call.
He wants his staff, just tell me, I've had this conversation.
Well, I haven't.
Mr. Kuby had
I
a
haven't.
meeting with his board tonight, so it's.
I know, and they're right in the conference room meeting, but sometimes we have to make helpful suggestions when we can. And so we
We
might
will,
have to,
He also has liability issues he's concerned with.
all right.
so, but that doesn't mean we can't make some other, from a township perspective.
Absolutely. I
Good
think we might have to make
It is-
some
it
additional
is-
recommendations.
It is their library, but it is our building.
It is. And we're gonna work
And as a
together and we're gonna
community-
get
and
it open as,
As a community, we can come together and work together.
absolutely, we
I've heard
can.
From so many people who I'm sure would jump in. And
That's
help.
exactly what I'm saying. That's it. You have
But
so
but
many
to
people.
the councilwoman's point, though, from a liability standpoint,
He has
it should be well, I'll talk to Mr. Reynolds.
Okay,
He works magic.
all
I'm
right.
giving
Thank
him-
you.
I'm giving him a plug for that.
Well, I will, we are all giving you a nudge to do whatever you can to get this open as soon as we can. So I think that's clear.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Other than that,
Elevators, we need to have functioning elevators before we can open.
correct. Well, we do have.
We have one, okay.
We have one. It's kind of like a Model T. It's older, but
Okay.
it's functional.
Okay,
It works. We actually have this week a company coming out to do necessary work to make sure it's functional. The other car has been decommissioned.
right.
And we are working on getting that done. We have awarded the contracts. We have a resolution on tonight for an upgrade that was unfortunately omitted.
Right,
but
just a
that's
little
still-
bit of money.
But that's on there for that purpose, and that is on par to be done as we've, I think I explained before, hopefully no later than the end of the year. It's gonna be a process, one car at a time. They're not gonna do them simultaneously because we have to take into account our tenant upstairs. So we have to take that into account, and so we're getting there. I will also tell you, CME, who is our engineer, they were out there last week. They were doing the site survey for the remainder of the project, which has nothing to do with the library, but has to do with the property. They were out there doing the survey. I was talking to the gentleman. They are working on a plan this week to complete, to present as to what should be done. So we're hoping to have that plan shortly. I can't give you the specific date, but they are working on it this week. So that was all completed. That was one of the change orders or one of the requests we had, and you awarded a few weeks ago. So that's been completed, or being worked on.
So I would encourage my colleagues. I took a tour again of the library today. I just wanted to see myself. It's the state of the art building. It is gorgeous. It is going to be the best looking public space that we have here in West Orange. And I reminded Mr. Cubey today, because he was saying there are so many deficiencies in the proposal for little things that you just don't take into consideration when you're doing a project like this. And I wanted to reassure him that, you know, this is gorgeous. There may be some little things that we have to do in time, but this is absolutely, and I've been in a lot of libraries in a lot of communities because I just have. This is better than anything. This is gorgeous. And his vision is going to be executed, but maybe not as completely in one shot, so that we can afford to continue functioning as a community.
So,
But he has some great plans.
so the pictures behind you, that is the circulation desk. That's gonna be the main focus point. You notice that's all pictures of the town of West Orange. There's town hall on the bottom left. Over toward the middle, the gentleman with the dog, that's Joe Fagan. And
Actually, Mr. Schmaldo, I can, if I may, as you mentioned, this is a circulation desk. Beginning at the top left, these are several pictures that come from my personal collection, thousands of pictures. Peeking in at the top left is the Cable Road from 1901. Moving over to the two trolleys in front of Fink's store, that's 1947. You have the construction of 280 just below the Prospect Avenue overpass, 1972. The car to the extreme right is November 1904 on Main Street. As Mr. Speraldo mentioned, that's Town Hall shortly after it opened, 1937. That's where you see the Ice Annette Brothers Stockyards. That's 1907 across from Town Hall. And that is not me holding the dog. That is Sergeant Ben Dangler of the West Orange Police Department, 1921. And the final picture on the right there is the 21 trolley going down Torrey Corner, 1947.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Any other photos you want to scroll through really quickly?
that's if you're looking at that to the west, that's the parking lot. That's the view of the second mountain. And that to your right of that picture is going to be administrative offices, and that's going to just be the general area of the library. There's going to be it's hard to see, but there's some darker circles on the floor. That's electrical receptacles. Yeah. And what there's going to be furniture set up there for reference material, things of that nature. To the left of that picture is going to be more books in circulation. There's going to be some shelving and things of that nature. Those I'm not 100% sure what every unit is going to be. Those glass units that may be private areas for
Those are going to
study.
be conference rooms that you can utilize that will accommodate anywhere from 2 to 4 people. And there's 2 more on the opposite
And the
side
opposite
as
side,
that
same
as well.
thing,
Yeah.
That is the downstairs, which is going to be more of the adult area, as I was told. The children's area is going to be directly above, and then the more adult reference materials, things of that nature, are going to be in that area there. That's the staircase, which is beautiful. The glass that they came down right there goes right out to it's going to go out to the patio, and it's a really nice look as you come down. It's all beautiful the way they did that. So.
And another amazing feature in the library is the lights are automatic. So for energy conservation, if you're not in the room, they automatically come on and off with motion. It's just it's a beautiful facility.
Including the bathrooms they're green, they're green related, and everything's green. There's been a lot of green thrown into this concept here.
Absolutely.
Okay, that is looking at that same where the conference rooms and where it's going into the administration section, and that's just the main hallway as you walk in. Right there is in the back is going to be one of the glass pieces that we're looking at. It's going to be fire rated glass. That's going to be going to the elevator. That's going to be dedicated to in that area. That's going to be dedicated to the library, and then directly across that hall is the second elevator, which is going to go upstairs for our other tenant. And then to the right of that hallway is actually a huge conference room I forget what the capacity is, but it's gonna, it can be
Community
split.
center.
It's gonna be a community center. It's gonna be.
88 and 88, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
Yeah, it's something that, like, it was, I know it was under 200, but they could split that up. And all back in there's gonna be all staff offices and things of that nature.
So thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills. Bills list.
Yes. The bills list. Let me just pull it real quick. So I know you already got my email, but I'll state it on the record that Zimmer and Murray, we can pull that, the resolution 923 professional services for $2,007.70.
I'm sorry, is this under the bills list?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's on this bill list.
Okay.
The recent one we got under township litigation. Zimmer and Murray. There's an invoice for $2,007.70. And there's another one for what looks like a
One
credit.
second, so that Madam Clerk can
Yeah,
identify that. Hold on one second, please.
Can you
Sure,
tell
it's
me?
on the second page.
Second page, okay, thank you, and.
And Mr. Gross, if you could just clarify for the negative 3,788, is that a credit? I don't understand
Yes.
that. Okay. And then also under budget of township litigation, Fox Rothschild, May professional services, invoice amount for $22,135.60. He's spending a lot of money to this firm. And then Price, Mees, Schulman, and Blank for $3,264. And you guys have received my email with these two firms, or three firms, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you.
The rest I approve.
Councilman, any questions regarding the bills? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Wait, but to clarify, when I say the rest I approve, I'm talking about these bills, the bills for this bill list from 622 to 705.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I won't prove any of the
Clerk.
stuff I have pulled in the past.
I have a general question. It's not actually in the bill list, but it is regarding payment of bills.
Certainly, go ahead.
So there is ongoing litigation. I'm trying to pull it up now. State versus Mimi Amelia.
What page are you on?
I'm not on, but it's not on a page. This is a general question for Mr. Gross.
Okay, thank you.
Letter dated June 29th regarding ongoing litigation.
I'm having difficulty understanding what you're asking, Councilman.
Sorry. I had a mask on. I've got other people with me. There's ongoing litigation. It's State versus Mimi Amelia. I have a letter here. It's before Honorable Joseph Angelo, Montclair Municipal Court. It's dated June 29th, and it's signed by Richard Trink. I'm trying to understand how Mr. Trink is trying this case, and are you paying him for this litigation?
Well, if your question is how is Mr. Trink's firm being paid in general? I mean, I think if that's your question, I think Mr. Kaiser addressed that at the last meeting.
I didn't understand that to be his question, frankly.
Maybe I'm
I
wrong.
don't know
Maybe I'm
who-
misunderstanding.
The name didn't sound familiar at all. It's not, I don't think it's Mr. Trink's firm, is it?
It is. It's on Trink Isabel speaking, Shadanian letterhead. Dear Judge Angelo, as you are aware, our office represents the Township of West Orange with respect to summonses issued to defendants Mimi Amelia and others. At the June 21 status conference, your honor indicated that you were going to confer with Honorable Chandra Cole. And it goes on and on and on for some other things. This letter is dated on June 29th. It's signed by Mr. Trink. It is litigation and it is ongoing. And it is after this is not something that Mr. Trink would do as head of legal. This is something he has farmed out to his own firm as head of legal so that his firm can handle the litigation. And I'm trying to understand, how is that possible? And if he is in fact being paid for this.
Well, if you send that to me, I'll take a look and see what the background on is. Frankly, it might be an insurance case. I just don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't have the bill list. I never see the bill list. So
I'm not sure if that was a bills list he's talking about or a letter he got, a copy of a document. So if you could send that to me, then I can at least find out exactly what the background is on it for you.
All right, I just sent it. Thank you. That's it for me, Council President.
Resolutions, Council President, or any resolutions being pulled this evening? We are going to pull 258-23 so that we can make that amendment and then approve it.
And I have a question regarding 258. Who is
We're pulling
deemed
it.
here?
We're pulling it.
Yeah.
So
I know,
we
but I
can-
have okay, I'll wait. till we get-
We're pulling it and we'll get to the questions once we go through the consent agenda. Okay.
And how about 260-23?
Uh-huh. 1 year.
The 1 year contract, it was
extension.
like almost $500,000. I'd like maybe some discussion or clarification about that.
Do you want to pull it?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. So we'll pull 260, 258. Is
Yeah,
every,
57.
Yeah, 250.
Can we do one at a time, one person at a time, so that we're not all over the place?
yes. I'm sorry. Councilman Rutherford, you have some additional resolutions you'd like to pull?
I was agreeing with Councilwoman Geber Michael, 257-23. Would like to pull that.
Okay.
Okay, anything else, Councilwoman Gabor Michael?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Can you review what resolution?
Okay, all right.
Can
So
you review what resolution?
I believe it was 258 and 260
And 257.
and 257.
Yes, we're
Sorry,
pulling those.
Did not hear that one.
And
Okay,
260.
and right, 257, 258 and 260.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Just one thing, clerk, before we take a vote. Just wanted folks to know on 262, the contract has just gone up by like 20-something $1,000. It's not a new $377,000 contract. It's a contract that was already voted on. Thank you.
And then I wanted to have a question regarding 248-23. We talked about what the selection process for the committee was going to be. We're creating this anniversary establishment, but that was a question that my colleagues and myself had at the last council meeting. Is there been any response to what the process for the selection committee will be?
I thought the mayor answered that.
She did not.
She did.
Okay.
I don't remember that either, because that was really important because it wasn't laid out. Very vague resolution. And
Yeah,
actually,
I don't recall either. unless
thank
did
you,
it.
Council President, for bringing that up. Can we pull 248?
Yes, we'll go ahead and pull that. Thank you. And then we'll look for the information. Thank you. So we'll pull 4 resolutions.
Oh, okay. So let me do the vote.
Mhm.
You have a question before we vote?
Yes, on 260.
Mhm.
That was-
Sorry,
we
no, no,
pulled
no, no,
that.
no, I'm
We
sorry,
pulled that.
261, just a
Okay.
quick question. Or actually, for Mr. Gross, it's for the tennis courts improvements at Degnet Park and Rolling Green Courts. Are those, when will those projects?
Well, we'll have to go back out to bid.
Well, this is rescinding the
We're,
work order.
no, we got bids in, the bids came in
Yeah.
too high. So we have, as a process, the council has to, reject the bids and then we can go back out to see whether, we can figure out a way.
And I had a
Well,
further
on-
follow-up question after we pass the resolution.
Wait, I'm not done with my
Oh,
statement. I'm
okay, I'm
sorry.
sorry, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just want to be mindful, I guess I guess we're kind of, so because the fall season, the high school uses those tennis courts for the fall, so yeah,
Well, They're
we're,
using O'Connor Park right now.
yeah. Yeah, I know, but they
Understood.
discuss them. Yeah, okay.
So I did have some questions and concerns, but it didn't respond to the actual resolution of rejection. It was more about the work. And the tune of the work is, when it was originally planned, was 1.45, and now it's up to about 1.9. But I just wanted to get an understanding of what that work actually included again. And see if there's anything that we can possibly delay. I know it's important for the Degnan Park tennis courts to be done, but if I could recall correctly, there were some lights and some additional improvements that were going to be done. And maybe that's something that we can reconsider.
We're going to be presenting capital budget shortly. And as part of that, we're going to look at what we already have outstanding that hasn't been completed for your consideration as to whether you want to move forward with those old projects.
Okay, great. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
And wait, I just want to make one more comment, because if there's additions added to Degnan Park, let's remember that the school board also owns that property. And so if things need to be added on that end, there needs to be conversation with, what the
Yeah, I'm
participation is
not
with
sure
the
that
project.
anything's going to be added
Okay.
at this point because the costs are coming in too high.
Exactly.
So
And in understanding and talking to different members, our athletic director, certainly Superintendent Hayden Moore, just wanted to make sure those conversations take place, because in the past, what has
Yes.
been done for the Degnan tennis court is just a resurfacing that can be minimized to somewhere under $75,000. And I realized that that is not a long-term solution. It might just be another 2 to 3 year fix or Band-Aid, but we really need to take a hard look at some of those capital expenditures. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
Okay, and if we can now go to,
Resolution 248.
yes, and if we can get some type of confirmation on what the selection process for the committee
Okay,
would be.
so I had written to Mayor McCartney, July 3rd. I apologize. I thought that, I thought Council President was included on this, so that was my fault. So she said the committee right now consists of Tom Ross, Joe Fagan, Susan McCartney, and 2 West Orange residents who have expressed interest in serving, Michael Wardles and Eric Fritsch. So I wrote back and I said, does the council have any appointments? And she said, no, but the council will be welcome to participate in the planning process. Add Megan to the list of committee members.
Kind of not acceptable to me. I think we need to have at least some type of council representatives, whether it be.
I'll
I think
volunteer.
we should each put our own person on, be able to.
Why don't we?
I'll volunteer for that.
We don't have to, I mean, we can maybe do a consent, 2 people to consent.
No,
from the
I think
council.
that we should each have our own
Yeah, I would like to have my own.
appointments. I
Right.
mean, it
So,
doesn't
I
seem
don't
very
know.
clear, like the administration has an idea, but I think that because the council's approving it and it states in here that it's the council that wants this, that we should be able to have
Yeah,
our,
I'm not sure exactly.
Right,
how-
so what we may have to do is we may not be able to vote on this evening. We may need to go back to the mayor and request that the council members, so what I would first like to do is make sure there is a majority that each council member wants their own appointment, and then certainly we can take that recommendation to the mayor.
Yeah, I support that. Having, or each of us having our own appointee.
I'd like an appointment too.
Okay, so can I have someone make a motion that we have a recommendation to the mayor that each council member have their appointment to this committee?
I make that motion.
Is there a
Second.
second?
I'll second.
I think Councilman Rutherford second. Thank you, though.
Okay.
Okay, it's
Let me
been
take a
moved and
vote.
properly seconded that we have each council member.
Okay, but I have to take a vote.
Right.
Councilwoman Castellino,
If that's what you want, I don't think it's necessary, but I'll vote yes. If
Okay.
that's what you want.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
I'll vote yes as well.
And
So
can
again,
we-
I want to clarify that this is a recommendation from the council members. This does not mean that it has to be accepted by the mayor. But we are pulling this and we are removing it from tonight's agenda, and we're asking the clerk to take that recommendation back to the mayor. Thank you.
We also make a recommendation to have someone from the schools on there as well, because it's referencing involvement from residents, neighborhoods, businesses, schools, civic organizations.
Well, we don't know if any of those persons that have been identified may or may not be with the schools. But certainly the recommendation can be taken.
Yeah, to have
That we
someone.
include someone. And then at the end of the day, if we're gonna have 5 appointments, 5 of our own appointments, then we can make sure we recommend someone from the schools. Okay. What was your question, Madam Clerk?
My question is, there may already be a formula in place as to as to
Right.
why the mayor appointed and.
There
the
may
council
be.
Doesn't have.
Absolutely.
Right, so I don't know. I don't have that information, but
Totally
that's just my
understood.
question.
That's fine, no problem. And
Okay,
you
but
can,
I will bring this back to the mayor tomorrow.
thank you.
Sure, no problem.
And then we also pulled 257-23.
Yeah, resolution authorizing an executive session for the purpose of discussing litigation, specifically Italian-American One Voice Coalition versus the Township of West Orange et al.
I move for the acceptance of this resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Yes,
Yeah.
so, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Geber Michael, ladies first.
But he spoke first, so you can go first. Councilman.
Actually, you did. Thank you. If you'll go ahead, please.
So, just as I mentioned in the last meeting, when the executive session with Mr. Trank was on the resolution, I'm willing to go into executive session with our Assistant Attorney, Ken Kaiser, not Mr. Trank.
Any other
Same,
comments?
same here.
So if we can amend it?
No, you can't amend in an executive session because you have to put notice of that out to the public and it can't be amended.
Well, actually, it's our executive session. It's not the administration. So if we choose not to have Trank there and we want Mr. Kaiser, we can do that right now if the majority of us vote on it.
And we're
and
still
then go
talking
into
about,
executive session.
Scheduled to come in anyway. Is Mr. Kaiser scheduled to talk anyway? Or no?
Pardon?
He's the assistant attorney. He should know everything that's happening.
I don't,
Right
I'm
hand.
not, I'm not handling this litigation. I'm not, I mean, I have some basic familiarity
Okay,
with it
so
from
we don't talk
past
about our
history, but I don't.
litigation, just vote.
Okay. So again, it is executive session and quite frankly, I've shared my opinion as you all have shared yours. I think we have had Mr. Kaiser, who has also given his professional opinion as the Assistant Township Attorney onto how we're functioning. And, clearly there is frustration, vote of no confidence from the majority of the council. And Mr. Kaiser explained that the vote of no confidence has no merit on how we function. And that as far as Mr. Trank's contract, he is a holdover. And so if I am saying anything out of order, I would ask Mr. Kaiser to immediately correct me or either to affirm that the statements that I have made are absolutely correct. And then my next question or thought process after that is these are executive sessions so that we can understand what is going on privately so that we can continue to function as a community, as a council. I think we need to put our trust, mistrust, misdirected trust aside so that we can govern properly. We are refusing to receive information that we need as elected officials to best serve the residents of this town. I don't think that's what they elected us to do. If we have charges that we want to bring against Mr. Trank, we have also had discussion that that is the next step in order to remove him as our legal counsel. And so with that being said, I am going to urge and encourage and beg you, please let us govern Let us receive the information from the council that is serving in that capacity duly and rightfully so, and let us govern as we have been elected to do.
Okay, I'll call for the vote.
Wait, I've got my hand up. So, Council President, I think this is part of your statement is part of the problem. I'm not saying you are part of the problem, I'm saying your statement. The council voted, the resolution was passed. You stated in public comment tonight that the council members want Mr. Trink to do work, but we don't want to pay him for it. That is not true. We don't want him to do the work, and we don't want him to be paid for it because we don't want him doing the work. That is a legitimate vote of this council. I understand you disagree. I understand others disagree. And I don't know who the us is in your statement, but the council took a vote. The vote passed. Mr. Trink no longer enjoys the same rights and privileges as he did prior to that vote. Now, we can't do anything about him being an employee. But when it comes to these matters where we have to take his advice, that is at the heart of that vote. And for anyone to state that charges haven't been levied, they haven't been sent to the clerk, but they've been detailed numerous times in multiple council meetings. So it's not like there's just some vague notion of what he's done wrong. This is not personal. This is not politics. We got here because of poor advice. And some in the administration continue to put him up to give us additional advice. We've said, no, that's got to stop. Like, this is exactly what the residents were talking about earlier tonight. This has to stop. The vote is over. If you want to put up a new resolution, if you want to take another vote, that's fine. But that vote passed. We've got to move on. So it's time for the administration to quit trying to force Mr. Trink on us when we've clearly said we don't want him. So I'm not willing to listen to Mr. Trink in executive session. I don't trust his advice. That's the bottom line. And I'm not going to listen to that advice, have him create a bill, and then complain that he's not being paid for it. And if this does end up in court, give him leverage to say, Mr. Rutherford and other council members approved me doing the work, but refused to approve my payment. So I have been consistent in this regard. And the only reason I'm even willing to vote on the fees is because Mr. Gross put in writing that Mr. Trink is not being paid anything additional for preparing these resolutions. And in my response to Mr. Gross, I was very clear. If there is a resolution that Mr. Trink creates a fee as a result of working on that resolution, I want to know that before we take the vote. So, yeah, I fully support, and I don't think we should be bickering over this. I fully support.
Thank you,
removing this
Councilman Rutherford. Thank you
from
very much.
executive session. Thank
I
you.
agree.
And I have to agree.
That's fine. I don't have a
Let's
problem
take
with
a
you
vote.
all agreeing, but we also have to be mindful of what our role and responsibility is as the legislators of this governing body. And so again, we don't have to always like and or agree with the laws, but at the same time, we still have to abide by them. And our assistant township attorney has repeatedly communicated to us that the vote that was the majority vote of this council, which was a vote of no confidence, has no merit. And so the fact
Council
that it-
President.
Let me, can I?
Absolutely,
can I
please do.
Speak to this because, and your language is a little bit different than the way I put it.
Okay, thank you.
The problem here is that Mr. Trink is one, the mayor's appointee, not the council's appointee, okay? Number two, if you want to remove a township attorney, a municipal attorney, you, under the Faulkner Act and the mayor, council form of government, you have to bring effectively charges, show cause, have a hearing, give him an opportunity to be heard. And I've explained that there are certain cases that set out some of the parameters for this. And only then can you remove a municipal attorney? It has to be by a 2/3 vote of the governing body. In the meantime, Mr. Trank has an absolute legal and ethical duty to represent the township of West Orange. He has not been removed. He therefore is the township attorney. If he had not been approved by the council in January of this year, he would then be still a town attorney because he would have been a holdover. And the law says, and I read all of you folks from the case, that when there's a holdover, it's not a vacancy, he would continue as a holdover even without the appointment of the mayor at that time, whether it's Mayor McCarthy or any other mayor, until such time as he were to be removed. So the resolution that was passed expressed the intent of 3 council members, as I recall, with respect to their loss of faith, loss of trust in Mr. Trank. Understood, accepted. We all understand that, but legally that has no effect. It doesn't remove him. In order to remove him, you have to follow the Faulkner Act provision. And I think it's 37.1, I can't remember the number, but I've given it to you before. And until that happens, and I've explained to you multiple times, the way I see for it to become a reality is that you have to have the discussion in an open public meeting, most likely in new matters pending, develop the charges after mutual discussion between all of you, take a vote. If there's a majority vote to bring charge X, Y, and Z, you can do that. You have a hearing, you schedule a hearing, you have it. And then you take a vote and we see what happens. But until all of that stuff happens, Mr. Trank is the township attorney. He's got to stay, keep doing his job. He's the mayor's appointment.
I have my hand up. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I respectfully disagree. He can't be a holdover. A holdover is when there's no appointment or vote. Yes, although we did vote in January to appoint him as the township legal department director, when his contract came before us in March, other things transpired where we lost our confidence in him. Where a majority of us, I could say, I have lost my confidence in him. So when his contract was not approved, essentially, or his firms, they shouldn't be doing any work for us, period. You're finding a legal loophole, and this is why we need special counsel to advise us on such matters, not our township attorney, who is the focus of the conflict, right? And we've asked, 3 of us have asked for special counsel, and we were told, no, we can't. And we are entitled to special counsel. I am talking to attorneys. And it's really unfortunate that I've talked to other attorneys because I don't trust our attorneys and that they constantly keep doing work when they shouldn't be doing work. Like, I don't understand. If he's a holdover, then why is his firm doing work? His firm, we didn't vote for his firm. And when there was a vote, it didn't pass. So technically he's not a holdover. His firm is not a holdover and they can't do any work.
Well, technically it's not a holdover because you approved him in January.
Well, we may have
Yeah, but
approved.
you were just saying that he was considered a holdover. He would be, and he's not. You're wrong.
Council
The New Jersey
colleagues, can we
Administrative
move this
Code-
to
hold on, I didn't
pending
finish. Let me
matters?
finish. From the New Jersey Administrative Code.
Never gonna get it.
Holdover means an individual who continues to occupy a seat as a
I'm
member.
sorry, Councilwoman, if you're going to read from a code, you need to identify what part of the code.
I'm
what part
going
of-
to read what I have here, and then the legal department can do what they want.
Well, if
Code
you're
means an
going to
individual who
use a
continues to
code, I'm
occupy
sorry,
a
if you're
seat
going to
as
use
a
the
member
code,
of a board after
Councilwoman,
resignation or
I have
upon
asked that
expiration
you
of the
please
term
identify the
associated that seat.
code that you are reading from so that we have
NJ
clarity.
Code, Admin Code 5-44-1.4. So again, holdover means an individual who continues to occupy a seat as a member of a board after resignation or upon expiration of the term associated with that seat and who has no right to that office. And I'm going to leave it at there. At the end of the day, we are entitled to special counsel. You guys are blocking it. You're not allowing it. We've asked you if we can put an RFQ out for special counsel to help us with conflicting issues. And you're saying no, and that's not right. And
Mr. Kaiser,
for the
can you
record,
please-
Mr. Trank is not only the mayor's attorney, as you've said yourself, Mr. Kaiser, Mr. Trank is also this governing body, the township council's legal counsel as well. And
Yes,
when
he's
a
the-
majority
he's the
of us
court-
have lost confidence in him, then the mayor should pick a new attorney and put an RFQ out.
He's the corporate counsel. He's he's the attorney for the municipal corporation, the Township of West Orange.
He doesn't have a contract.
That he
He's not a
does.
holdover.
Doesn't need a
He
contract.
he was appointed,
an
not
employment-
confirmed by the legislative body, this governing body.
We're not getting anywhere.
Why there's a checks
I'm
and
not gonna get
balances.
into argument with council members about what the law is, so.
Well, I'd like to make a comment. So there's a couple of things here. One, we do need legal counsel to guide us through this process because every time we talk about it, new information is shared. None of the five of us are attorneys. So we don't know exactly how best to proceed. And we do need advice. So that is the holdup. And the most serious matter where there's a conflict with Mr. Trink is with regard to his removal. So if we're going to have a removal, if we're going to go down that road, we need advice on how to do it. Now, I'm going to ask for it in new business tonight. I don't know how that'll go, but I'll also say, and we'll see tonight. But in addition to that, Mr. Kaiser, with all due respect, both you and Mr. Trink presented us with an ordinance or a resolution to change the term limits on the zoning board chair. And when that was rejected, you gave us some memo by some retired judge, and I don't care how well respected he is, that really doesn't matter because the ordinance was already in place until it no longer served you. You wanted to change it, and then when we wouldn't change it, that vote doesn't matter anyway. That is no way to treat the township council. And whether it's 3-2, 4-1, or 5-0, a majority is a majority. Second, with regard to the mayor casting the tie vote, that advice was bad advice. It was poor advice. And I know you've fallen on your sword for it and have said it's your responsibility. Mr. Trink came before us and said, as head of the legal department, everything that happens under that department is his responsibility. I take him at that word. That's poor advice. So you want us to, and I could go on. You want us to take the advice from Mr. Trink. You want us to incur bills with Mr. Trink. And we don't want to. And we've said that multiple times. So at this point, you're right. We're not going to get anywhere because I'm not changing my vote or my position. I don't believe anyone else is. I think we're all dug in on this one. And so the right thing to do is to stop assigning litigation to him, which is why I sent you that letter dated June 29th, which is why I'm concerned about his involvement in all of these other development deals. He is going to rack up fees and either be paid directly or indirectly at some point in the future, if not now. And I'm clear about how the language used around those payments is sufficiently vague to allow that. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I read it. So we are at an impasse. And while you want us to stop, we want you to stop. We want you to quit forcing Mr. Trink on us. We don't want him. It's been said multiple times. Last thing I'll say.
I'm not forcing anybody on anybody. All I can do is tell you what the Faulkner Act says, and I've given you that Faulkner Act section.
All right, but this isn't about removal. This is about him. This is about other matters too. Last thing I'll say, Council President, when Councilwoman Geber Michael failed to yield the microphone to you, at that point, you should just let her finish. We end up talking over each other and people get upset or hurt or whatever the feelings are. And it just leads to a worse environment for us. What's the worst that could happen? She could cite the law at the end, or even if she didn't have the law, even if she was completely wrong, she had the microphone, and that's how we maintain decorum. So please, even when it's something that you disagree with, Council President, please allow the speaker to finish. That's it for me. Thank you.
And I have no problem doing so when I've yielded the floor to the speaker, but as the presiding chairperson here, I do have the authority to yield the floor. So if I'm asking a question, that same respect goes both ways from both my colleagues as well as myself. So I'll ask that that be duly noted for the record as well. Thank you, Councilman.
With all due respect, Council President,
Council President, I'd like to move the vote, please.
I have one more comment to make, please.
Oh, Lord.
This is not, you, I know you don't like it, and that's fine. You don't have
It's
to
not that I don't like a councilman, but this is why the meetings go to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's my
so-
fault. It's my fault. Right. I know. I fully accept responsibility. Blame it
Okay.
on. Here's the reality. She was speaking. You had already yielded the floor. That's the point. Once she gets the mic, she has the mic, or whoever has it. And while we may not like it or agree with what they're saying, it doesn't matter. We have to let them finish. And if we do, we'll shave some time off the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
I don't disagree with that, by the way. In general, if somebody's got the floor, they have the right to finish. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, can we please call the vote?
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
But now can we do this and revise it where we remove Trank from executive session and we have Mr. Kaiser in executive session?
He doesn't have the information.
Mr. Kaiser doesn't have the information to speak
I
to
thought
the,
he said he had some of it, not all of it.
I'm not handling that litigation. I don't know why Mr. Trank wanted the executive session. I know he must have wanted to update everybody with respect to what's going on, but I have not handled that litigation. I have general familiarity with it because I've read the paperwork, but I don't know what the current status is. I don't know what strategy being used. I don't know what the next steps are. So there's really nothing of value that I can give the council by way of information with respect to that litigation tonight.
thank you,
Well,
Mr.
thank you,
Kaiser.
Mr. Kaiser. And I guess Mr. Trank can send us an email like he did in the last meeting, after the last meeting.
The email that was sent after the last meeting had nothing to do with the confidential litigation. The last,
Hopefully he can
the
send us.
the last executive session had to do with the litigation between police and fire. So we have not received an update on that
No, we
as a body. So we have no idea what's going on, what the
Thank you for
strategy is.
correcting me. Hopefully he
you.
can send an email. Thank you.
Okay. So again, can we just be a little bit more respectful? I was still talking. I don't think it's fair when people jump down my throat and back when I'm speaking, and then when someone else is speaking and you interrupt me, it's okay, or not even identified. So let's understand that there is mutual and a two-way street with respect, and let's stop talking over each other, as was duly noted by our attorney.
Okay.
Resolution 258, resolution authorizing an amendment to a deed reversion per NJSA 40:60-51.2 for 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue as housing for low and moderate income senior citizens.
So moved.
Don't
Well,
second.
first, we're going to make a motion to amend to add that paragraph,
Okay.
right?
So if we can get the language, if you'll,
I can read it, I think, and please, Mr. Albert, correct me if I'm misstating something, but this would be an additional whereas clause. It would be located at the insert in the resolution as the last whereas clause, just before the resolving clause on page 2 of the resolution. And it would read, and I'm quoting, whereas, comma, the intent and agreement of the township and capital W, capital O, capital S, capital H, is that the project shall remain forever in perpetuity, low and moderate income housing, end of quote.
I move for the acceptance of the amendment,
I
Second.
have a question.
certainly.
Does this require 3 or 4 votes to pass?
Three.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
And this is for the amendment, right?
This is for the amendment.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes,
Okay, then a motion to approve.
so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have a
Council-
question though before we vote on this.
Yes,
Who is
Councilwoman.
D Ritter? Who's the name that was in parentheses and on the agenda? It doesn't mention,
Mr. Gross.
I've never
Or Mr.
recognized that name before.
I had asked that he works for.
He works, I'm sorry, just so that we can have clarity, I'm gonna ask Mr. Alpert to repeat his commentary at the mic so that it's on the record.
He's the attorney for the development company.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a comment.
Yes.
I have a lot of concerns with this. Basically, a lot of them have been expressed by Councilwoman Geber Michael and Rutherford. And I had a lot of discussion with Mr. Alpert about this morning, and he mentioned that D. Ritter was their attorney. I have a problem voting for this when it was constructed by their attorney. I feel like without our proper legal due diligence, we really I really can't support it. I believe that we should table it, and the solution would be for us to have our own attorney look at it very quickly, because I know Mr. Alpert has a deadline. And well, we could.
Legal did look at it.
You're.
Legal did.
I haven't heard anything. And we could do it quickly before your closing. Your closing is not for a couple of weeks from what you've said to me. But we could do it. We could do it without a council meeting. We've done email votes before. We can get counsel.
No, not on this, not on this. So give me a second, because I'm just gonna ask you to come back to the podium. Councilwoman, I understand that you're requesting, your question was that our legal department take a review. So let's start with that question. Mr. Kaiser, well, can you answer
review it?
did our legal department review?
Obviously, that we review everything. I mean, I'm not saying I didn't review it.
I asked, did our legal department?
I would love an unbiased, council review.
Okay.
Well, you voted back for Mr. Kaiser. Can you go take 5 minutes and review the document, please?
It's a standard
I know.
form. It's not, there's nothing unusual about it or improper about it. I don't have it in front of me at the moment. But
Here.
I looked at it earlier tonight. It's.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as I've explained, if this is not adopted tonight, we are probably in contempt of court. And the next meeting may be in a courtroom. I don't know, but.
Okay. Are there any comments, additional comments, Councilwoman, that you have? Or questions?
I also, by the way, happen to know David Ritter. He was an associate at Brock Eichler when I was there, so.
Councilwoman, do you have any other questions or comments?
No.
Okay, I'll call the vote.
Well, no, let him review it. Give him one, let's go back, let him, can we put it on pause for a
Okay.
second?
Yeah.
Or give him a few minutes?
All right, let's, thank
I'd
you,
rather him
Mr. Alpert.
Fully read it so he could give his
We can go
blessing
on to the
it.
next 260
Yes,
23.
260.
So we're saying that none of our legal counsel has read it?
That's not what they said.
They, they did, but you guys have a problem with them, but you voted for him, so he's reading it now. So my suggestion was, Councilwoman, that Mr. Kaiser, who you voted for, reads it, every word, every single word, Mr. Kaiser, so we can move forward on this and you feel comfortable.
All right, now we're going to move on to the next resolution, which was 260-23, resolution authorizing a one-year contract extension for licensed motor vehicle drivers, Midtown Direct Shuttle Bus Program for the period August 1st, 2023 to July 31, 2024, to Mobility Coach Incorporated, 198 Renshaw Avenue, East Orange, New Jersey, 0717, to provide 6 licensed motor vehicle operators in both the morning and the evening, and a morning and evening supervisor for an amount not to exceed $483,205. This was pulled,
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, it's almost $500,000, and on our budget, our jitney expense was more like in the 350 range. When I looked at the line items of what our jitney is cost. And I was also asking about usage studies, which we haven't done. So I just wanted to understand what this happened.
Well, no, it's not that we haven't done. We have done. I mean, we in last month, we averaged about between in the morning and at night, between 320 to 340 people, rides per day. Our Wednesdays are our busiest day, Mondays and Wednesdays, and Fridays, no surprise, is the lightest day. So we've done studies. This is the new terms for the contract. Based on the bid that we did.
It's like more than $100,000 more.
Well, no, just because we budgeted less, we pay based on our usage, our actual usage. So that's the max, but we don't expect to reach that. So this is how we provide this service. If there's an intention to continue to provide the service, you need to approve the contract.
Yeah, I think we really need to, as I've expressed in our budget meetings, we need to really ask residents to pay for that. This is $500,000. So many of our residents don't use.
That's a different issue, and that's certainly something
that I would like to table this till after our.
We can just keep in mind that these same drivers support our senior transportation.
Right.
It is not a separate service.
I know.
So if we are tabling this contract, and when we ask to do those things, we need to also understand the implication of doing so.
Right. So if we were to table it till after we finish our budget.
You cannot table it. This contract runs out at the end of this month.
Okay, so this is what I've talked about many times before. Why are we getting a contract and dealing with it a week before the contract is ending?
This is an extension. This is not a new contract or a rebid. This is an extension. This is a contract of extension that's been fully vetted and put out to bid previously. And this is just a 1-year extension. So this was approved, voted upon by a prior administration. It was put out to bid. It was the best price that they had come up with. They also, when they put this out to bid, this contract extension was included in all the bids. So people had an opportunity to bid based on their contract extensions. And at this time, when this contract was selected, this was the best terms. And I'll just give a small reminder of some of the things where when we think maybe we need to go back out to bid. Maybe we are not serving ourselves as best we can. I will remind us to go back to the garbage contract. That was a 5-year contract. That when we took that 5-year contract, residents went ballistic. They thought it was excessively high, and COVID happened. And then everything went up and we were protected. And this year, if we would not have had a 5-year contract, then we would already be hit with double the amount that we are currently paying. So I understand that you want to see things go back out, but we also have to understand that when things have gone out, that due diligence and that process has already taken place.
I just will have to say most of my constituents resent paying this much money for a service that they don't all use.
But that's not connected to this decision, because if you decide that you want to charge, that can be done separately. That's not connected to this decision. This is about, are you going to provide the service at all?
Right. But it does seem exorbitant. It seems like a lot of money,
Because you can't get drivers. You
Yeah.
can't get anybody to work. They had to raise.
And they
the
need a
fees.
nighttime supervisor?
We need it.
We
need it.
Yes.
We have more people coming home at night than we have going out in the morning.
And so I will go ahead and
Nighttime supervisor.
they make sure they coordinate the schedules. If someone is not there,
They're
they
also-
make sure.
And I'm sorry, and they're also available in an emergency. So we didn't always have a supervisor on duty, but we put it in our last contract because we found that what was happening is people would get sick. People get sick on the job, and the buses would stop, and people would get left at the train station.
Or if the trains are late and they need to re-identify or redirect the schedules because there's trains late.
Quite, I can see it's
the
quite
bus
a
drivers can't
complex
do that.
Operation, which is
Yes.
probably why other townships have
So,
done other things.
and I agree with you.
I think we
with-
need to look at some other.
with having a conversation of charging, but we also have to realize is even though you may not be using the service, the value of your home has increased because of the service. Because a lot of people utilize the service and move here for the service. So you yank the service away, which you would be doing if we don't pass this tonight. then your phone's really gonna be ringing tomorrow.
I would just really encourage us, and I will vote for it because obviously we need to get it done and we don't have a better plan. But I would really encourage us to not only continue to manage the usage, but to look at other options for the future. It's like a lot of the
They
other
canceled
townships.
decamp bus.
I know.
So if we're gonna be a commuter town, we don't have a train, this is a service we offer for our property values.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Council President, if I may, I think I'm glad that we settled this, but I think Councilwoman Scarpa's point about getting things with little time before there's a catastrophe, I think that's a valid point. And I just, let's look at the calendar and let's get things before the council sooner so that if there is a question or concern, in this case, she's willing to vote for it, but what if she wasn't? Then she's put in a position where she has to decide, do I do it under pressure or not? Like, I think we can do a better job if we're given information sooner. And I think that's the heart of her comment. That's it for me.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Is there a motion to approve two
So moved.
60-23? Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, thank you. The motion passes. And
We've got to go back to.
we've got to go back. Mr. Kaiser, have you had an
Going
opportunity?
back to 258-23, I mean, I read it carefully. And as described by Mr. Alpert, without this, there is no financing, there is no funding. The project can't be built. This was agreed to in a settlement and with the builder's remedy issues and with Judge Gardner's order, I don't see what choice you have. This was approved by a prior council years ago. I don't understand why there are questions about this continuing after the extensive explanation by Mr. Alpert and by Mr. Bauer. So it just mystifies me, but there's nothing wrong with this. So.
Councilwoman, is that acceptable? Thank you.
Okay, is there a
Madam-
motion to approve
So moved.
258?
Second.
I said.
Councilwoman Castellino seconded.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Alpert, we appreciate your time and commitment to servicing. Absolutely, we will. We know we will. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Ordinances on second and final reading.
2741-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 25.9C of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, massage businesses. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
To introduce
To
on second
introduce
and
on
final
second and
reading.
final reading.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
yes. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on ordinance 2741, massage businesses? Anyone in the Zoom audience that wants to comment on 2741?
Seeing none, Council President.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Colleagues, do you have any comment on 2741?
No.
Hearing none, Madam Clerk, the
Is
vote.
there a motion to approve?
Second,
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
yes, 2743-23, an ordinance amending chapter 4, section 11.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, shopping carts and pounding fee.
So moved.
Is there a motion to introduce?
Is-
Thank you. On second and final.
Yes.
Second,
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
yes. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on 2743-23, shopping carts and pounding fee? Anyone in the Zoom audience?
Seeing none, Council President.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Council colleagues, are there any comments or questions regarding 2743?
No.
I move for the introduction on second reading,
Second.
The approval.
the approval on second reading and final
Second.
reading.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2744-23, an ordinance amending chapter 4, section 20.3 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, insufficient funds, service charge. Is there a motion to introduce on
So
second and
moved.
final reading?
There's-
Second,
Thank you.
is there anyone from the
Wait,
public?
I have to
Oh,
Yeah,
to vote.
yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on 2744-23? Anyone in the Zoom?
Council President.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues have any additional comments? I move for the acceptance on second and final reading.
Second.
Approval on second and final reading.
Approval on second and final
Thank
reading.
you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2745-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 114 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, general licensing procedures fee schedule. Is there a motion to introduce? Second,
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
yes. Is there anyone from the general public who would like to comment on 2745-23?
Seeing none in the Zoom audience, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues?
Yep.
I move for the approval on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman
Yes.
Castellino, Councilwoman Geber Michael, Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2746-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, sections 2.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, peddlers commercial permit application and fee advertisement. Is there a motion to
moved.
introduce? Second,
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
yes. Anyone for public comment on 2746-23?
Seeing none in the Zoom audience, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues, do you have any comments or questions?
Nope.
I would like to move for the approval on second and final reading for 2746.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2747-23, an ordinance amending chapter 4, section 29.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, parking of residential vehicles prohibited. I move for the introduction on second and final
Second.
reading.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2747?
Seeing none in the Zoom audience, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Council colleagues, any additional commentary? Questions? Thank you. I move for the acceptance of the approval on second reading of 2747-23.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2748-23, an ordinance amending chapter 4, section 34.3 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, extra duty employment for police officers, rates of compensation, administrative fees, payment for services. I move for the introduction on second and final reading of
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. Twenty-seven forty-nine. Oh,
Public hearing.
Public hearing, I'm sorry. Public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on 2748?
Seeing none in the Zoom audience, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues, any additional questions or concerns?
No.
I move for the acceptance,
Approval.
approval on second and final reading of 2748.
Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2749, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 3.3 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, transient merchants license fee, payment before sale, terms of license, resolution 182-23. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on 2749-23?
Seeing none in the Zoom audience, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Council colleagues, any additional comments or questions? Thank you. I move for it to introduce on second and final reading,
Approve.
2749.
You mean approve.
Approve on second and final reading.
Right.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2750-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 5.1 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, auctioneer's license required. I move to introduce on second and final reading 2750.
Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on 2750-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed.
Nope.
Council colleagues.
Council colleagues?
Nope.
Thank you. I move to approve 2750
Second.
on second and final reading.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2751-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 6.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, theaters issuance of license fee. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public that would like to comment on 2751-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Council colleagues?
Nope.
I move to approve on second and final reading 2751-23.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Castellino, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2752-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 7.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, public dance halls and public dances license required fee. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
So moved.
Council- Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public to comment on 2752-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Council colleagues?
Nope.
Nope.
I move to approve on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2753-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 8.3 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, retail food establishments and fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public to comment on 2753?
Seeing none, Council President.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Council colleagues, any additional questions or concerns?
No.
I move to approve on second and final reading 2753-23.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2754-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 9.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, food and beverage vending machines permit and license fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, are there members of the public who would like to comment on 2754-23?
Council President.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Members of my council, any comments, questions, concerns?
No.
Thank you. I move to approve 2754.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael. Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2755, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 12.10 of the revised general ordinances of Township of West Orange, jukeboxes. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2755-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Council colleagues.
No.
I move to approve on second and final reading 2755-23.
Second.
And the 23 isn't on.
Yeah, I see that. I
Okay.
can see that, yeah. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Is the motion that was
2756, Your Honor.
2756, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 12.5 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, mechanical and electronic amusement devices license required. I move to introduce on second and final reading 2756.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa. Council President Williams.
Yes. Are there any members of the public that want to comment on 2756-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve on second and final reading 2756.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. The motion carries unanimously. 2757-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 11.1 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, coin operating business license required. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public to comment on 2757?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Council colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2757.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilman.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President Williams.
Yes. The motion carries unanimously, passes unanimously. 2758-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 10.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, outdoor cafes, fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public for comment on 2758-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
Thank you. I move to approve 2758-23.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa. Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2759-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 13.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, garage sales license required fee. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2759-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Council colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2759-23.
Councilwoman Castellino.
And yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, I had muted accidentally.
Okay. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. The motion passes unanimously. 2760-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 17.3 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange, dealers in secondhand jewelry and precious metals, license fees, expiration of license. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa. Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there anyone from the public to comment on 2760?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues?
No.
I move to approve on second and final reading,
Second.
2760-23.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa. Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2761-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 21.5 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange, licensing of contractors, license fees and terms. I move to introduce on second and final
Second.
reading.
Councilwoman Castellino. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa. Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on 2761?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2761-23.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2762-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 22.4 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange, licensing of public telephones, license fees and term. I move to introduce on second and
Second.
final reading.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there anyone from the public to speak on 2762-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2762-23.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. The motion passes unanimously 5-0. 2763-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 25.4 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange, massage businesses application fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second. Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to comment on 2763-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2763-23.
Second. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2764-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 24.5 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange. News vending machines, conditions for permits, hold harmless, insurance required. I move to introduce on second and final reading, 2764.
Second. Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford. Councilman Rutherford.
Councilman Rutherford, please unmute yourself.
I was trying, it wouldn't let me. Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. That's okay. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to speak on 2764-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2764.
Second. Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael. Councilwoman Geber Michael,
I said yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there anyone from the public to comment?
Same meeting, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
That was the vote on the last one. Now you have
Oh,
to
this was
introduce the
first.
next
Yeah, this
one.
was
Oh,
first.
we're on 2765-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 31.11 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, alarm systems, violations, and penalties. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Council,
Yes.
okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there anyone from the public to comment on 2765?
Same meeting, Council President.
Public comment is closed. I move, colleagues. I move to approve 2765-23.
Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2766-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 27.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, licensing and registration of tree care professionals. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to comment on 2766?
Same meeting, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
No. I move to approve 2766.
Second. Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously.
2767.
An ordinance amending chapter 5, section 32.6 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, police requested towing and storage service fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second. Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone for the public to comment on 2767?
Same meeting, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
Oh,
I'm sorry, did I hear something?
no, I'm sorry. That was just me in pain. Sorry.
Okay. I move to approve 2767-23.
So second.
Councilwoman,
Yes.
okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2768-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 33.6 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, licensing for shop local reward programs, application and license fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second. Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to comment on 2768?
Same meeting, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
I move to approve 2768.
Second. Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2769, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 15.3 of the revised general ordinances of Township of West Orange, distribution of papers and other printed materials. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Castellino, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to speak on 2769-23?
Same meeting, Council President.
Public comment is closed. And colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2769.
Second.
Councilwoman.
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Councilman Rutherford?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm blowing my nose.
oh,
Yes.
sorry. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2779-23, an ordinance amending chapter 7, section 4.1 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, on-street regulations, school zones. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
So move, a second, so second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on 2779-23?
Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
I move to approve on second and final reading 2779-23.
Second and yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2780-23, an ordinance amending chapter 7, section 8.9 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, construction zone violations and penalties. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to comment on 2780?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
I move to approve 2780-23.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2781-23, an ordinance amending chapter 7, section 1410E of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, parking of commercial vehicles on streets, penalties. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to speak on 2781?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues. I move to approve 2781-23.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2782-23, an ordinance amending chapter 10, section 3.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, pet shops, kennels, shelters, pounds, license fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading 2782-23.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to comment on 2782-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues, I move to approve 2782-23.
Second. Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2783-23, an ordinance amending chapter 10, section 2.5 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, licensing of dog fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second. Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to comment on 2783-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
Yep.
I move to approve 2783-23.
Second. Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2784-23, an ordinance amending chapter 10, section 8.7 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, control of animals, fees for impoundment, redemption, boarding, medical treatment, and adoption. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second. Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on 2784?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
I move to approve on second and final reading 2784-23.
Second. Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion is approved unanimously. 2785-23, an ordinance amending chapter 10, section 10 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, commission of nuisance, prohibited violations, and penalty. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second. Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Are there any members of the public to comment on 2785?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2785.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2786-23, an ordinance amending chapter 10, section 11.3 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, licensing of cats, licensing requirements. I move to introduce on second and final reading, 2786.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public to comment on 2786?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve on second and final reading, 2786.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2787-23, an ordinance amending chapter 10, section 11.4 of the revised ordinances of the Township of West Orange, licensing of cats penalty. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public that would like to comment on 2787?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2787-23.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries and passes unanimously. 2788-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 3.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, food handler certificate fee, use of fee. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public to comment on 2788-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues, I move to approve 2788-23.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2789-23, an ordinance amending chapter 11, section 7.6 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, unlawful acts by persons under legal age for purchase of alcoholic beverages, disorderly persons, violations, penalties. I move to introduce on second and final reading 2789-23.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public to comment on 2789-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2789-23.
Yeah, second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2790-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 6.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, sale or delivery of ice application license fee. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa. Thank you. Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there any member of the public for comment on 2790?
Seeing none, Council President.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Colleagues, I move to approve on second and final reading 2790-23.
Second.
Second, yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2791-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 7.5 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, privy vaults, cesspools, and septic tanks, fee for permit. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
I said yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public to comment on 2791?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues?
No.
I'd like to move to approve 2791 on second and final reading.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman, thank you, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2792-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 7.11 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. I'm sorry, Privy Vault cesspools and septic tanks enforcement. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman, thank you, Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public to comment on 2792-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues?
No.
I move to approve 2792-23.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2793-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 8.14 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, tobacco and nicotine delivery products penalties. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman, thank you, Council President Williams.
Yes, are there any members of the public on 2793-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues?
No.
I move to approve 2793.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President Williams.
Yes. The motion passes unanimously. 2794-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 7.7 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, Privy Vault cesspools and septic tanks, permit to operate an individual subsurface sewage disposal system. My apologies for the tongue tiedness. I would like to move to introduce on second and final
Second,
reading.
yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2794?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues? I move to approve 2794-23.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman, thank you, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2795-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 9.9 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, tattoo and body piercing establishments, permit fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public who would like to comment on 2795-23?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues? I move to approve 2795-23.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2796-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 9.20 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, tattoo and body piercing violations and penalties. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public who would like to comment on 2796?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues?
Nope.
I'd like to move to approve on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman, thank you, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2797-23, an ordinance amending chapter 12, section 11.3 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, e-cigarette licensing fee. I move to introduce on second and final
Second,
reading.
yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa. Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public to comment on 2797?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues?
Yeah.
I move to approve 2797. Is there,
Second, yes.
thank you.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford. Councilman,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2798 23, an ordinance amending chapter 13, section 4.1 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, e-cigarette licensing violations and penalties. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman, thank you. Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2798?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
Nope.
I'd like to motion to approve 2798
Second,
23.
yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. 2799 23, an ordinance amending chapter 13, section 4.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, plan review fee. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2799?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
Nope.
I'd like to motion to approve 2799.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion is approved unanimously. 2800 23, an ordinance amending chapter 13, section 4.3 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, demolition. I move to introduce on second and final reading 2800.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2800?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2800.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion is approved unanimously. 2801 23, an ordinance amending chapter 13, section 4.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, building removal. I move to introduce on second and final reading 2801.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2801?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues, I move to approve 2801.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, and the motion passes unanimously. 2802 23, an ordinance amending chapter 13, section 7.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, electrical subcode fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2802?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
No.
I move to approve 2802.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa. Yes. Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2803 23, an ordinance amending chapter 13, section 7.5 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, fire system fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa. Yes. Council President Williams.
Yes, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on 2803?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
Second, oh, no.
well, I'll move to approve 2803.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2804-23, an ordinance amending chapter 13, section 8.11 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, fire prevention subcode permit fees. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on 2804?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed. Colleagues,
Nope.
I'd like to move to approve 2804.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. 2805-25, an ordinance by the mayor and township council amending the Township of West Orange revised general ordinances to repeal chapter 24 flood damage prevention to adopt a new chapter 24 floodplain management regulations to adopt flood hazard maps to designate a floodplain administrator and providing for severability and an effective date. I move to introduce on second and final reading 2805.
Second, yes.
Okay, it's 2805-23. That's a
Yeah.
typo there, just for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, we did have commentary earlier in regard to making sure we got this approved on second and final reading. So I'm going to assume that there is no one in public comment further.
I have a comment. Yeah.
Hold on.
There is no one in the Zoom audience with their hand raised, Council President.
I did review the question that you raised
The land
before.
use. Can we take
This
it out
is
of
chapter
land use?
24. It is not the land use, so it wasn't
But it-
approved by the planning.
In
board.
there,
Let
it
me-
does
let me
say
finish.
they have
Let me finish.
discretion.
So this is required. We're required to get this done. There is provision in the chapters
I know,
with
okay.
that appeals go to the boards.
Right.
There's not much we can do about that right now. However, yeah, certainly it could be looked into to see whether or not, because that's the way it exists right now. Our
Well, if
current
we took
code-
it out of there, then it wouldn't have those appeals going to the planning board and the zoning board, because that's been an ongoing problem. And I also would like Seth Whistler's and Jennifer Charette's issues addressed about, does this apply to what's going on in the Highlands?
Well, so first off, don't know the answer to that. We know that this is regulated by the construction official. So to the extent that you can make the case that the permit requests, this is going to have to comply. However, there is an appeal process to the boards. And so wherever that appeal process, to the planning board or the zoning board, depending on which is appropriate, that is an issue that has to be dealt with, and don't know the answer as to whether or not they can overrule the agreements that are in place. We still don't know the answer to that. Having said all that, this as it exists is a requirement. It has to be adopted by the 17th of July.
Right.
So even if you want to change it, you'd have to start all over anyway.
So we don't have
Change it.
time to take it out of. land
So
use.
there's no time to take it out of here, but if you want to change it moving forward, you could start that process to change it.
And how would that process work? What would we need to do?
You'd have to determine what you wanted to change.
Where we want to put it? Like, so if we want to take it out of chapter 24 and put it in.
Well, no, that's not the question. The question is not what chapters. The question is there an alternative to sending it to the planning board for appeals, sending it to the planning board or to the Board of Adjustment? And and the second part of that is the legal question as to whether or not this does or does not apply to that particular parcel. We're not going to settle that here. That's a legal question that's going to have to be resolved.
Are there any more? I think we have a question on.
But Councilman Rutherford has his hand raised for a question.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have any other questions? You look like you have another
Yeah,
question.
I'm still not clear about whether we can take it out of land use, out of chapter 24 and put it somewhere else.
Chapter 24 is not land use.
Right, I know, but
So-
that
so
gives the
whatever
planning
number you
board
make
and
that
the
chapter
zoning
doesn't
board
matter.
The ability to
The nu-
override it. So if it were in another chapter.
No, the chapter number has nothing to do
It's
with it.
not the chapters, the subject matter.
It's the subject matter.
So no matter what chapter it is in.
No,
they
it
would be
doesn't
able
matter
to
what
appeal?
chapter it's in. In the chapter, which may or may not be able to be changed, I don't know the answer to that. It talks about how appeals are handled to the zoning board or to the.
And that would remain the same no matter where we put it.
Wherever, well, right now, unless it's allowed to be changed, don't know the answer to
Because
that.
I'd like to look at that,
Okay.
because that's an ongoing problem.
Right. So that's something that can be, you can
But what is-
pursue, but in the meantime, you need to adopt this so that we're.
Right, understood,
Exactly, I
but
understand.
before we move on, I don't want to disregard the councilwoman's comments, and I want to make sure we're clear on what she is suggesting, because you're saying that this is an ongoing problem, and I want you to be clear on what you are identifying as a problem, and then if it's your belief that the planning board and the zoning board of adjustments should be not allowed to have an appeals process, then that's a whole different type of conversation. So I just want to be clear on what you're identifying as a problem.
Yeah, I see that as a potential problem. That's why if it could be somewhere else and they did not have that appeals process, I would prefer it. But that's the question.
We're going to have to refer this to the legal
Yeah,
department
It's a really.
to be reviewed. What would be helpful is very specific examples of what of the problems that you think that this has caused. So you said it's happened multiple times.
Yeah.
So if you could go back and give us real
I'd have
concrete.
I'd have to go through.
Okay,
the
that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, but
I don't know.
yeah, but give us
It'll take a
concrete
while. That's a
examples of
research
where,
project.
what the problems are so that we can look at the facts behind those situations.
And I just want to be clear. We have to be very, very careful of the language we use when we sit behind this dais. We are elected to represent our constituents. They take information that we communicate publicly as valid and factual. So I'm just going to ask that you be mindful that when you make those type of broad generalizations on that is a problem, that we really have to be. But we really have to, but you said it is a problem. There are problems and you said it is a problem. So for you to make that accusation and understand, yes, research may be required, then I'm just going to ask that you be cautious and about stating that there is a problem when we can't identify the problem. Thank you.
Council President, if I could just interject too, this process started back in February. And this was initiated by the DEP, along with Mr. Biondi and Ms. Carvalho, our engineer. We worked on this with the DEP. This is about the procedures and how we administer it and how it actually affects the construction code. That's why we have Mr. Biondi here tonight. And we wanted to make sure everything we did with this was approved from the DEP and their legal team. So this isn't just something we put together as a township. This is approved up to the state level. And it's for the administration of the construction code. So that puts you at ease a little
Yeah.
more. It's
Well,
not just the process of a
right.
particular application. It's the process and
The complex.
If I can speak to it briefly, because I think, this is a long ordinance and it doesn't have a legislative history for some reason. I kind of disappointed that it didn't because that might have helped, but the problem is that the building code is a state code. It's not a local code. Mr. Biondi enforces state law and is really supervised by the Department of Community Affairs, as I understand it, have always understood it. And the municipal land use boards, the zoning board and the planning board are supervised, are bound by state statute, not by ordinances. True that we have enabling ordinances that have to be based on the state statute, but ultimately the state statute, the municipal land use law controls the operation of the land use boards. They're supposed to be independent and autonomous because of the nature of the work that they do. A lot of times what they're doing creates political issues, as we all know. But that's one of the reasons that they are governed by state statute, to try to take the politics out of it, I think. That was part of the rationale, I think, for the legislation to start with. So it's a difficult area, and a lot of people get disappointed by what the municipal land use boards do. But again, they're quasi judicial. They're supposed to have hearings, establish the facts, and then make a decision based on the municipal land use law. Not on public opinion, not on political opinion, but on the law.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Okay, are there any additional questions? All
Yeah,
right.
I hand up for some time.
Certainly, go ahead.
So a moment ago, someone was asking for specific examples. Colonial Woods is a specific example. There's flooding in the neighborhoods below that that is completely unacceptable. And I applaud our engineer and her department and Mr. Gross for addressing those concerns. But that is a space where I think it's an example of being able to build perhaps in a way that might violate this new floodplain. And there are others, there are others. So I won't go down the list because it's already after midnight. But I do think it's important for the legal department to give us options, because the concern, as articulated by Councilwoman Scarpa, is that we put these ordinances in place and then appeals are made and sometimes granted. And, we have a lot of folks in town that feel like those variances or the workarounds are to the detriment of neighborhoods and residents. And so, we are being responsive to the folks that have put us in the seat, and they have shared concerns. And there are, everywhere along the Rahway River is an issue. Literally every neighborhood that abuts the Rahway River has a flooding issue. And there are others too. So we need to be clear about what our options are so that a workaround isn't granted, for lack of a better term, to someone who then builds in a way that's not helpful to the community. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to approve on second and final reading 2805.
Council President, we have a member of the public who has their hand up regarding this.
I would have called for public before I actually.
Sorry, I lost focus on.
All right, no
where we're
problem.
at.
Public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to comment on 2805-23? Because I said we had public comment prior to when we had open public comment for people. Is there anyone who wanted to respond? There was no one. And then Councilwoman Scarpa asked if she could make her comment. So I did call for public comment.
Okay, can I allow the person in?
Absolutely.
Lisa Stedwell, thank you for your patience. Welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Lisa Stedwell, 42 Chestnut Road.
What was that
Continue.
address?
42 Chestnut Road.
Thank you.
I was just asking, I noticed on the agenda, like certain ordinances were highlighted, but weren't read. So I'm just curious why, or is
Okay,
there?
so this question has to be specific to the ordinance that we are discussing at this time, which is 2805. If you just have general questions, unfortunately, I would ask that you email the council.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Public comment is closed. I move to approve 2805-23.
Second.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Deborah Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. And to that person who spoke, I'm sorry, I didn't write down your name, but just so that you can communicate with us directly, you can just email your question to council@westorange.org, and we'll be happy to respond. And I apologize, it is a system and how we kind of go through the agenda.
Lisa Stedwell of Chestnut Road, I think.
Right, exactly.
Thank you. 2807-23, an ordinance establishing chapter 14, section 21 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, registration of vacant property. I move to introduce on second and final reading.
Second, and yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael? Councilman Rutherford?
Yes, sorry, yes.
That's okay. Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on 2807?
Seeing none, Council President.
Public comment is closed, colleagues.
No.
I move to approve 2807 on second and final reading.
Second, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. And at this time, we have 0 ordinances on first reading. We'd now like to entertain any pending matters, new matters, council discussion. Councilman Rutherford, I'll allow you to start. You indicated that you had some concerns under new business or new matters.
Absolutely. So, 2 things. First is, I'd like special counsel for the town council to advise us on all of the issues where we are in conflict with the legal department head, including his own removal. Don't know what the process is for that. I don't know how to get an RFQ out for that. I don't know what we need to do to effect that, but I'd like to do that. And I'm happy to hear any responses.
Mr. Kaiser?
Well, yeah, at the last meeting, I indicated that I would try to prepare some sort of memo or provide some cases. I mentioned the Golane versus Cardinale case. There's a couple other cases I'm familiar with that deal with this issue, at least generally. Obviously, this is not a frequent occurrence, doesn't happen very often. But I will, and as you all also know, I'm on my way out. We're in the process of selling our house and moving. So my time has been difficult. There hasn't been a lot of it, and I've had difficulty with internet access because most of the stuff is out of my house. But I will try to put some stuff together before I leave for the council's benefit. I think I've pretty much indicated my feelings, my beliefs orally with respect to this. Over the course of the last several meetings. I haven't done anything formal. I have provided some of the case law that deals with these issues already to the council and with respect to prior issues. Particularly the council's ability to have its own lawyer, which is extremely limited in our form of government. But I will try to put something together before I leave and get it to everybody.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kaiser. I appreciate that. I'm aware of other townships that have had similar situations as we are facing right now, where there's some disagreement between the majority of the council and the administration. And there's a lack of trust, or has been a lack of trust, in the advice that those town councils have received. And what they've done is put out an RFQ for what they call a legislative research officer. And that person is allowed and is empowered to do the research around the legislation and provide the advice. Obviously, we'd have to make a requirement that they are an attorney, but they are allowed to do the homework, so to speak, and then provide that homework to the council so that we can be guided. And that's not something that's a one-off. That's been done in multiple municipalities.
I'm not going to deny that. In fact, I once did it myself. But I also concede that when I did it many years ago, it wasn't a legal position. Could have been challenged. If it had been, the courts would have overturned me. Look, I don't know, and there may be other towns that have a different form of government, which have different procedures, which I may not be familiar with. Because there are a bunch of different Faulkner Act forms of government and a bunch of other forms of government in the state of New Jersey, quite a few forms of government, including special charters. But again, I have to deal with the form of government that we have, which is mayor council. It used to be called strong mayor council, strong mayor, weak council form of government. They don't call it that anymore, but kind of flows. The law hasn't really changed, just what they call it. But I'm familiar with most of the major cases with respect to this issue. I can't say that I've done exhaustive research. I've looked for cases that deal with the issues that we've all been talking about. I think I have the main ones, and I can provide something to the council. At least I will try before I leave. But I've also tried to just do that orally over the course of the past month, 2 months. I don't think what I provide in writing is going to be any different than what I've already said. But you'll be able to read it firsthand and decide for yourselves and how you want to proceed.
Yeah, we're also entitled to special counsel of our own choosing, not chosen by the legal department head. And that person could serve in that capacity too. So I'm ready to move forward.
I second it.
And I would like to do the
I'm
same.
sorry, what are we making a motion to do?
Nothing.
They're getting their own counsel.
An
So,
RFQ
question-
for special
can I ask a
counsel is what it
question?
sounds like to me.
Councilwoman, we're almost done. Let's try and remain civil the rest of the way.
I'm sorry, who are you speaking
I
to?
think you're speaking to me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Councilman Rutherford, were you speaking to someone specifically about remaining civil? Because I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, I was not speaking to you. I was speaking to Councilwoman Castellino. She got the message clearly. But this is, again, it was already asked and answered. She just said it sitting right next to you. Like, please stop. It's enough. You don't have to poke every single chance you get. I offer a motion that we put out an RFQ for special counsel to advise the township council on matters where we have a conflict with our legal department head.
Okay, so
I
before-
second it.
I would just like for council
I
to,
have a question.
I mean, State versus Indic says you can't do that. But again, I provided the council with State versus Indic, the full case. I believe I provided them with the copy of the opinion in Municipal Council versus James, which also talks about this issue, not as directly as Indic, but and so I don't agree with the legal conclusion stated by Councilman Rutherford. He's entitled to his opinion, and if he's getting that advice from somebody else, so be it. But I don't believe it's correct advice. All I can say is I've read those cases. I'm happy to give them to the council. They're actually public information. You can get them yourself online if you search for it. What those cases say is contrary to what your conclusion has been. But again, I don't want to fight about it or argue about it. It's like it's a non-win situation. So ultimately, a court may have to decide this. If there's a litigation, there may well be litigation. And if the council sues the mayor or the mayor sues the council, that's the one time under Municipal Council versus James that I think both sides get their own attorney in effect. I think you have to have independent counsel and not the corporate counsel.
Can I ask a question yet?
yes, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Well, Ms. Councilman, are you done?
Please go right ahead.
Okay, so my question is, because now we're talking about hiring more attorneys, that is a money question. Adding money. So do you need 3 votes or 4 votes to do that?
Adding money to what?
If you're going to add money to the budget.
We're not adding money.
How
budget.
you paying for attorneys?
Well,
How- It's not budgeted, so how you paying for an attorney?
Well, it would come out of the litigation budget, I think, under any circumstances. When you hire lawyers, it comes out of the litigation budget.
So I'm gonna make a plea to, because I can't sit here all night and I understand everybody gets frustrated, but Councilman, I'm gonna make a plea to you. You articulated and you seem very confident with the charges you have against Mr. Trank. Can't you type them up and just get the process moving to us and have your hearing? Like, I don't understand why we need all the taxpayers pay for additional legal
Let me
advice. Like, if just write your charges and move forward with it. I feel like, this is just political. I'm sorry, because you haven't written up your charges and you haven't started the process. You've been talking about it for months now.
Well,
If you guys really feel that way, then move forward with it. I don't know what else to do here.
Well,
other
let me tell you the answer
I
to
feel
that.
like We're being held
Councilwoman,
hostage.
I mean, again, I've spoken to this before. My view is, and I can't say that there's a case that says it, it just logically knowing the law that I know and the cases that I've read, it seems to me that the way to get to that point is for the council to have a discussion at this time of a council meeting about what different council members think are the charges that should be brought with respect to Mr. Trank, and it would be the same no matter who the lawyer was, but that's the way. And then you have a vote, and if a majority of the council members believe that charges should be brought, and they can develop those charges, they can spell them out, basically write them down in a council meeting just like this, at this point in the council meeting, and then move for a resolution to have a hearing, which would then be on the agenda for the next meeting, adopted at the next meeting, and then you'd have a hearing within a reasonable period of time after that, in which everybody gets noticed and has an opportunity to be heard. The law basically says there's no set requirement for that hearing. It does have some minimal requirements. You have to give the municipal attorney a chance to defend himself, to explain why he's not in violation of these charges, not at fault. But there's no specific requirements with respect to the procedures to be followed in that hearing. You kind of proceed at your own risk, because at some point, if there's litigation after that, if your side wants to win, you want to be have taken legally sustainable positions during the course of the hearing. And conducted it in a proper fashion. But I think, to me, that's the way you get it to a hearing. And I've said that, this is not the first time I've said this. I may have used different words, I don't know, but I've been saying this over the past few meetings, and we never get to that point. So I understand what you're saying, and it's up to the council to do what it wants to do.
So I'd like to answer Councilwoman Castellino's question. The code spells out a time frame for the hearing. And I don't know if we will be successful in that hearing or not. So two things have to be considered before I start the process. One is, do we have enough time to understand the removal process as it relates to these particular charges? That is still unclear. I've spoken to multiple attorneys. That is still unclear. The second thing is, if it does not end well and it ends up in court, and we've done something wrong, or I've done something wrong, it's going to weaken my position or the council's position when we get to court. And that's essentially what Mr. Kaiser just said. So I'm not doing this for politics. I have discussed numerous times what the reasons are. They're not abstract, they're concrete. The issue is understanding the process and being put in the best position to be successful. Now, if I'm not successful, that's what it is. If I am successful, that's what it is. If it ends up in court, that's what it is. But regardless of what it is, we need legal advice to make sure we don't put our foot in our mouths and do something ridiculous, because none of us are lawyers. I think you've heard this statement before. Someone who represents themselves in court, and I know this isn't court, but it's similar, has a fool for a client. I unfortunately learned that lesson the hard way. I'm not willing to make that mistake again. And I'm also not willing to pay for it myself. I don't think I should have to. There's a majority of the council that has spoken. And it seems like whenever these three speak on one matter, it doesn't matter. It's disregarded. It's not a big deal. And we can do it another way, or we won't do it at all. That, to me, is the heart of the matter. So if we don't have legal counsel, we're going to be put at a significant disadvantage. I'm not willing to do that. If it was about politics, if it was about embarrassing someone or humiliating someone, I would have done it already, because then it would have been done. It's not going to be a comfortable night for anybody, but it's not what it's about. So I want the town council, and Mr. Kaiser, this is the first time you've enumerated it that way, meaning have public in the new business, have conversation amongst the council members about the charges and then move forward. But that's fine. We may consider doing that. I will note also for the record, you just stated that you were a legislative research officer in another town. Now, while that may not have been whatever, it is still in that same town the same way for decades and other towns. And no one has challenged it because everyone recognizes there comes a point in time where the town council no longer can rely on the advice of the legal department for whatever reason. It doesn't mean something nefarious went on or something unethical. It could be any conflict that is legitimate. A conflict doesn't mean somebody committed a crime or that somebody's done something improper, but there is a conflict or there's a lack of the ability for the majority of the council to rely on that advice. So that's why we need it. And that's what I'd like to see happen tonight. And that's why I offered that motion.
And I seconded it.
And I agree.
So my concern is that's not a valid motion. And so again, we just need clarity in what is a valid motion. Mr. Kaiser has explained to us the process, how to move forward with the process. I understand the intrepidation and the concern of wanting to make sure your actions are done appropriately. But I also feel that until charges are actually articulated, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. And the posture of the conversation is such that whatever charges are going to be brought, if they are going to be brought, there's an assumption of guilt here. And I think the process that has to be done and what Mr. Kaiser is actually trying to communicate to us as a body is that no matter what our lack of trust is, there is a process to evolve to where the removal can take place. Otherwise, what our legal department is communicating to us over and over again is that Mr. Trink is here. Mr. Trink is the legal authority for the township. And until such time as a removal and a hearing, that is the law for West Orange.
Council President, with all due respect, excuse me, Mr. Kaiser, there is clear conflict between this town council and that attorney. That's indisputable. In the case of the conflict, which involves multiple things, but certainly does involve his own removal. In the case of the conflict, we cannot rely on Mr. Trink to give us advice. And honestly, or Mr. Kaiser for that matter, we need our own special counsel that can guide us. And you know what? You may have an assumption of guilt. The purpose of the hearing is to find whether or not there is cause to remove him. This is not calling him a criminal. This is not alleging corruption. None of that has been alleged. I've not said he took a bag of money, not one time. So any assumption of guilt is on your part, not on mine. No one has talked about guilt or innocence. This is about cause for removal, and it's based on poor advice, some of which we got tonight. So whether the motion has been properly moved and seconded. If the administration does not like it, there are proper protocols and procedures for them to address it, but we still deserve a vote.
I'm sorry, there is a such thing as an invalid motion, and that is a parliamentary procedural function. And
It's
what
been
my
properly
question
moved
was,
and seconded.
I was speaking. Is it okay for me to continue to speak?
You know it. You are the most petty person I have ever met in my life.
I'm not, I guess all I'm going to do is, I'm not sure what the motion was, but I'm going to send those cases, and I'm going to try to do it sooner than later, sometime before the end of the week, so that you all can read for yourselves, because they're all written in English. And I understand you're not lawyers, and I understand that you know, a lawyer could help in perhaps explaining some of them, and I'm in a rather awkward position with respect to all of this, but I'm going to just send the cases, and you can read them, and I think they're pretty understandable. And people have questions, you know, maybe I can answer. I don't know. We'll see. But in any event, I'm going to try to do that. Just
Thank you.
Move the dime here.
Councilman, did you
Motion-
have any other
Yeah,
item
the
for
motion-
discussion?
The motion has been properly moved and seconded. I'd like to vote.
No, it hasn't. As the presiding officer, I am stating that that is an invalid motion.
All right, you're wrong. All right, and I'm not going to sit here at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning and argue with you over that. We'll continue this process, and he will eventually be removed. Right, that is going to happen whether you or anyone else likes it or not. Clerk, was that motion properly moved and seconded?
I don't know what you're talking
I think the problem, I didn't understand what the motion was, so maybe I didn't hear
Wanted
it.
to put out an RFQ for special counsel to advise the township council on matters where we find conflict with Mr. Trink.
I would think they're not adding money to the budget.
So who has the capacity to issue an RFQ? Does the can the town council issue an
Well,
RFQ?
that's going to be for the law department, I guess, to decide, but I don't have a problem with that motion. The motion was in English, it was pretty clear, and I don't know what's going to happen to it after.
An invalid motion is a motion that can occur. So before we deliberate on the motion, can the council, if it's invalid, it doesn't matter, it's invalid. Can the council order an RFQ to go out?
We can request one from the administration, and that's what the motion was.
Well, it's a request. Yeah, I don't have any problem with the motion.
Okay, a request? Okay, can you restate your motion?
I have.
I offer,
Go ahead.
I offer a motion to request the administration to put out an RFQ for special counsel for the township council to advise us on matters where we find ourselves in conflict with our head of the legal department.
Is there a second?
We already have a second. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded for.
Yeah, I
request-
second it.
Thank you for a request for an RFQ to go out. Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa. Yes. Council President Williams.
No, and the motion passes and it is a request. Thank you.
All right, the second thing, actually, this interaction between you and I actually leads into the second thing. At the last council meeting, your husband verbally threatened me with physical violence, not on one occasion, but on two. The first one was during the council meeting where I pointed it out right away. I asked those that were near me if they had heard it or saw his hand motions. Some saw the hand motion, some heard something, but were not clear on what he heard. Other members in the audience on what he said. Other members in the audience heard clearly what he said. And it was a threat to me as a sitting council person in a council meeting. At that point, I requested that the parliamentarian officer, the police officer in the back, Mr. Funk, would remove him. And you blocked that from happening. You stopped that from happening, Council President, and that was completely inappropriate and improper. I want to be very clear. If my own mother, whom I love dearly, and I'm still her baby boy, if my own mother had conducted herself the way your husband did, I would have had her removed. She would probably have had something to say and do about it after, but I would have had her removed because that is not proper decorum in the council chamber. So, and then after the meeting, which you said you didn't hear him threaten me during the meeting, but you had to hear him when you were right next to him when he said, "I'll F him up," twice. That is absolutely unacceptable and cannot be tolerated. So I, pursuant to our code, I'm pulling it up now because in the bed, I'm not even, pursuant to our code on decorum, we are allowed to ban or bar individuals from the public when they do not maintain decorum in the council chamber. So I move, and let me back up a second. I waited a week before I reached out to Chief Abbott to discuss this matter. And I waited a week without telling anyone why, to see if anyone, either you or him or someone you're close to that's close to me, would apologize or try and reconcile. And to this day, it has not happened. I would not allow anyone to treat you that way, Council President, or any of my council colleagues, or any administration official, because it has no place in politics. It's a tough enough job as it is. So after seeing you in person and not receiving any phone calls or any outreach to apologize, I reached out to Chief Abbott. And my first inclination was to have him have a restraining order put against him so he could not enter council chambers. I was advised that that wasn't the right way to go. The right way to go is according to our code, dealing with the portion on decorum. So I make a motion to ban Mr. McNair permanently from all township council proceedings from this moment forward.
I seconded.
It's been moved and properly seconded that
What's the authority for that motion?
It's 3-16, but you're gonna have to give me a second because I have horrible Wi-Fi. It's the section under decorum. If you go to I'm gonna try and get it on my phone. Just give me a second. (3-16.2) conduct of public.
Mr. Kaiser, can you review that?
Any person who shall disturb the peace of the
Mr. Kaiser, I thank you. We've heard you.
I do have a microphone, Council President. We've been over this. Any person who shall disturb the peace of the township council, make offensive or abusive remarks, or conduct himself or herself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him or her to continue may be granted by a majority of the council.
Right, so I think, okay, thanks. I think likely the proper procedure at the time would have been for some council member, any council member to request a point of order, and then the council president would have had the rule on that point, subject to agreement of the rest of the council. If the rest of the council disagreed, you might be overruled. But I believe that's probably the procedural way that should have been handled at the time. I don't recall all the details.
Well, it wasn't handled.
I thank you for the citation to the code section. I now have. I will.
Even if we can't do it as a body, we can request or require, I don't know, the council president, who is the presiding officer, to do that. And that needs to be done.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments and feedback. I'm going to remind you that just this evening, you have exhibited behavior to two of your colleagues who are sitting here in opposition and direct opposition to what you stated. You would not allow any of your colleagues to be treated that way. It's irrelevant because it's historical and it doesn't speak to anything that occurred at the last council meeting. But Mr. Rutherford, you've had exchanges with our former councilman, Cindy Matoot Brown. You've had disrespectful exchanges with me here this evening. You have asked that I not speak over you. you have said countless snide remarks, disrespectful remarks. So I think I'm just gonna have to suggest that you hold your own self accountable just as much as you hold someone else accountable. That exchange could not have occurred if it wasn't between two of you. So it's not like something was stated to you and there was no response. There was no antagonistic response. There was. So
Wait,
you
but
have to hold
Nate-
yourself. I'm asking that you hold yourself accountable to other members of the public, other members of this dais, just like you're asking others to be held accountable.
Council President, at no time have I ever threatened you or any council person, former or current, in any jurisdiction, in any state, not one time. I've not threatened any member of the administration or any other administration, ever. And when I disagree with you, we have to be clear here. You know yourself, right? You know exactly how, a perfect example is what started it all. You refused to just introduce the ordinance. You just couldn't do it. And so whether you realize it or not, all of this stuff at some point in time could become a legal matter. And I needed to be clear, I'm not approving them. There were still conditions on my approval. So my correcting of you was proper. And I know it was proper because you've done it tonight. So look, if you choose not to bar Mr. McNair, your husband, from council chambers after saying twice in your presence, he'll F me up, whether you heard it during council chambers or not, that is enough. If you refuse to do that, then Mr. Kaiser, send to me whatever the reorg rules are, because you are no longer fit to be council president if you can't exercise your duties impartially.
And I have a question because my hand's been up this whole time.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
And this is a question for Mr. Kaiser. Can the council president preside over a matter involving her husband? Wouldn't she have to recuse herself?
Well, this wasn't a matter, it wasn't a discussion of a matter involving her husband. This was an outburst or something of that nature. So again, the council can vote on a matter like that if there's disagreement with, my recollection of Robert's rules is that the council president makes the initial decision, but if there's a disagreement, it's put to a vote of the council. So the council votes on the issue. That's my recollection.
Well,
we're obviously not going to resolve this issue tonight, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you know, I've always said that the most important language in Robert's rules is, I think, in the section regarding the council presidency, and basically says, you know, tact and common sense are more important than the specific rules. But and obviously that can be different in the eye of the beholder. But I think we all just need to treat each other with respect and try to move forward here. So I don't think I don't know if there's any provision that allows for the permanent barring of somebody unless they do something really horrendous. Maybe somebody should have been removed at a given time. That's a judgment call, and it's initially, I think, up to the presiding officer, which is the council president in our form of government. And ultimately, if there's disagreement, it's up to the council as a whole by vote.
Well, I've offered the motion. It's been seconded.
Do we know if that's, I mean, Mr.
So-
Kaiser
so
just
I'm-
said.
I'm gonna be honest, can I say, and I spoke with the councilman, and I know he's been upset, and you know, we all through the meeting, we talk about treating with each other with respect, and in all honesty, I had told him the next day, sitting where I'm sitting, I did not hear anything. So I will not be voting on that motion for that particular reason. Saying that, I also added too, you know, I always have a rule that, you know, my husband is not allowed to come to any meetings because things are said to us and things are, we have thick skin. It rolls off my shoulders when I'm here. I'll speak for myself. And that's not what I signed up for, but when my kids also, there's another rule there. I don't want them respond on anything on Facebook because things are said about us all the time. And it's tough. It's really, really tough on our family members. And again, there's a lot of emotion. I hear that in your voice, Councilman. I hear the frustration with my colleague. I don't think this was cool tonight. I'm going to be honest with you. I really think both of you should talk not here and not thresh this out here, because it's just not the forum. And I'm disappointed, really disappointed that we're here again, 5 after 1, and not blaming it on one particular person, but it's got to stop. It has to stop. You have charges on Mr. Trank, bring them forward. Like this is just going to continue throughout the summer. And I'm really disappointed, and I'm going to leave it there because I'll be talking to you tomorrow. Thank you.
What next?
I have.
Call the vote.
No, he wants to call the vote. Call the vote.
Is that a legitimate vote? We can ban somebody from council meetings in perpetuity forever?
I don't think you can do that now.
It says, the code says, barred from, shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council.
From the presiding officer? I'm the presiding officer.
I don't know that that's
Well,
permanent. I think that's for
From the meeting.
But again, there may be situations in which somebody can be barred from appearing at council meetings, period. I think it'd have to be pretty egregious.
I think
I can
wait
read.
until I'm attacked before we do something about it. And I don't think any of you would want me to be attacked before we did something about it. It is on the record now. His threat is on the record. It was a part of the last council meeting. And then after the council meeting, the council president knows what she heard. And if I'm wrong, council president, please tell me. If he did not say that, please tell me.
I did not hear it. And I told you that at the last council meeting that you
No,
heard my colleague
after the
say it
meeting
and
was
you
over.
heard myself say it. So he did not threaten you during the council meeting as you were proclaiming.
After the meeting was over, did he
We're
tell
not
you
talking,
two times?
you're claiming
I am
was
talking
during
about
the
that.
council meeting. Look,
I am talking about that. All
Okay,
of that
so
behavior
we've
was in
already-
council chamber.
we've already been advised that
So you
had
won't
to
answer
happen
that
at-
question.
at the meeting. So
No, you won't answer that question because you know it substantiates that he threatened me during the council meeting. Why
Okay.
would he say I
So
will
I'm
F you
saying
up
to you
twice
that you
if he
just
didn't feel
stated
that
on
way?
the record that I heard you, and I heard it, and I'm putting on the record that I did not. So,
Well, I'm
okay,
talking about after the meeting was over.
I did not, is what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
I'm clear.
Okay. So there are witnesses that heard him say it and saw you standing right next to him, and you
Okay.
were closer to him than they were.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't know. I remember an outburst. I don't remember exactly what happened. I didn't hear everything that happened, obviously, but all I can say is I don't see how we resolve this matter tonight. And I think that the way to resolve it is probably more diplomacy than seeking sanctions. That's my opinion. And I think Robert's rules would be consistent with that opinion. And I'd have to relook at some of the sections that were cited with respect to our code. But again, I think that we all need to learn to live together and talk with each other.
Yeah, we do, but we also shouldn't be threatened. I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Kaiser, but what you're doing now is apologizing. It's an apologist argument, not in the sense of I'm sorry. I think you understand how I'm using the word. This is unacceptable behavior. We all witnessed it. We all saw it, whether we heard or saw it or whatever. We all were there.
Okay, assuming
And so
that to be the case, now what?
I've already offered a motion. It was seconded. If the presiding officer does not want to call for the vote, then we have to put a motion in to make her call for the vote so that we can have a vote on it. Because I don't think he should be I don't think he should be present in council chambers anymore.
Well, I'm gonna table that until we can get clarification on whether or not this council can ban someone permanently from council chambers.
You cannot unilaterally table something.
Is there a second?
There was a second.
A second for what? To
To
table this
table.
conversation? Yes, yes,
There was already a motion offered to bar him.
On the floor.
That was already properly seconded.
Councilman,
You guys, no matter, I hope you see the pattern here, right?
it's not
No
a
matter-
pattern.
No
It's
matter
just
what it is,
decorum. You
excuse me,
talk about
Councilwoman.
decorum and you don't
Excuse me,
follow
Councilwoman.
decorum.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Every time there is an issue that comes from me, there's
No.
always a reason why it's invalid or I'm crazy or I don't know what I'm doing. This is the only space in my entire life. I am recognized as an expert in every space I've worked in, finance and as a member of the clergy. I am an expert. People value my advice and my judgment. It's only here where people want to play politics that somehow I don't know what I'm doing or what I'm talking about. That was improper behavior. And if the shoe were on the other foot, I would have taken action immediately in that moment.
That's what I said. Now what? I don't know that that's something and an action that we can do. I mean, I don't know how we would ban a taxpayer and forever. I just-
Well, if a
I
taxpayer
don't know that the
threatens
code-
a council person, an elected official, they should not be present in that room again.
We can continue to be interrupted, but we're the only ones that interrupt. Okay, so we're gonna have to find out if that is an action that this body can take. And until we can get that confirmation from our legal team, this.
Clerk, was that motion properly offered and seconded?
And again, I asked the question with the other motion that you made, if this body could do a recommendation or mandate a recommendation to the administration for an RFQ. You phrased your recommendation as a recommendation.
I
This is
phrased it
not-
the same way both times.
This is not a recommendation. This is an action that will ban someone indefinitely that is a tax-paying citizen from council chambers. I have simply asked that the administration follow up and identify, is that an action that this body can take? I'm sorry that you don't agree with the fact that as the presiding officer, I am trying to seek clarity on what we can and cannot do. But I remind you that we have no official statement from the administration. The administration, the legal team has indicated that that's not an act that they believe we can do, whether the
This
motion.
is a council matter, not an administration matter. This happened
Our
in
legal
council chambers
department
in a
has
council
stated
meeting.
that they're not certain that this action is something that this body can do. And they're going to get confirmation and let us know.
Council President, for the record, I want to say this is your husband. You are showing preferential treatment. You've been accused of that multiple times. You've been accused of being self-serving. If you fail to exercise your duties impartially, in this case, where your husband has made a verbal threat to a council colleague, then I want Mr. Kaiser, in addition to the work that I've asked you to do tonight, please send me whatever the rules are regarding reorganization. Because if you can't do the job impartially, Council President, then you can't do the job.
Thank you. I appreciate
Ask
your
a question.
Mhm.
Mr. Kaiser, if they do take a vote and then we come to find out that it's not a valid motion, what happens?
Well, it becomes a nullity, I suppose. I mean, look, we're dealing with, again, we're dealing with, unfortunately, human behavior and a difficult situation, emotions. I look at this as the question isn't what's legal and what's not legal, it's what's wise. And I don't see the wisdom of pursuing this issue right now. And I'm sorry, that's the way I feel about it. And that's my judgment. If people want to disagree, I can't stop them. I understand that everybody's upset about what happened. I could feel the upset when the incident occurred, even though I wasn't sure exactly what was involved. I could see, I turned and I saw people upset. People were upset here. I wasn't in a position to make a judgment about what all the facts were because I didn't see everything and hear everything. All I know is that governing bodies need to try to cooperate with each other and speak with each other with respect. And I understand that that can be hard at times when people get emotional and when people get angry. And we all have those things happen to us. I just don't see how this issue gets resolved. And I don't see the wisdom of pushing it right now. I think, you know, we're all kind of on notice that these things happen from time to time. They should be avoided at all costs. There may well be circumstances under which one individual or another can be banned from attending meetings for an extended period of time or maybe forever. I don't know. But I don't know that kind of conduct happened here. And I just don't see how this, I don't see where we're going here. Right? We're not going to resolve this issue tonight. This is going to be back and forth. People disagree, and I don't see a resolution to it. And it's not a matter of law. It's just a matter of personal conduct and wisdom and how we handle ourselves in these settings. So,
Mr. Kaiser, can I ask you a question? How long have you been practicing in municipal, or government law?
Wow, since the early 1990s, I guess, 1991.
Have you ever been?
I was involved. I represented, I believe, some public officials before that, but in terms of representing a governing body, I think 1991 was the first year that I did that.
Have you ever been threatened in a proceeding, a formal proceeding?
I suppose. I mean, I don't know that I've been physically threatened, but I've been threatened.
Well, that's the point I'm making. The toxicity of our politics has now escalated to where physical threats of violence are being made. That's not in dispute. Multiple people spoke about it during public comment, and I will remark for the record, I didn't speak with any of them about what they were going to say, about what their issue was. I didn't ask them to come and give public comment. I didn't ask them to catch my back, so to speak. They did that of their own free will. So we know what happened. Some of us may not be willing to admit it, but we know. And it's just like, if we're ever going to get to a place of normalcy, there has to be some rules of decorum. There has to be some boundaries. And that kind of behavior was so far outside the pale. It cannot be allowed. A motion was properly offered and seconded. I'd like to vote. If the administration disagrees, or if council president disagrees, she has a vote, she can vote no. If someone feels like this matter rises to a legal matter, if Mr. McNair chooses to sue me or the town council, he's free to do so. But that's my understanding of what the conduct of the public is. It's not even a threat of a physical violence. It's just abusive or offensive remarks. It's not, a threat is so much more than an abusive or offensive remark. So,
okay. Look, Councilman, whether or not all of that is true or not, I just don't see where this ends. I mean, what are we going to accomplish by this motion? I don't know. I mean,
we will accomplish my safety in council meetings. That's what we will accomplish. My safety in council meetings.
I don't think you were ever unsafe. You may have felt threatened, but I don't think you were ever unsafe in this chambers. So.
Well, Mr. Kaiser, I'm not willing to wait for the next escalation of events to act. And I wouldn't ask you to wait either. I wouldn't ask Mr. Gross, Karen, our clerk, Ms. Carnival, Ms. Castellino, Ms. Williams, Ms. Geber Michael, or Ms. Scarpa to wait for the escalation to act. The intention has been has already been clearly articulated. So it's a legal motion. It's a valid motion. I'd like to call for the vote.
And I'd just like to say for the record, what happened here makes me feel unsafe.
Okay.
I just want,
What happened here made you feel unsafe?
yes, knowing that someone can speak like that and threaten a
And
councilman.
you heard someone speak like that?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting because I didn't hear it. Councilman Castellino didn't hear it. There were other people. I don't think he heard it. Councilman Rutherford didn't hear it. Someone
I did hear it.
No, you did
I
not say,
responded to it in real time.
you did not say on the record that you heard him say anything. What you said was that he made a gesture towards you, which you
No,
interpreted
that is
as
absolutely not true. Council
meet
President.
me outside is what.
No,
you
that is
said
not
on the
true.
record.
That is not true. I articulated that he threatened me and asked me to go outside and showed you the gesture he made when he said it.
And none
And
of
the
us saw
good thing
that.
about it is it's on tape.
Yes, and none of us saw that. None of us saw that.
Well,
Count-
Councilman Scarpa saw it. Councilwoman Geber Michael saw the second part.
I heard, Council President, I'd like to speak. My hand's been up. So the first time that Mr. McNair interrupted, I did hear that. And I did hear when he called him, a dumbass. And then did the hand gestures. So, I don't think that was right, no matter who it is. I also feel that you're too close, so you should recuse yourself.
I can appreciate your
And that's it.
your thinking, but the recusal of my opinion is based on whether or not I believe I can make a judgment and not be biased. And I believe that I can make a judgment and not be biased. So thank you.
I'm not sure what the motion was, but whatever it is, we can take a vote and let's move on. I don't know how else to resolve this. So it's like
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
1:25 in the morning and
Okay. So Councilwoman Castellino,
I abstain.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No. So the motion will pass and we will have our administration confirm whether or not this is a valid motion and get back to us at our next meeting scheduled on August 1st. Is there anything else, Mr. Rutherford?
Just want the legal department to prepare notice to Mr. McNair so that he is aware of what transpired tonight, just in the off chance he's not watching.
I don't think that that will be necessary for the legal department to prepare anything unless we can confirm that this is indeed the power that this body holds. So once we confirm that, and if- once we confirm that information and the legal department has done its due diligence, then whatever notifications need to be sent out will be done. Thank you.
Council President, you do not direct the administration.
Nor do you. Nor do you.
No.
Nor do you.
What I
Thank
asked him to do was prepare notice for Mr. McNair about what took place tonight. That can include whatever he deems appropriate, but something took place tonight that directly affects him. He needs to be served. He needs to be noticed. Is that not a fair
And
thing,
again,
Mr. Kaiser?
just like you don't direct, I don't direct, and I have indicated and requested that the administration do follow up and make sure this is a valid motion. Thank you.
And I've indicated that Mr. Kaiser, you understood my indication. Is there anything improper about what I asked you to do?
I don't know. We'll figure it out. But again, we're not going to make any decisions tonight. So it's
And we
1:26
still have
in the morning,
ABC
and
hearing.
We have some ABC things that we really should get through. So
And we have one more decision to make.
What is that?
We do not have a moderator for the July 20th budget hearing. We have four that we have four people, and all four people are not available. Either the Board of Adjustment has a meeting that night, so one of them, somebody's working there. The other three are just not available. So the question for you to decide is whether you're going to move forward on the 20th, like without the Zoom,
Audio.
or whether you're going to reschedule.
Yes, let's move forward without the Zoom. That's my recommendation. We've had this on the calendar for several weeks. Guys,
I think the public needs to wait.
I know, but why are we gonna have continuous conversations about not interrupting each other and then you interrupt me? I mean, we have to be respectful of each other. I don't understand how you all can continue to identify that I'm the only one that interrupts when clearly I'm not.
Sorry, I just was making my position. No, I didn't realize that you would still speak.
Thank you. So I was saying that this has been on the calendar. I don't think it is absolutely necessary that we have to have it on Zoom. I think we can have audio, and it's an opportunity for people to come out.
Do you have to?
By the way, one of the options, we can turn it on and project. You just wouldn't necessarily have the interaction part. So
Yeah, I think
we could
that's-
turn so we could, it could be transmitted. And but you just would not have operation of the camera. It would be a wide shot for the night. Everyone would hear what was being said and what is being done.
We need to get this budget adopted, and we'll make whatever adjustments that are going to be made so that we can stop asking for continued temporary budgets to be approved, and so that we know what our roadmap is for the rest of this year.
So just that, I mean, I'm not sure how the moderator thing works. Obviously, I have no training in it, but I have the Zoom Pro, program, which I think allows a fair number of people to participate in an extended period of time.
You have to have somebody to let people in, otherwise those people are in all the time and could talk while you're talking, so it's not.
Okay.
You need to have a moderator when you're allowing discussion.
Is there any opposition to actually having it filmed, but not having, if the public wants to engage, they would actually have to come physically into council chambers? Yeah, I don't think that's a challenge. We had our budget hearings and the public wasn't allowed to engage when we had our initial meetings. So if they want an opportunity to speak, they will just have to actually come into council chambers.
Council President, I think because the budget has garnered so much attention this year, I think we would miss an opportunity to increase transparency and begin to kind of heal some of this negative imagery people have of the council by allowing them to speak. Even if we moved it up, is it possible to do it on the 19th instead of the 20th? Just move it up by a day, or is that not legal? Did we not notice in time? I mean,
There's a planning board meeting on the 19th.
And it's already advertised for the 20th, so you can only go further out. You can't get shorter.
Can we do the 21st? What is the 21st? I'm not even looking at the calendar. What is it?
That's a Friday.
21st, Friday night.
Yeah, not on a Friday night. We can perhaps do it on a Saturday. That was an option that we toyed around with doing on a Saturday morning.
I'm fine with that.
Saturday morning, the 22nd.
It's entirely up to the council.
Councilwoman, are you available on the 22nd?
Well, can we get a moderator for that?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but
I'm not available on the 22nd. Why can't we just get a moderator?
Yeah, there must be a place to hire someone.
we don't have a moderator available to us. We out of our 4 that we have, there's no one available.
But we can't hire someone else between now and then. I understand what you're saying.
I can't sit here tonight and guarantee you that. So I don't, if you proceed on that basis and we don't have it, then we have a problem. So you need to decide tonight what you want to do.
Have we tapped the schools, Lauren and the people who do this in the
Yes.
schools?
I've already been through that. We don't have anyone available for that night.
How about somebody who works for another town? Or another school district, or outside of West Orange? I don't know I've never tried to hire a moderator.
We can try that. Obviously, they'd have to learn our equipment. We have to get them in early. They understand our systems.
Right.
So it's not just, walk in the door and do it. I mean, I'm not saying we can't, but I'm telling you, we've been trying now and we've not been able to get anybody additional for it.
My
So,
concern
it's up
is,
to you.
yeah, my,
This is a scheduling issue. We're not gonna have a mediator, a moderator on that night. So either, I'm sorry?
Mauricio can't do.
No. No, he doesn't.
Is there another
he doesn't
way
know
to
all of the-
facilitate public comment?
All the ins and outs.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, we haven't heard from the Citizens Budget Advisory. There's so many people out there with questions and the concerns now that the sewer bill
The
has gone
Citizens
out.
Advisory Committee normally comes in and does a presentation for us.
When
We
is
don't
that?
go to them
Yeah.
when we have the budget hearing.
Okay, so we have that, we don't have that scheduled.
No, the date is July 20th is the
Yeah,
date. They
right.
would normally come in on July
Right, so
20th
that
and make
is
a
really the
presentation.
time when the public can weigh in. And I don't think, given the concern we have about the sewer bill, that we should be doing this when the public cannot fully participate.
Well, I think
We don't,
making a Saturday.
we don't have an objection to that. It just needs to be rescheduled.
Yeah.
Is there another way to facilitate public comment aside from Zoom?
Not without a moderator.
I think public comment is important. I do. I know it's gonna add time
All
but
right,
I
so
think it's important.
let us make a request again of the administration to ask if they can go and find a moderator, maybe borrow one from another town. I don't want to be dismissive, but quite frankly, kids can do things, younger people can do things on computers that would take us an hour to figure out, and they can figure out in 5 or 10 minutes. I think this is a problem that we may have moving forward. We have a lot of special meetings that are going to be coming up. And so we have to be prepared, and we have to be prepared to do the business of West Orange. We've had this date out there and agreed upon for over a month when we had our last budget hearing. So I'm just going to request that you all find someone by any means necessary.
If we cannot, what do you want to do?
And if we cannot, then I am comfortable having citizens come in for public comment. It's not denying them an opportunity to speak. It's just having them come directly into council chambers or be in an observer mode. And typically, our budget hearing is not a one and done. We may adopt it, but there still may be some changes. So it's not that the public won't ever have an opportunity to respond or make comments. It's just, it'll be a limited access on the 20th if we can't find a moderator. I'm confident that you all can find a moderator.
So it would be like a workshop then?
No, it won't be a workshop. It'll be a regular meeting. We just won't have Zoom comment capacity. You will have to be present in council chambers
It
to make a
will
comment.
only be the hearing. You will not be able to adopt that evening because there'll be an amendment that's necessary. So that there will be, there will be, it will just be the hearing and not adoption. So
Okay.
for what that's worth.
So, excuse me, Council President. So question, Mr. Gross. So if folks can make it that night, they could watch the presentation. So there'll be video for them
Yes.
to watch your slides and your explanation and be able to comment on it at the next meeting before we vote. Or even better yet, I wouldn't wait to the next meeting. If there's something that is an issue or question, they could email that question in.
I
Okay.
sit here with my laptop. People email me all throughout the meeting. I'm comfortable being able to, for this particular meeting, answer emails, and we can provide that information at the beginning of the meeting, and people can email us in if they have a question. I'm sorry.
I think that's a good compromise, because I don't think we should move it and reschedule it if there's a deadline.
Have to go to her. Can't be responding to emails during the meeting to people. Only the clerk could maybe, or as a body. But if they
If they email
you-
westorange.org, that'll
If they send it
come.
to council,
Yeah.
everybody gets it.
Right,
Yeah.
if you send it to council@westorange.org, everybody gets it.
And then you answer the question.
And
in
then
real
you answer
time.
the question in real time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I could live with that.
Okay, so is there any objection, council colleagues, to that being if we cannot get a moderator in person, in real time, we will have the video apparatus operating. And if people have comments or questions, they will email at that time, council@westorange.org, and we can respond to questions.
I think that's a fair compromise.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. Is there a motion to adjourn to the ABC hearing?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
it's been properly moved and second to move to adjourn the meeting into the ABC hearing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you, West Orange, for your participation. We apologize for the delay in the hour. We appreciate your time and your interest in the business of West Orange. Our next scheduled meeting is on August 1st for the town council. And as you've heard, we will have our budget hearing on July 20th at 6:30 p.m. 6 p.m. Good night and have a safe week. Thank you.